Welcome back to the Land of Dawn as SBF Season 5 returns with a fresh MLBB chapter. The quest for greatness continues where every match brings you one step closer to glory. I'm your host Liz, and this is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
We are back at the English desk for day 2 of the SBF Season 5 Mobile Legends EU and MENA edition. I'm your host Liz, joined by 2 veteran casters as well as esports and beyond private dancer and Steph Weezy. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic today. Building off of the excitement from yesterday, bringing that here today, Sunday, for the final 4 matches until we reach the next journey here.
That's right. Yesterday was full of excitement. We got to see 2 teams make it into the challenge season. That was Birthright. There was Opportune Esports. But today, like Private mentioned, we got 2 amazing more series to go. 2 more teams to have a chance at the challenge season. Will it be 2 from MENA? Will it be 1 from EU? Will it be 1 from MENA? Time will tell.
Yes, and yesterday we saw EU rise on top, and today what will we see with the games ahead? First up, let's look at the tournament format. Yes, let's take a look at the ticker. Exciting matches coming up today, eh?
Yeah, I mean, you said, we were talking about it a little, or Weezy just talked about it a little bit, where the EU kind of showing that little dominance, guys. The first 2 slots going to EU right now, not to MENA, who are kind of riding that struggle bus in the lower bracket right now, hoping for those 1 or at least 2 of those slots that are left.
Yeah, yesterday was insane. We got to see both sides fighting it out, EU and MENA, but EU, like you said, they were the ones to kind of rise on top, earned 2 spots inside of the challenge season already, knocked a lot of the MENA teams down, and today's the second chance for them to still be able to compete in the Snapdragon Pro Series. And we got to see a lot of changes in the meta too, and it's kind of interesting how meta kind of shifts as you progress through tournaments such as the Snapdragon Pro Series. And we got to see things picked up like the Eve, which we hadn't seen in a while. The Moskov snuck up in there, and those were definitely a treat to see. Neither of them worked out in the way that the team thought it would, but still maybe today is a different day. Maybe today's the day that these heroes will actually shine and rise to the occasion.
And today we get to see more of the international meta, especially for EU, as well as the MENA region. And now anything that you guys are looking for, any of the tournament format, any recap that you need to tap into will be shown in the ticker. So make sure you pay attention to that to get to more insights on how the tournament works. And now on the side, we see the damage dealt from the different teams in day 1, guys.
Yeah, I mean, and you can tell, I think, topping the charts there, CNQ, right? And here's, this kind of tells a little bit of a story too, because a lot of these, I want to say the top damage doesn't actually go to the people who actually made it through, which is kind of telling a story about the tankiness and what is needed for a lot of these compositions to kind of force them through. It's not all about the damage. It's also about how you can get that front line protected, to protect those squishies in the background there. And that's just telling you the story of the work that a lot of the tanky characters are doing in this competition.
Yeah, and damage taken will be the one we kind of look at next. Twisted Minds Didn't get to make it that far in the upper bracket, but still had the most damage taken on the entire board. They got knocked out by C&Q, who we got to see most damage dealt a second ago. And this kind of shows you just how crazy these stats can be. But nonetheless, Twisted Minds, they got taken down as well by R8 Esports in the lower bracket. So they're officially done inside of the Snapdragon Pro Series. But had an amazing run. Definitely look forward to seeing them next time. But the most interesting part about that is Twisted Minds was the one that was invited to the Snapdragon Pro Series. They got knocked out by the teams that made it through the open qualifiers.
Yeah, so it shows how strong the different teams that are in this tournament are. And today we get to see how they perform in the lower bracket, who will get the chance to proceed into the challenging rounds.
Yeah, it's been amazing there. And it's actually kind of crazy to me because Twisted Mind's going to be the one that's actually on my mind here because they've been topping all of these charts. You can see here total healing done there when it comes to a lot of those roaming supports that we have out there. It just tells you, like, Twisted Minds right now, they're able to top the charts. They're able to get a lot of the stats that are needed, but can they successfully transition that into victories here, into pushing power, and into objectives?
Yeah, I mean, total heals, speaking of healers, we got to see a couple of Angela snuck up in there. Theramis came out every once in a while. But overall, yeah, you are right. When it comes to these series that we've seen so far, it's really been one-sided. Whoever could just take control of the early game just kind of snowballed through the entire series. There was a point where we were seeing matches that were 12-1, 13-2, 12-2. That's just how quick things can rumble when you're getting everything in the jungle. There's a bar right there. But nonetheless, it's definitely exciting to see today. I'm hoping these matches go the distance. Like we said, four amazing series today between all these teams fighting it out. So hopefully they do have a shot at success. Actually, Twisted Minds is still in here. I was looking at the bracket, but I read it wrong. They're still here. So those Twisted Mind fans, don't worry about it. We still got Twisted Minds, R8 Esports, New Realm, and Team Falcon, C&Q, and GK Esports ready to fight it out today in 4 amazing series.
And let's take a look at the schedules as we go into that. Today, we have, as Weezy mentioned, 4 series.
It should be starting out with Twisted Mind taking on R8 Esports. Then we're going to go into New Realms taking on Team Falcon. And then the winners of those going to be taking on GK and then Centauri as well to see who kind of goes... who moves forward and who will be, unfortunately, catching a quick ride back home.
That's right. The lower bracket quarterfinals where we're going to start at. You're going to be seeing Twisted Minds up against R8 Esports, followed by that New Realm up against Team Falcons, and then moving forward into the lower bracket semifinals. Whoever wins one of those games will move forward to go up against GK Esports, and then we're going to be seeing C&Q on their battle in the lower bracket semifinals going up against either Team Falcons or New Realm. So it's definitely going to be exciting. Like we said, we've seen 2 teams out of the EU region be able to move forward, Birthright and Opportunity Esports, but there's still some teams out there from MENA representing, holding that banner, holding that flag to have a second shot at victory, to make it into the challenge season and be qualified.
And for all of you guys watching at home, make sure to follow us on our socials and join our Discord channel.
Yeah, it's amazing here, and we were talking about it before. This has been one of the reasons I was really excited about coming here for this event is just that EU. They're going to have a little bit of a placement here, something that they've been wanting for a while when it comes to Mobile Legends here, really showing out, really taking this opportunity and putting their best foot forward. Like we said already, 2 teams from EU have beat out, I want to say, maybe a little bit more of an experienced MENA, and really already claiming some of those top 2 spots. And now with one more EU team here left, MENA looking to claim 1 or 2 more spots here.
Yeah, and it's also interesting, right? I mean, even though we see 2 EU teams kind of make it to the challenge season before others, it was still a very good battle. Even the final series we got to watch yesterday, Opportunity Esports up against GK, 2-1. It went all the way to a game number 3. It was back and forth, and like we said, these were the matches that we were seeing where it was 12-1, 13-2, 12-2. And it was the same story on both sides of the coin, on the MENA side and on the EU side, but it just seemed like the luck was more inside of EU's favor to kind of close out that series. And this is the kind of thing that happens in a best of 3, right? It's very hard to kind of gauge which way that coin is going to land. And so you definitely have to make sure you're bringing your A game every single step of the way. And that's what we're going to be seeing today as we get closer and closer, higher on that ladder. 2 remaining spots for teams to qualify until we get into the challenge season.
Yes, and you guys mentioned about yesterday a lot we're looking forward to today. So with the first roster, two teams coming in, how do you guys feel about this matchup?
Well, for me, I'm actually kind of excited here. It's been something where we call this a loser's bracket. I call it kind of like the last chance bracket. So you're going to see a lot of teams potentially kind of pull out those little things to kind of
the draft.
Those little things that they've been holding on to.
And Private will dance us into the draft.
All right. Yeah, I guess we'll see what I guess the teams are ready. So we're going to go ahead and get right into it very soon here. As soon as me and Weezy can get some eyes on that beautiful first draft.
Yeah, I can't wait. We got to get danced away into the draft. But before we even get into the draft, some things we can talk about that we expect to kind of see from yesterday, right? We've seen the Harith prioritized super early. It looks like MENA and EU like to try and go in for some of these gold lane pickups before anything else. We've seen the Angela prioritized when it's available in the draft. We've seen the Barats banned out inside of the jungle. One of the more prevalent junglers that can definitely deal some damage and also take some damage and get those neutral objectives. So I'm expecting to see some of these on the table, maybe slide through the cracks. Could be a possibility to win the series. We got to see one Mathilda make it through. It was one of the most banned supports the entire Snapdragon Pro Series, but it did walk for one game, and it profited.
Yeah, and it profited, and it was very successful. Like, it completely turned around how that game was played and what we thought was going to happen with that team, because that was one of those, I want to say, 12-2 games. And that's this team. I believe it was Operative, or no, it was GK Esports. They kind of they came back from a 12-1 game. The second game, they came back with a 12-2, and that was with the help of a Matilda there, with the support there. And it's another thing that we've been bringing up is the kind of curse of that second, or is it the first? The first pick has been very prominent, very promising for a lot of these teams. That it's been so important and so vital for how we start off this and what is available to counter out.
Yeah, I mean, and then we saw some heroes that didn't profit as much, right? We saw the Moskov be pulled out. We saw the Eve walk through. Even there was a moment where the Boxia wasn't really working out, or the Natan, and we thought that maybe it just wasn't the meta, it wasn't the way to go. But then last second in the final series, we got to see Opportune pull them out and together, actually, and they were able to get the victory. So looking forward to seeing how kind of today plays out between these amazing teams before we get into the draft. But nonetheless, like I said, this is the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is Season 5. I believe this is the first time EU and MENA are kind of competing in it, so this is their chance to show to the world that they're ready as a region to play on the competitive scene and showcase their names. And that's what we're going to be seeing today. Like I said, 2 remaining spots inside of the qualifiers, the open finals, to make it into the challenge season, which is going to be about a week long, which will be exciting to see as well as we progress through the series.
Yeah, it's going to be very amazing here. I'm actually looking. We're going to see it here in the bottom brackets. Maybe some of the teams maybe kind of differentiate away from the meta here. Oh, actually, as we see here, a Masha ban, which actually kind of got ignored in the first day. If I'm correct, I'm pretty sure she was completely ignored the first day during draft.
Yeah. Masha, she walked through. She was able to kind of dominate super early. Twisted Minds, yeah, they did pull it out. Twisted Minds had a really good Masha play. I think it was Maro was the one who was running it and dominating, just getting some kills with Thunderclap. It didn't, in the end, it didn't really work toward a victory, though. But it definitely was one of the higher kill heroes for their team. And I think this is what EUR&MENA Esports, after watching their gameplay yesterday, definitely taking some notes, definitely doing their research to avoid that. But again, this is the first time we get to see R8 compete inside of the Snapdragon Pro Series. They did their first upper bracket quarterfinals match. It was a best of 3, but it was going on at the same time we watched Twisted Minds match live on stream, and they lost to Birthright, who is qualified out there from EU officially. So this is going to be our first time getting to see R8 on the competitive scene live on stream up against Twisted Minds. And as we are seeing some of those picks on the way, the Yuzong Soda picking it up. That's a hero that we saw pretty often yesterday.
Yeah, and that's very interesting for me. On the side of R8, I do like the bans, the draft. You're going to go ahead, set up that Roger pick with the Harris ban out. So I want to say Roger's going to have a nice, a more relaxed time in the gold lane until he gets those items. Capped with the fact that you're going to have a heart guard with you, I want to say that there's going to be very little that he's going to be afraid of, unless you have like maybe a 3 or 4 man gank up there that might be able to catch him. But then he's so slippery. You've got the Lycan form, the Lycan Pounce, the transformation that he can do to try to get him out of harm's way here, coupled by Boxia out there as well. And I want to say the research. I was actually questioning the Boxia pick very early, but I do know that Twisted Minds, they do try to favor that Odette. So this is a good pickup for them because Boxia does come with that stock magic defense already. He's going to have that the stock anti-heal as well, so that should be able to help him close the distance on Odette, even when you have the Swan Song ultimate out there.
Yeah, the Odette's definitely going to be interesting to see. We got to see Twisted Minds put this out against CNQ, and they got a victory on it in their first match in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So maybe that may be the second thing for them jumping into this series in the lower bracket. But yes, again, the Odette definitely can have some struggles if they can close that distance on her. If there's any knockup provided from the side of R8, it's something she's going to have to watch out for. I'm looking at the gold laner, though, right? We've seen the Taun taken off the board. We see the Hera taken off the board. And we already know that Roger's been locked in for R8, which means Twisted Minds are going to have to pull out a marksman that they haven't used so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series, because those are all 3 marksmen that we got to see them run. So I'm wondering what's going to sneak in there. The other marksmen that we have seen make it back to the competitive scene, like we said, the Moskov is supposedly back, so I'm excited to see that. It's made a couple of showcasings out there in Indonesia. It made a showcasing here as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing if that comes out here. If not the Moskov, maybe even something like the Carry. We've seen the Carry kind of get in there. It can definitely soak in to the Boxia, and also the Angela is going to be attached to him. But nonetheless, they may want to play for survivability, because you're already having an aggressive marksman such as Roger. You're already having a dive-oriented jungler who can rush into your turret with the Angela on side him. So it's definitely something that Twisted Mind is going to have to watch out for.
Well, it feels like R8 is already on the same wavelength as you are, because they went ahead, banned out that Carry, make sure that that's another option that's not on the table. They're going to take off the Minotaur, which means we're not going to have that setting potential for them as well. So it's going to be very interesting here. It's interesting because you have the Roger, which is, I want to say, countered out when the Odette is going to have that Swan Song. She's going to cover a lot of areas, so it doesn't really matter how much mobility that you do have on the Roger. But like we said, we do have the Boxia that's going to be countering it out. We're kind of waiting for that last pick right now to see. Oh, and there is the Kaja being picked up. So we're going to have the Kaja. We're going to have that Divine Judgment to go ahead and suppress down somebody and see if we have enough burst. I want to say that's the only thing I'm kind of waiting on. You do have a little bit of burst in the form of the Swan Song, but maybe you're going to be looking for something else, so you're not putting all of your eggs in that Odette basket.
Yeah, and speaking of baskets, a big crowd control on the way for the side of R8. Double the amount of crowd control as they pick up the Ruby, they pick up the Terizla. Both of them very good on initiating on these engagements. Terizla with the penalty zone, the Ruby with the I'm Offended, the Ruby queen of the lifesteal, able to sustain herself through the heart of the battle, on top of already having an Angela on their side. But when I'm looking at this, right, that means they're putting a lot inside of the basket for Roger. They're expecting Roger to really burst down the side of Twisted Minds, because he's really their primarily damage dealer on that side. The rest are just kind of initiating these engagements. On the side of Twisted Minds, though, they have this Kaja. I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a struggle. Only reason is that's a lot of crowd control to jump into. You're jumping into a Ruby, you're jumping into a Terizla, and you have an Angela to keep the team alive, even when you do go and grab that Divine Judgment. So he's going to have some crucial plays in order to make that work in their favor. But there goes the Moskov that we were talking about, makes the appearance again. Like we said, it's been out there in Indonesia. We saw it in day 1 of the Open Finals for Snapdragon Pro Series, and now we're going to see it for day 2.
Yeah, one of the interesting things to touch back on those two, that's why it's such a great counter to the Kaja to have that much CC. Once he dives in for that Divine Judgment, you've got a Ruby to compete with, you've got a Terizla to compete with, and then you have a Heart Guard on the whoever that you grab, which is going to be very complicated for the side of Twisted Minds. The Moskov, I do like it, especially as you move into the mid and out of the laning phase of the game. You're going to have the Moskov who's going to be able to farm up. It doesn't matter where the fight happens. He can get that Vengeance Spear out there very quickly and get himself right back into the battle no matter where it's happening on there.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to have to kind of watch out for, right? Both teams, R8 and also Twisted Mind, out of MENA. So one thing for certain, MENA will win today. Not sure which team it'll be, but as we are jumping into Land of Dawn, lower bracket finals, the Snapdragon Pro Series, game number 1, R8 Esports up against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, definitely waiting to see. Boxy is going to have a very fast, clear speed, and you can even see there already he's getting a little bit of help from his gold laner as well, and he's going to be able to kind of get both of those buffs and maybe get a little bit of an invade to start kind of cutting off the minions from Twisted Mind and from that Fredrin.
Yeah, and speaking of both sides, we are seeing the emblems pop up on the board. 3 quantum charges for the side of Twisted Minds. You are looking at R8 Esports going a little bit more blended. 2 Brave Smites, though, over there for the survivability on the Terizla, on the Ruby. Both of them, like we said, are the initiators for the side of R8 Esports. We're going to expect them to have some big engagements for the neutral objectives. Definitely Twisted Mind's going to have to bring their A game and watch out for that. They do have Morrow, though, on this Kaja. Like we said, this is the X factor. How does he go in with the Divine Judgment? He's going to have to be very quick and decisive and hope his team is on the same wavelength.
Yeah, and then that's the thing too, is you've got a lot of initiation on the side of R8 Esports. Their emblems kind of reflect that as well. They've got a lot of sustain to kind of keep them in the fights, but you do have a decent amount of damage, especially as you reach that mid to late game. That Swan Song is going to be burning up a lot of damage. Sano on this Moskov is going to be doing a heap of damage, but it's going to be very interesting. Cuffin's going to be the only real AoE damage out there. Sano he's going to be a one target person, so you're gonna have to do a good job of like selecting those targets, getting those angles, because you've got a very thick front line from R8 Esports.
And the thing about Cuffin on the Odette, right? Odette's Swan Song will get canceled out by crowd control. And you have not only the Terizla, you also have the Ruby to do so, and that's going to bring a little bit more of a challenge to be able to pull that off. But yes, you are right. The only AoE damage for the side of Twisted Minds. Mike Sama, though, on this Yuzong, we got to see it earlier in day 1. Kind of profit, but like you said, it takes a little bit of poise. You have to know when to initiate and know when not to. And speaking of initiations, both sides getting ready to take it into the turtle pit, but the aggro so far is controlled by R8.
Yeah, Baslo doing a good job. You see that Hearts card shining up. Black Dragon is out, and Tota actually able to get that with the Retry. Swan Song is out, but here comes the penalty zone. We were talking about that. A big ultimate goes ahead, slams down on the R8s. They do find a kill, but take 2 deaths of their own. They still want to get this purple buff, trying to keep on that aggression.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade, 2 kills to the side of R8, 1 to Twisted Minds. But like you said, the Turtle going over to Twisted Minds to kind of help them overall. I feel like it's a little even. I feel like getting an additional kill definitely works in their favor. But that Turtle is going to give additional experience to the side of Twisted Minds. And if we take a look at day 1, these neutral objectives played a huge part in controlling the tempo of this match. We saw more one-sided stories between all of the competitors from EU and MENA yesterday, and it was really the turtle plays that kind of made the difference in who won the entire series. So today, hopefully, we see a little bit of a closer engagement. I mean, it wasn't one-sided. Like you said, both sides were fighting it out. As you look at the replay there, a lot of crowd control, a lot of initiation from the side of R8 definitely is a problem for Twisted Minds, and they have to be careful. They lost 2 members there, and that just shows you when it comes to the team fights, RA is definitely going to have a little bit of an easier time.
Oh, that Divine Judgment's going to go ahead and find the last pick on Tajaki, who gets taken down. In comes a nice little I'm Offended there, putting the damage on Damaro, who cannot find an escape just yet, looking for an exit, and his jungler doing a great job, but Speedy with the Lycan Pounce is going to go ahead and put a kill into his pocket. 3-2, R8 Esports up 1.
Okay, so you lose your roamer, you take the mid laner. I would take that trade. If I was the side of Twisted Minds. So I feel like that's something that they could go for. We're starting to see Morrow, though. He's definitely being selective. He's definitely leading to kills with his Divine Judgment. Like we said, that was one of the challenges we were expecting to see. Whoa, off screen, though. Jokey is going to go ahead and find Cuffin for an early kill.
Yeah, and doing a good job. That's going to go ahead and set up the priority onto this turtle. Actually, you can see them, they're not actually trying to back off. You can see Defender defending trying to zone out the rest of Twisted Mind. Black Dragon is out. We do have a Heart Guard on to R8 Esports. Are they going to be able to get the Retry again? Retry taken for Twisted Minds. They're going to claim themselves another turtle, but not without taking the deaths. Morrow going to be the first on the list as Defender finds the last hit there.
Okay, so they lose Morrow again. That's his third death of the game. That's the roamer for the side of Twisted Minds. But all right, gets a trade. They lose the turtle, but they take a kill and a turret on the top side. Speedy didn't even join that fight. He has 2 kills already on the board, and he was just going more for opening up the map for R&D Esports. He could have joined that fight. It could have possibly led to even more kills, but he wanted to go ahead and take that tier 1 turret on the top side, and now going to switch into the XP lane. If you notice, he rotated to the bottom. He's going to force Yuzong to have to go to the top side. It's going to limit him on the experience pool. It's going to be a good chess move from the side of R8. So I feel like overall, they lost the turtle, but I would say they won that trade. They're now up 1,700 gold.
Which is really kind of speaking on Hoda's retry ability more than Twisted Mind's ability in those team fights. Because they're basically losing these team fights, but Hoda's actually able to come in, get the retry, keeping his team in the game. But now you need to say, are these objectives actually worth it for your team? If you're getting the objective, but you're losing 1, 2, possibly 3 people each time you clash.
Exactly. I mean, the turtle doesn't mean anything if you can't get any turrets off of the additional XP and gold provided by it. Speaking of XP, conceal play.
Yeah, conceal play comes in, but Boro is right there in front with an I'm offended. Ooh, does get a little bit of a divine judgment. Out comes the swan song and trying to put the damage on. Cuffin finds a kill on the Speedy. Bazo's going to be able to find himself and escape with the help of the Heart Guard as well.
All right, so Morrow, he's doing really good so far. He's able to get the divine judgment. They were able to lead to 2 kills with the swan song in the mid lane.
Yeah, Bazo's going to find a short term in that mid lane. They're going to go ahead and almost even it up. It's 6-5 right now. Twisted Minds finding the pressure as well into the mid lane. Here comes Defender. He is in between 4 members, going to find himself a flicker to safety. Actually saves the tower.
Yeah, able to save the tower. Twisted Minds still in the fight.
Yeah, Cuffin goes down. Defender's not done yet. Bazo's from the front. You do have the Black Dragon out looking for an opportunity, but cannot find the kill on it. Defender into the back lines against 3 members. He is fearless. The Hearts Guard is not fast enough as Sano finds the kill there. Bazo now trying to put the damage onto Mike. Mike goes down, and that's going to set up a very clean next turtle for the side of R8 Esports. Or at least I thought it was going to be a very clean one. They are still trying. You can see Hoda looking for an opportunity. He's stolen the last 2 turtles, but not able to make that a third.
Yeah, you saw the Spirit of Destruction from Sano. He tried to get the turtle steal away from R8 Esports. A little off the mark, though. But yeah, now we're seeing the first turtle for R8 Esports claimed for them. That's the 3rd one of the day. 8-6, still leading by kills. It's been a little back and forth. It's definitely not the one-sided story that we seen yesterday between all these teams fighting it out, but this is the first time you get to see 2 teams from MENA fighting it out, and it's definitely a treat to watch. You've seen the pressure on the top side. 2v1 may lead to a 3v1. Look at Morrow's position. I think he's going to go in for a possible divine judgment play, but Boro right there may be able to sniff him out. Do they go in for the play? I feel like they can take this. Here goes the conceal from Boro.
Yeah, conceal play is out. Bazo coming for the flank. Morrow in a little bit of trouble. They didn't see him in time, but they do what they intended, and that's to kind of back off the rest of Twisted Minds from pushing onto this turret. So, I mean, they don't get the kill. They don't actually find an engagement, but they do push back the rest of Twisted Minds.
But it still works out in R8's favor because they took the turret on the bot side.
Yeah, so, and now we're at the mid lane. You can see Morrow again in the midst and in the fray. Bazo with the Hearts Guard finds a kill onto Hoda. Black Dragon from the flank looking for an opportunity. Dives in and catches a 3. Baro down. Cuffin with the last hit there. Mike Sama still looking, and he's going to get stunned and taken down by Speedy. 10-7. R8 Esports is up 3.
Takes the jungler, takes down Mike. That's a 2-for-1 trade. Definitely working in R8's favor. Still leading in terms of kills. Still putting on pressure in the mid lane. Need to get back, though. I mean, you're running up on a Moskov. Sano almost full HP. Definitely not the fight that Speedy wants to take inside of the turret. Damage leaderboards now popping up 34K to Cuffin over there with the power of the Swan Song on this Odette. But that's not really working in their favor right now. We are still seeing R8 in the lead. The power of crowd control a little too much for Twisted Minds to handle so far. But Morrow, even though he's single target CC, even though he's running on this Kaja and diving into a lot of crowd control, he's still able to find these opportunities for Twisted Minds to hold some power in this game, to not make it a one-sided story. And speaking of stories, Lord play on the way.
Yeah, and this is where it starts to get a little bit more dangerous for the side of R8. You can't let these Lord plays go the same way the Turtle plays have, where Hoda's able to get a kill. We do lock on tomorrow. He gets found out. Swan Song is not going to be enough. Gets interrupted by the penalty zone. Hearts Guard is on Defender as he is running amok in between them. We do have a little bit of a pop-up there by Mike, who finds a kill. 3 down for the side of R8. And now they're going to go ahead. Twisted Minds turn their attention to the Lord. Boro, not afraid, still going to be a little bit of a nuisance here, but I think this is a wrap for this first Lord.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to get this. If he gets this Lord still, it's going to be insane.
Yeah, and he gets taken down. Sano with the finishing touches there, and they're going to go ahead and clean up an easy Lord for themselves. But man, sparked by a huge early fight.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Boro should have just backed off. Now, the pressure from Joki.
Yeah, Joki's in trouble here. Bazo coming in for the rescue, and now they're going to go ahead and start taking the jungle. This has already changed over, and now you have a gold lead. You're tied things up, and you have a Lord on your side for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, huge play in the mid lane is what kind of made that difference before that turtle play, and then Boro kind of helping feed even more into Twisted Minds' economy by trying to go in for that still. They get the Lord, and they get a kill on top of that, and now it's 11-11. Both sides are tied up in the battle for the mid lane.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a divine judgment. As we predicted, the Hearts Guard comes out. We do have the Swan Song. Sano still finds a kill onto the R8 jungler. Sano, look at how much damage he's doing. He is not afraid, but incoming with the Hearts Guard is Speedy. He's going to get out of there. Joki in trouble, gets taken down by Sano, who is doing a heck of a lot of damage to his oppressors, and Speedy is down. That is 3 down for R8 Esports, and they are pushing for the win. Lord at the bottom, minions at all corners of the map for R8 Esports. Can they protect all of their lanes? They are pushing through the bottom. It's just Boro and Defender alone to try to... Oh, they do find a kill onto Hoda, and now Twisted Minds forced to retreat.
I think he lost his ticket to the train right there. He wasn't able to get on with the rest of his team out of the base for R8 Esports. But some great pressure. Swan Song going in, though.
Yeah, and man, you can already see they interrupt that Swan Song so early and able to find a clean kill. That is 3 down for Twisted Minds. Just like that, R8 Esports able to turn this around with the enemy at their door.
They jumped on the train out of R8's base, but little did they know it ended at the destination where R8 was waiting for, and they were able to get 3 kills off of that play, that aggressive push from Twisted Minds. But they're able to open up their base, though. You're seeing the Lord of Mana's gold difference for Twisted Minds, 2K, 4K XP as well, and 37,000 turret damage. Speaking of turrets, 2 inhibitors left for the side of R8. A lot of insurance for Twisted Minds at the 12-minute mark. I mean, they're still holding on to their entire mid lane, and we kind of talked about what the mid lane can provide, right? It stops a team from being able to invade into your jungle, and it also allows you to kind of invade to theirs, especially with them taking down not only their tier 1 but their tier 2 turret in the mid lane. Twisted Minds found a way to turn this game back around, down 1 kill but still ahead.
Yeah, now we're going to see which one will pay off. You have the clever mix of the damage, CC, and just oppression from the side of Twisted Minds versus like just that raw amount of like CC and tanking ability from R8. As we move later and later into this game, I want to say but it kind of favors Twisted Minds a little bit more if Asino can find those angles onto R8 Esports, get some of those squishier heroes down very quickly. It'll start favoring Twisted Minds. But R8 Esports, I mean, that is a huge front line already starting on this this next Lord down to about 50%. You can see Bazo, a good position there. We do miss that energy eruption from Hoda. He is going to back up the rest of the team. We do have a concealed play. They sense Maro in the bush, not able to punish him for it, and the Lord has been reset.
Yeah, it's going to get a little bit more additional HP, but the fight's still on the way. The Lord dance for both sides trying to take the objective.
Ooh. Yeah, Divine Judgment comes out. Penalty Zone follows up very quickly, interrupting the Swan Song. But Black Dragon is out to back them up. You can see Mike doing his best to put on the damage. And Sino with his auto attacks trying to clear out the rest of R8 Esports. Nobody down just yet, but still looking for an opportunity is Bazo. Lord, I mean, still being reset. A good job by both of these teams to kind of reset, do this little dance in here, and not take any deaths just yet.
Yeah, and I mean, Soda, though, he has a lot of pressure on him, especially being the jungler, especially having to frontline a lot of that damage. I mean, they need his retribution for this Lord play, so he can't be too aggressive. Speaking of aggression, going back in possibly for another fight. They want this Lord. Somebody will take it.
Yeah, it's really interesting, too, because they keep going into that L bush well, where they keep hiding in the same place. R8 Esports senses it, dives in there looking for a kill. There's only so many times you can dip your hand into that same strategy before the team starts figuring it out. Down to 50%. Bazo in a good position from the side. Sama with the Black Dragon zoning out the rest of R8 Esports. Collects 4 members, and Hoda in the back finds a retribution onto the Lord, and that's going to be the second Lord for Twisted Minds.
All you see is a Black Dragon shadow above the entire team of R8 Esports right there. They definitely couldn't take that fight. Good positioning from Mike Sama, zoning out the entire team to allow them to take this Lord. You definitely could see R8 wanted it, but they were not able to find that opportunity. And like you said, the later this game goes, the more in favor it'll be for Twisted Minds, especially having Sano, especially having Cuff and Sano already on fire. We talked about the Moscow stepping back into the competitive scene, and look how well it is performing today. 5, 1, and 6, and it's gonna get even harder to deal with the later this game goes. Our esports, they're starting to kind of fall off, especially with the damage output that they can provide. I mean, the Roger can only do so much. You see him picking up the Malefic Roar, and now the concealed play from Twisted Minds into the base.
Yeah, all sides of the base are being pushed in by minions, and Lorda has already met the base. They are trying to do their best to take it down. Last high ground is only at half health right now. Twisted Minds waiting for the minions to kind of push in here, looking for an opportunity. In comes Hoda with the Black Dragon as well. Dang, he took a heap of damage there, actually. Not for nothing there. Hoda in a little bit of trouble is going to go ahead, find him an escape, but I want to say the damage has been done. You have a bare, cold, naked base right now, just waiting for the picking.
Yeah, waiting for the picking, and down to the base crystal for the side of R8. A couple of the items on the board now. The Moskov already with the Golden Staff, the Demon Hunter Sword, the Malefic Roar, and the Wind of Nature to negate the physical damage. The Corrosion Scythe on top of that, full build, ready to take it to R8 Esports in the team fights.
Yeah, you can see them focusing on the Hoda. That might not be what you want. Now it's full team engaged. We have the Swan Song out. Finds a kill onto Speedy. Another one onto Boro. And Sano doing work. Taking down. He was a big part of 3 of those kills. There is 4 down for the side of R8 Esports. And they are chasing away Defender, which is ironic because he's not able to defend this base. First game going to go to Twisted Minds after this little celebration, I guess.
I think they're doing a couple of recall spams. Supposedly, if they do it fast enough, the base crystal will explode and then land on the other side of the map. I think that's what they were going for. But nonetheless, a great game, number 1 for the side of Twisted Minds, able to take down R8 Esports with a fancy finish. The power of damage overwhelming the power of crowd control, now giving them a chance at match point. May be able to shut down R8 Esports. I wonder how they're going to jump into game number 2. The first victory we get to see with the Moskov.
Yeah, and they didn't even really take advantage of, like, I want to say the biggest things about Moskov is his ability to use that spear to get back into the fight. He was just farming up quickly. You can see there 13,000 gold. Let's take a look at some of these other engagements.
Yeah, the Swan Song was huge too from Cuffin, especially that game ender where she was able to get that double kill. There goes Cuffin right there, able to find Boro. And we thought it could have been a little bit of a problem, especially with Defender running on this Terizla, especially with Boro running on this Ruby, and it did work in their favor. R8 Esports was kind of alive in the early game, but the later this went, the damage was very hard to deal with, and they didn't have enough damage output on their side to dish back out to the side of Twisted Minds, and that's where we kind of started to see them plummet on these team fights. There it goes right there, Cuffin again with the Swan Song. Sano, what Cuffin couldn't do, he could, especially with the Spirit Destruction, especially running this Moskov, who's now stepped into the international scene again as what is considered meta in the gold lane, and it is profiting. Look at it right there, able to get a kill again. But Mike Sama was alive, like we said, on the neutral objective plays. We got to see him hover around with the Black Dragon against the whole team of R8. There was a point where they were all under his shadow, and they couldn't even initiate into the Lord play, and that allowed Twisted Minds to take these objectives with ease.
Yeah, and it was kind of a good plan there too as well, because you had everybody jumping onto Cuffin. As soon as that Swan Song ultimate came out, everybody would jump onto Cuffin, and then you had no distance closing abilities left for Sano on this Moskov. So he was just really able to just unload on the team without anybody being able to kind of chase him down.
Yeah, just overall some great gameplay. Hoda doing a good job on this Fredrin as well. And like we said, he was really one of the primarily frontline heroes, especially since there was a Kaja over there with Maro. It put a lot more pressure on him on these neutral objective plays. Him and Mike Sama able to do a great job, though, able to pull it off, and definitely credits to them for game number 1 to be able to initiate these fights on these neutral objectives. But that is just half the battle, as this is a best of 3. Still another chance for R8 to turn this around. But as we take a look at the heat map, look at the rotation over there from Sano, just overall doing really well on this Moskov. A lot of his focus, which is kind of expected, was inside of the gold lane and then over toward the neutral objective area. But again, like we said, he did have that Spirit Destruction, so keep in mind he can stay over there for a while and throw that Spirit Destruction to still technically be in the team fight. But then he rotates to the other side. You know, I think this was kind of credits to where we saw Roger, where we saw him burst down the first turret, and he forced the lane swap over there from Sano, and that's when you kind of see him go toward that XP lane. But nonetheless, some great gameplay. This is the first victory we get to see on the Moskov, now back in the meta for the EU&MENA scene.
Yeah, it's really interesting here. You've got the farming ability up at the top immediately. As soon as that tower goes down, switches over to the XP lane, gets that tower down. He's not really looking for kills. He's building up his gold. He's making sure that he gets those objectives down. And then once he gets those power spikes, once he gets some of those items, he immediately goes. You see kill after kill after kill from all of those engagements, from what would kind of look like a little bit of a lackadaisical start for him. But that's kind of the value you get from a lot of gold laners, a lot of marksmen. You got to build up. You got to get that gold. You don't want to rush in before you actually have the damage that's going to actually be able to make a difference.
And, you know, that's the difference that was made right there with the Moskov. We asked the question at the beginning of the Snapdragon Pro Series today, would the Moskov actually be the difference today? Yesterday, it took some heavy hits. It didn't work out when it was pulled out. But today is a different story, with one victory over to the side of Twisted Minds up against R8. The other hero that I'd love to kind of see today, trying to manifest this into reality, is the Eve. We got to see it yesterday. That did not profit, but supposedly it's back in action and ready to go in the Land of Dawn. So we're going to manifest that a little early. Maybe we could see some great showcasing from that. But something that's sticking out to me today that's different than yesterday. We saw a double EU game. This is a double MENA game, right? And I feel like the MENA games, at least, are a little bit closer. It's not as one-sided as we see the double EU games be.
Yeah, I want to say the early game definitely went over to kind of the tankier heroes right before you were able to kind of get a lot of those items where you would actually be able to do damage. As it moved later, we discussed it during the match that as you move later, I mean, you can hold the line, but there's only so long if you don't have the damage to back it up. And we were kind of all in on that Roger pick to kind of be able to do something there, and then kind of did not have any value for a backline dive to be able to get to the Moskov, because we wasted everything onto that Odette as soon as the Swan Song went out.
Yeah, and definitely some great gameplay over there from Twisted Minds, some great execution, playing for the late game. The crowd control was a problem in the beginning, but they were able to push through and persevere it. So now jumping into game number 2, we've seen some of the bans on the way. The Masha, yet again, from the side of R8, trying to limit the capability over there from Maro. We got to see him showcase that in the upper brackets, and it was a problem being able to harass and get to the back line. The Mathilda, the double support, and the Angela right now for the side of Twisted Minds, which is a little interesting considering that Twisted Minds has first pick. I mean, I feel like they would be able to get this either one of these heroes if they wanted to, but nonetheless, they're gonna go ahead and limit that off the table. There goes the R-Lot. This is a little bit more traditionary ban style, but you know who's still here? Barats. Does it walk?
Yeah, well, we're going to see as well. I mean, we still got 2 bans out there as well. Definitely looking to see what we have in that mage. I'm not a huge fan. I know you love the Eve in there. I just feel like in the current meta, there's a reason why she hasn't been meta, is because it takes any hero already. I mean, even Odette, I guess, is the same way, but any hero that kind of stands still for a significant amount of their ult is going to be a huge target and needs to be able to do an amount of damage that can really, like, oppress the enemy. Eve doesn't really have that. She can slow them. She's going to be playing more of a support role in that mid position, where we've seen a lot of these mids just have that awe-inspiring damage, a ton of CC that they're going to be able to kind of hand out there. So we'll see if that kind of comes in there. As you were talking about, Barat's immediately banned by the side of Twisted Minds, and looking for that last ban for the side of R8. Wondering if maybe we we're going to take out the Fredrin from their side.
All right, so Harith is on the table. It should be picked up from the side of Twisted Minds. First pick, definitely something you want to kind of prioritize. I expect the Roger to come out here for the side of R8 as a response back. Definitely both of them valuable options. Not mid lane pressure in the ban so far, so you still have the Vexon on the table. You still have some other heroes such as the Valentina, such as the Navaria, who we've seen kind of dominate on the pro scene. There goes the Harith we were talking about, though. It's been one of the bullies inside of the gold lane. You get the low cooldown rate, you can spam on that Zaman Force and rush in with the Synchro Fission and take down majority of the people that you're going up against. Roger, usually one of the only contenders that kind of goes head to head with that Harith so far. And so we'll have to kind of see, but that is going to be magic damage for the side of Twisted Minds. So you got to keep that in mind. They are running that magic damage inside of the gold lane compared to Roger, who's going to be more physical. So we have to say which way this goes. Nonetheless, though, I'm liking the way the draft is going so far. And this is the thing that MENA and EU have in common, is the prioritization on and getting the gold lane up front, especially when that Harith is available.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I brought up before the cast is something that Lu Yi, one of my favorite heroes to see out there, alongside of the Yuzong. You're gonna have the diversion out there, and this is the big thing. Can R8 successfully use that diversion? Because I want to say that is something that a lot of players kind of sleep on. They'll just use the passive of her, the yin yang, to kind of be a lot of that damage, that little CC ability. But the biggest part, especially when it comes to 5-mans, is that diversion. Getting them around the map, behind enemy lines for a lot of those ganks, getting them toward the Lord very quickly, getting your teammates back to the lane quicker. But one thing I was going to bring up about Harith is something I brought up to Wheezy earlier, is I didn't know this, but actually you only need like 1,700 gold to max out the cooldown you need for Harith to be able to spam his abilities during the Zaman Force. You only need the Magic Boots, Azure Blade, and the Book of Sage. So you don't even need full items to be able to kind of just do an immense amount of damage on Harith. And those item changes and some of the changes on the Harith are what has made him like a staple of this meta right now, and especially in that gold lane.
Yeah, he's definitely hard to deal with and could be a problem for the side of R8 if left unchecked. We're still yet to see the gold lane for the side of R8. Could pull out something like the carry here. The only reason I'm saying this is because you have the Boxia and you have the Edith, and you definitely want to have a marksman that can kind of chunk down the high HP hero pool. But they're going to go in for some CC immunity inside of the jungle, a little bit of a safety measure to possibly have an easier time on the neutral objectives. Go in for the Martis, and it's going to be interesting, right? It could be a problem for the side of Twisted Minds for a couple of reasons. You have the Lu Yi, like you said, it's going to be big on the diversion plays. If she can find the placements and she can get to those neutral objectives before Twisted Minds can get there, if they can get the element of surprise in the bushes for the side lanes, and then you have a Martis there with the Decimation who's already an early game bully, that's where R8 can kind of profit here. But for the side of Twisted Minds, I mean, they have a lot of crowd control, they have a lot of strong frontline presence, they have great damage and a low cooldown rate from the Harith inside of the gold lane for some great team initiation. So I think both sides have the answers, but so far, I think when it comes to the neutral objectives, it's going to lean more in favor for the side of R8. Only reason being is because you have the Lu Yi and you have heroes that are trying to rush in and initiate, and as soon as you get hit with that duality from the Lu Yi on that Boxia, on that Edith, it's going to group everybody together to make it very hard to push into her.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about Lu Yi. When you have a front line, you have to be scared as a mage or a marksman player because you can't get that close because of the splash damage that comes off of Lu Yi's abilities. So she can hit the person in front, splash it onto you, boom, you've got a mark on you, you've got that duality, boom, and then you guys are all meeting in the middle for a little bit of a huddle and taking heaps of damage. They do have a lot of, I want to say the early game does favor R8 a lot here, but I mean, which is really interesting because I want to say this the drafts so far have kind of been favoring the second pick lately, well, at least as we've started here. We see some of the bands coming out there. Paquito and Khalid taken off the table for R8. Claude and Natan taken off for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the Khalid's definitely interesting. I mean, I feel like they had knockup to be able to deal with them, especially with the Edith, but maybe it's just a little bit of that comfort pick, trying to limit it from the side of Twisted Minds. But like we said, both sides definitely have some answers. The splash damage is something that Twisted Minds is going to have to watch out for. The diversion plays over there from the Liu Yi defender on this Yu Zhong. I mean, like we said, he's going to be able to hover around. We saw the Yu Zhong, but it was on Twisted Minds who had that last game with Mike Sama. But this time, it is going to be Defender who's going to be running that. Should be able to zone out the entire team. Should have the mobility, the survivability from the Shaw Essence, the Shaw Residue. But when I look at the side of R8, right, we still need to figure out who their late game damage dealers is. We see a lot of initiation. We see a lot of early game pressure. We see a lot of crowd control. And there it goes. There's the late game damage dealer. Like we said, Moskov is back on the competitive scene, showcasing for EU&MENA for the Snapdragon Pro Series.
I was about to say, R8 said, sold. You sold me on the Moskov pickup. We're going to go ahead and pick that up ourselves. I mean, it's not a terrible pick. It's not something I usually like when you come up to a lot of the marksmans and the potential that's out there. But, I mean, we saw from the last game, I mean, as soon as he kind of gets some of those items out there, I mean, he is chunking. It's just going to come down to a little bit of that CC. The biggest problem for R8s in the Moskov that they faced is they spent all of their abilities on the mage, so they had nothing to jump on the Moskov here during those engagements, and that's something here. Twisted Minds, I'm not sure they're going to have a problem. I mean, you're going to pick up the Kadita, so you're going to have that ability to kind of get in there, possibly get that Petrify onto him to chunk him down, and you've got a lot of CC. Mike Sama already picking up the Lapu Lapu there. That's going to be a big backline dive as well.
Yeah, and Boro going to pick up the Grok to respond back. You talked about the crowd control, and what better roam than the Grok to be able to hug that wall and anti-immune that crowd control. And that's going to be his game plan, trying to open up some of these initiations with the wild charge. Both sides locked in, ready to jump into the land of Dawn. Twisted Minds currently match point up against R8 in the lower bracket quarterfinals. One shot for victory, one shot and climbing up that ladder for a chance to qualify into the challenge season. Definitely let us know which way you guys think this is going to go. Definitely follow all the highlights today through the Snapdragon Pro Series social media and private. We're in for a show. We get to see the Moskov again. We get to see some crowd control from both sides, some spicy engagement. We get to see MENA on both sides of the table fight this out, but only one team will be able to go that distance. I'm hoping for a game number 3. I don't like to see those one-sided stories, but hey, that's going to be up to the side of Twisted Minds and R8 Esports to decide which way this goes.
Yeah, it's not just a loss you're competing for here. This will end your time here for the Snapdragon series here. You're going to be going home if you lose this matchup. So, you know, R8's going to be trying to pull out all the stops. Yeah, definitely going to have to bring their A game. Now, a couple of conditions on the board to work for both sides. R8, Joki on this Liu Yi, definitely going to have to use the duality, especially up against the frontline presence, group them together for the initiation that his team can rush in and get those kills on. The diversion plays are going to be big as well. If he can find his way into a bush, force some pickoffs with his teammates, they may be able to take the early game advantage. Look at the damage already. Oh, and then the Petrified Joki goes down. What a clean combination from the side of Twisted Minds. And this is, you're already getting the value out of that Kadita pick from Cuffin. We were just talking about what Joki needed to do to make this work in his favor. But I think Twisted Minds one step ahead of that. Able to burst him down. It's going to limit his mid potential. It's going to limit his level 4 possibly if he's not careful. But yeah, Twisted Mind's able to get that kill. That does go over to Soda, which means he's going to have jungle advantage, especially up against Bazo. Since he was able to get that kill, he's going to be a little bit ahead in the farm. But like I said, this is Bazo running on this Martis, so he will have that decimation. He will have the anti-immunity to CC. Not only just him, but Boro as well. Both of them can kind of limit the crowd control capability from Twisted Minds. Yeah, really interesting here because I was really expecting Boro and Joki to have the rotation, I want to say, like down pat. You have the instantaneous clear from the Grok and Joki, but I mean, they're just being held at bay. Immediately, they're going to be going down to the bottom lane, but you have 3 of them already on the side of Twisted Minds down there to try and protect. Not sure if they know it. A little bit of an engagement on bottom lane. You can see big pop-up lands, and Joki is down again. Joki!
What is going on right now? 2 deaths so far in the last 2 minutes. That's 1 death per minute for the mid lane of our esports. Definitely not what he was expecting, but now both sides ready to take it into the turtle pit. Bazo being zoned out though by Mike Sama. Not gonna be able to get in there.
Yeah, Mike Sama, Morrow, and Cuffin doing a great job. Mike Sama is going to be trying his best to get in there, but it's not enough. Hoda's going to pick this up. This is just a great a macro mindset that's being exhibited here by Twisted Minds. They're just a few seconds ahead of R8 Esports at every single turn, whether it's the ganks at mid lane, whether it's the ganks at the bottom. They're just always prepared, and it seems like a surprise to R8 Esports.
Yeah, damage leaderboard over there. It's going to go to Mike Sama as well. Like we said, he was zoning out, doing a great job stopping R8 Esports jungler Bazo from being able to get into the turtle pit. It's just some great synergy from the side of Twisted Minds, especially getting that early kill on the Jokey in the mid lane. Like you said, we got to see Cuffin rush in with the rough waves, able to get that kill nice and early. The Petrify definitely coming into play, keeping Bazo and the side of R8 Esports on their tracks. Need to be careful though, especially for Jokeys. He's starting to fall behind in the mid lane, especially up against Cuffin, who already has 2 assists. He's been initiating on a lot of these fights, and it's just, again, a lot of crowd control. But this time on the side for Twisted Minds, and it's looking like it's a problem for R8 Esports.
Yeah, and even alone right now, Speedy having a heck of a time trying to deal with Sano. Oh, Jokey caught again with the rotations. A flicker is out, but it's not going to save him. And now Boro going to get caught as well. Hoda in the front trying to cut off his escape as Bazo looking for, just running for the hills right now. He just watched 2 of his players get their clocks cleaned.
Hoda is just writing the team members from R8 on his shield right now. He's 4 kills in. The jungler coming alive, Hoda. Twisted Minds off to a great start. Jokey though, 3 deaths in the last 4 minutes. I don't know what Jokey did to Twisted Minds, but definitely don't recommend trying that at home. Jokey needing to find a way to kind of stay alive, stay in the back line, and not get bursted down from the side of Twisted Minds. Maybe even Boro needing to kind of rotate around with him and allow him to stay alive and initiate these team fights with the duality.
Yeah, and it's kind of, it has to do with the rotations and being protected as a mage, especially somebody like a Lu Yi who has no real escaping ability. Oh, Cuffin does find a kill onto Bazo. Black Dragon is out. Boro down, or Morrow is down next to Boro. Not just yet. Defenders running for the hills right now. Catches himself a stun, looking for an escape, but he is not long. Mike Sama finds a kill, puts it into his pocket while his team finds a turtle.
That's a 3-for-1 trade for the side of Twisted Minds, and they get the turtle on top of that, and they take the turret on the top side, and they take the turret on the bot side. 5 kills for Soda so far, and when they initiated that team fight on the turtle, they focused on Bazo.
And Jokey is down again, caught by the slow from Sano and that Zaman force, and then finished off by Cuffin. He is just having a rough time with this Lu Yi. It felt like the early game was just a little bit of a lack of respect for the damage that Twisted Minds was going to be able to do in this early game.
I guess we know why Twisted Minds didn't ban the Lu Yi. It looks like they had a plan this entire time for it. Feather Heaven being picked up over there by Sano, slowly working toward those core items. The marksman, who you've been seeing deal a lot of damage, feared by all on the MENA and EU scene. Prioritized first in the draft as well, and definitely going to be providing some value if left unchecked. But right now, credits to Hoda on this Baxia pickup. This is the best Baxia game we've seen so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series. Able to get 5 kills within the last 6 minutes, and you're already seeing Jokey trying to find the opportunity, now getting in there with a little bit of that duality, a little bit of that crowd control, but just a little too late to the punch. Would have looked forward to seeing that a little bit earlier in this game, and I think this is where Twisted Minds is going to start to profit as they seize the opportunity.
Yeah, they dive again onto Jokey. It's just right now they're at a point that the Black Dragon is out. Bazo finds a kill. Sano now finds a kill onto Speedy. Hoda, ooh, big pop-up from the side of R8, but they are looking for an escape, just narrowly dodging a stun from Mike Sama, and now minions at the mid. They're looking to take this mid tower.
Yeah, 2-for-1 trade again. Bazo's going to find Morrow, but 2 members fall for the side of R8, and now going to seize the opportunity for the tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, and you can see the damage coming out. The spear is out as well. Moskov looking to join the fight. Defender finding himself a little bit of a kill there. Immediately, it's still 10-3 right now. And minions starting to spray away at the tier 2 tower of R8 Esports.
Yeah, you look at the bot side, Speedy forced to split down there. Definitely needs to kind of control that those minions. But you are gonna see the turtle go to Twisted Minds again. 3 turtles under their belt, 2 towers. No towers for the side of R8 Esports yet to put a dent in the map for the side of Twisted Minds. Damage leaderboard is gonna go over to Sano on this Harith, which is definitely interesting considering he hasn't really had any kills yet. So just imagine how this is gonna go if Twisted Minds keeps up this pressure. Up by 6,000 gold. Tia Halberd picked up over there by Mike Sama, ready for the anti-heal, especially going up against the defender on this Yu Zhong. He's already got 2 kills. He has the highest kills on the board for the side of our esports, but the highest kills in the game still over there for Hoda, as we are going to go ahead and give a quick little technical pause, and this gives us an excellent time to try and break down what we've been seeing so far. First of all, what is going on with Joki in the Luyi?
I'm not sure what Joki did to Twisted Minds, but I can tell you with utter certainty, he is sorry. He is sorry. He will never do it again because, man, they are locked onto him. Nowhere is safe. He can't even clear out minions in his lane because they dive under tower, quickly able to take him out. And this has just been the story, whether he's in the lane just minding his own business, whether he's rotating. They're ahead of the rotations. They're diving under towers for him. And they've really kind of shown kind of, I want to say that some of the biggest weaknesses when it comes to a Luyi pick who doesn't really have an escape, doesn't have any dashes. You're just really kind of hoping that you can connect a lot of your passives with your yin yang and all of that to kind of be able to get away. And here, Twisted Minds, I mean, showing just how oppressive they can be.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, normally I would think, okay, you run multiple front lines, you run multiple dive heroes. I would think the Luyi would profit there, right? You just get that duality off and their control. But if you miss that duality, boy, oh boy, you're about to get set up with some damage that you'll remember for the rest of your life. And I think that's what we're seeing right there from Joki. And honestly, it's very impressive to see. It looks like a full dive composition can actually overwhelm a Luyi where you would think it would profit. And that's what we're seeing so far from the side of Twisted Minds. Off to another great start. Keep in mind, this is match point. If Twisted Minds does claim victory here, they will be moving on to the semifinals for the lower bracket. We'll knock out R8 Esports from the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. Both sides holding that banner from MENA, so definitely something to be proud about. This is the first series that we get to see 2 teams from MENA fight it out as well. And like we said, some differences that we've been seeing so far compared to the EU scene. But make sure you guys subscribe. Make sure you follow all the social medias. Make sure you check out all the highlight plays. We got to get a highlight play of how many times they dove into Joki just with this match alone. But speaking of diving into the Land of Dawn, we go. R8 Esports up against Twisted Minds. Match point for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and we can see right now, I mean, this is all Twisted Minds right now. They've got about a 6K gold lead. Ooh, a little bit of a connection there on to the side of Twisted Minds, but they're waiting. They're just waiting for a lazy rotation from R8 Esports to kind of go ahead and jump on them. Already looking to the back line, they're looking for Joki. That's exactly what that is. That's why they dove through there. And that's just telling you how bloodthirsty they are for it. And Hoda actually takes a heap of damage, but with 6K behind, I mean, you're not going to be able to do enough to kind of make him scared just yet. And we're obviously just waiting for Twisted Minds to make some type of mistake.
I mean, right now, we're just waiting for Speedy to rack up those core items to deal the damage necessary. Can still play bot side.
Yeah, you can see that Joki actually finds a kill, a little bit of payback now, but the rest of R8 are running for the hills. You can see Hoda doing his best. Mike Sama out there as well. Black Dragon is out looking for an opportunity, but not able to find one just yet, as they're going to go ahead and reset onto this Lord.
And this is where the Yu Zhong is crucial. The amount of time you can stay in the air with the Black Dragon is huge. It's able to kind of zone out Twisted Minds from pushing onto your team and still able to get back to safety with some time to spare. But Joki finding another kill, finds Mike Sama. 2-5-1. Maybe the technical pause is what he needed.
A huge diversion found 4 members of R8 Esports at the bottom lane, and they absolutely bamboozled Mike Sama, who checked the bush, and suddenly there were 4 members inside of it. Joki actually starting to come online here, and R8 Esports starting to, I want to say, take this back from the grasp of defeat. I want to say a little bit over a 3K, or no, it's still about a 6. No, this is about a 3K gold lead only for Twisted Minds right now. So they've been able to kind of shorten this gold lead and still looking for opportunities to maybe turn this around.
And speaking of turning around, Speedy just picked up the Demon Hunter sword. Diversion play, though, on the bot side. The recall, ready to rack up some damage with a highlight play, but not going to find anybody. They actually just recalled all 3 of them. Just went back to the base, but that means they don't have the diversion play. A little bit of wasted utility, but it was definitely worth it. I think they were trying to recon, gather some information, try and get a nice little element of surprise for a pickoff. As you are seeing us, Hoda pull the aggro for this Lord. Radiant armor picked up by Boro, trying to limit the damage, especially over there from Cuffin, especially from Sano in the long-range battle with the magic damage.
Yeah, I do like that. They came in with the diversion. They weren't able to find anything. They immediately, all right, let's get back to base. Let's repeat this again, see if we can find something. We have another diversion out there, but not able to find. It looks like they were looking for Mike Sama, but I want to say oh no, concealed play. Joki in trouble. They're landing on him as the Black Dragon is out. Damage coming out, actually able to find a kill onto Cuffin. Speedy finds one on Tomorrow. They are trading back and forth. 3 down for the side of Twisted Minds. Hoda, for an escape. In comes the warrior stance there from Mike Sama, now chasing off the rest of R8 who are looking for an escape, and a tower down for R8 Esports in the meantime.
Mike Sama pulled up. What a turnaround with the bravest fighter, with the raging slash. He said, no, there's no way we're letting you win this clash. There's no way I'm gonna let you overwhelm Hoda. I'm pulling up. And I'm ready to take the distance, and he's going to force the side of R8 Esports to push back. But R8 Esports are starting to get a little surgical, starting to get a little guerrilla warfare on the way as they're using these diversion plays across the map, trying to find the individual pickoffs and overwhelm it with the numbers. You're seeing most of the team are jumping in those diversion plays because they want to win with sheer numbers against whoever they can catch by surprise. But now, the Lord play on the way. Aggro pulled in from the side of Twisted Minds for the initiation, but Bazo in retribution distance.
Oh, you can see Speedy comes in with that. Oh, a nice little pop-up there for R8 Esports. Black Dragon from the flank of it. Taking a heap of damage, though. Goes down. Sano finds a kill. Joki finds one onto his opposing mage. Is he going to be able to transition this? We do have a concealed play out there. Maro and Hoda looking for an opportunity, not able to find one. Another diversion out. And just like that, Twisted Minds has no idea where R8 Esports are, lurking from this bottom bush. Oh, man, they're looking for an opportunity. They're waiting for this Lord to just get down close enough. Speedy doing a good job kind of holding off the line on the other side. Here they come. Can they find an opportunity here? Lord down. Bazo able to find the Lord. Speedy finds a kill as well. Sano, and there's only 1 kill that they were able to get for the side of Twisted Minds, and that was a Joki, as ironic as that would be, and R8 Esports now pushing for the win down the mid lane.
Look, Twisted Minds at this point, as long as they get Joki, that's all they care about. But R8, the turnaround play.
Yeah, and right now you can see Hoda. They're trying to defend this right now. Oh, they're going to actually be able to find maybe a kill here? No, they're not able to find it just yet. Lord coming up at the top. This is a Luminous Lord, and they are pushing for the win, looking to turn it around. They don't have minions just yet. So now down to 50%. They do have a little bit of a pop-up there. Speedy in trouble. Black Dragon is out, and this might have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew on the side of R8 Esports, now forced to run away and not even able to take advantage of this Lord at the top lane.
Oh, I know that stings. That's bittersweet for R8 Esports. A matter of seconds, and they could have closed that game out right there. I mean, look at the base crystal. They started to chip some damage in, but the minions were literally a couple steps away. I mean, that's just a little bittersweet. I know that kind of stings as they had to retreat out there, but nonetheless, definitely some great gameplay from them. They're starting to turn this around in their favor, and this is not because they had some massive advantage to turn it around, right? This is just sure willpower, sure decision-making as a team, unifying together and being very tactical on how they approach these team fights. It started with this diversion play into that bush to be able to catch Twisted Minds off guard, and that's where Jokey came alive on that Lui, right? Uses a duality, groups them all together, catches them by surprise. They're trying to burst down that Lord with all their utility, and then you have Bazo come through and clean house with the decimation, forcing Hoda out of there, back to safety. And this is where R8 is able to kind of turn this around. You're going to see the Sia Halberd picked up by Speedy now. A little bit of anti-heal on his way. Definitely can work in his favor. Right now, we're almost at the even Stevens, and R8 Esports, they're technically ahead, and this is dangerous, especially with Speedy on this Moskov.
You can already see how careful Twisted Minds is now. They have the fear of the bushes now. They don't know where R8 Esports is. And this is one of the biggest things. Oh, another diversion coming out. They're not going to be able to find anything with this one just yet. So, but this is something that I always like to see. Like, I don't mind if the entire team makes the wrong decision. As long as it's the entire team making that decision, you can make that successful. And that's what I want to say R8 Esports is doing here. They're just putting all their eggs into one basket. We're going to go ahead with the diversion. Do we find anybody? Nope. But they've had some great opportunities where they found great flanks on the Twisted Minds when it comes to a lot of these objectives, and now in a good position to be able to contest or actually start and initiate this next Lord.
It's one of those situations, it's like when you're wrong but you're doing the right thing, you're still technically right, and when you're right, and that's what's working in their favor. Grouping together on these diversion plays and not running as an individual, playing as a collective. And this is where Twisted Minds is starting to fall a little short. We're starting to see the synergy from our esports, especially with their backs against the wall, especially knowing that this is match point. If they lose here, they're knocked out of the Snapdragon Pro Series and will have to live to fight another tail on the next season. And they're ready to go the distance up against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the big pop-up does land on Namaro. Activated that Primal Rat. Speedy in trouble, gets taken out by Hoda. Black Dragon not quick enough to come in. You can see Mike Sama, just misses that stun. But is it going to be enough? Now, Twisted Minds turn their attention back to the Lord. There's one down for the side of R8 Esports, but it is a big one. That is Speedy. That is your huge amount of damage for R8 Esports.
All right, it's backs against the wall. What do you do here? They can't go in for the contest. They don't have the numbers. Bazo, I'm not sure that's what he wants to take. You have Cuff and you have Mike Sama there ready to kind of catch him off guard. But whoa!
Boro with
play.
the 5,000 IQ play there. Walls out the Lord and resets it for Twisted Minds, and now they're gonna have to go back to base. I don't think they want this fight just yet, because now you're gonna have full numbers of R8 Esports out.
Yeah, very surgical on the Guardian's barrier, able to reset the Lord by R8 some time, especially with Speedy being down. He's now back in action, which means R8 has a chance to contest this. And there goes reset again. That was a big brain play, but look at the top side. Look at the positioning from Speedy. I think he may go in for the back door. I don't know if he's gonna go in for the team fight. And does Twisted Minds know he's there? Definitely gonna have to watch out for him. We're gonna keep our eyes on the map as we progress through this Lord, but 50% HP. And right now, R8 looking to contest.
Oh, man, he's not going to be able to get that back door just yet. He let a minion slip through. Down to about 10%, starting to zone out the rest of R8 Esports. In comes a Speedy. Is he going to be able to make something out of this? Both Jokey and Speedy find kills on their own. Hoda able to get the Lord, but at what cost, as Speedy is lighting up Twisted Minds? And diversion is out. Cuffin's escape has been cut off. He might not be long for this world. Taken out by Bazo. The Lord is out, but R8 Esports can close this one up.
That's right. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me, as R8 Esports is able to push through the base crystal, take game number 2, and even out the series up against Twisted Minds. Cool, Calm, and Collective, Guerrilla Warfare, and Surgical. Man, oh man, how sweet is it to go to a game number 3?
Man, and let me tell you, this is something that I did not see yesterday. We were talking about it. We had very one-sided games. And I was talking about what makes those great teams is being able to take those hits in the early game and turn it around. And nobody quite took hits the way that Jokey did in this game.
Yeah, but at the end, it was all worth it as they were able to kind of push through for the victory. And Jokey was really one of the main reasons why R8 Esports was able to turn this back around. The diversion plays were massive toward the mid to late game, and imagine how much of a victory it could have been even earlier if Joki had an early start on these diversion plays. But nonetheless, some good gameplay from both sides, some great execution, good synergy all across the board. Definitely not a one-sided story between both teams and MENA. And like I said, this is where you see the difference between MENA and EU. When EU is ahead, they stay ahead and they close the game out early with a one-sided fashion. But with the MENA side of things, it's you never know which way it's going to go. Right when you think one side has the advantage, you get the guerrilla warfare, you get the tactical gameplay, you get the synergy with their backs against the wall, and they turn it around.
Yeah, and a big thing here is the fact that this is the reason that they were so focused on Joki here, is to make sure that he could not be that effective, but still effective in the late game when it came to those diversions, setting them up on the flanks for a lot of these fights, putting on the damage there. It's just some of those early rotations that he found himself alone. Immediately, Twisted Minds was able to kind of capitalize on that, and you can see here with the damage taken, especially they started coming online there, even with Speedy. They took down Speedy, and then let's talk about Boro. Boro with that 9,000 IQ play there, throws down a wall in between the Lord to push the Lord out of bounds so that it resets, giving R8 an opportunity to come back and win that fight. Just amazing play here, plays by all of R8.
Yeah, just definitely some great execution, as we are going to go ahead and take a look at Speedy over there on that Moskov, dealing massive damage toward the late game, full items as well. You seen that 78% kill participation, 4 kills on the board, but if it would have went any later, it definitely would have started racking up. And this is where the Moskov starts to become a major threat toward the late game when left unchecked. And just credits to him, as we are going to take a look at the heat map.
Yeah, he was basically all over the map, trying his best to kind of be not as effective, I want to say, as when we saw what Twisted Minds were doing with the Moskov. He kind of just stayed in his lane, then kind of passed off to the next lane, waited for those items, was very patient, but there was no time to really be patient in this game. You had your backs against the wall the entire first half of this by Twisted Minds, finding the kills onto your mage. I mean, there's not much. You can't just sit in your lane and just let that kind of slide. So he was doing his best to kind of keep himself farmed up so he could be that menace during the mid and late game, and eventually able to find that team play with R8 when it came to those diversions, when it came to getting those flanks, when it came to those team fights. R8, I'm so in shock with how well they came together, because that beginning of that game is rage-inducing for any player when they're saying, they're just like, again, he's dead again, another kill onto our mage. Like, what do we do here? They weren't protecting the mage too when it came to a lot of these rotations, and then sometimes it was just the mage kind of wandering out by themselves. But it was a completely different team through the second half of that game. Once the diversions came out, once it was no longer the laning phase, they came together as a team and really kind of held that line with some amazing plays by the entirety of the team.
Yeah, and speaking of amazing plays, guys, you can catch them all on the social media for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Check out the highlights, not only for today, but also for day 1 of the Open Finals between EU and MENA fighting it out. Today's definitely been exciting. We're at the edge of our seats watching this gameplay, watching the action. Right when you think it's going to go one way, it goes the other. And that's what you love to see in the MLBB scene. A great start to the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. And this is MENA versus MENA right now. Twisted Minds up against R8. Twisted Minds, like you said, they were invited here. They earned their spot through the long run of last year. But when you look at R8, they had to kind of rush through. They had to win their spot in the open qualifiers out there for MENA. So definitely showcasing that they're ready to go that distance, just like Twisted Minds. And it's now even 1-1. Something that is standing out between both sides is Moskov was on both sides when the teams won. So I guess now we're starting to understand why the Moskov has been banned out. Now we're starting to officially put a stamp on it that Moskov is back in the meta with the split push capability, with the Spear Destruction to be able to throw that across the map. Just able to deal the massive damage output in the late game is something that you got to put on your radar now, especially for the EU and the MENA scene.
Yeah, well, there needs to be an answer for it. You need to be able to kind of lock it down. I will say my love for Moskov is at about a level of my love for Hanabi. If you know, you know. So it's just, it's interesting that both of these teams able to successfully use a strategy like that against each other, knowing kind of the strengths and weaknesses of a hero like that. We did see, I want to say, a little bit well-equipped R8s, especially in that last bit where they were able to kind of have the Moskov try to split push, and it was great because he's able to split push as soon as the fight starts out. He spears himself back into the fight, so he's a member of it, all while having minions kind of spraying out there. So you have all these different angles of kind of offense coming for R8 at the end of that game. And Twisted Minds, I mean, are we probably going to see potentially a Moskov ban here?
That's what I'm going to ask. A Moskov ban, or I would even say a Lu Yi ban at this point, because Lu Yi is what really was the bread and butter that kind of kept them in there. Like, those diversion plays is what gave Moskov, Speedy the opportunity to be able to rush in and get those kills. So I definitely am going to be looking forward to that in game number 2. Like we said, or game number 3, this is the distance now. Both sides currently sitting at match point, able to even out the playing field. But like we said, one team will be getting knocked down today from MENA. Will that be Twisted Minds invited here, or will that be the side of R8 who kind of climbed through the open qualifiers? So we're expecting some great things. Like we said, it's a little bit different than what we saw yesterday. Not as one-sided, jam-packed with the action and the excitement. Even the Yuzong today is doing a lot better. We kind of mentioned that how the Yuzong was looking at. We could take a couple of looks at the highlights and check out how everything was rolling. But the Yuzong was one of those deciding factors, especially rushing in for the initiations. As you are going to see right there, a couple of the spicy engagements, the furious dives, the knockups, the Boxia also profiting from Hoda.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great counter for Lu Yi in the early game, especially the Cuffin on the Kadita pick there, because you're not going to be able to put those abilities, those yin yanks, as she dives under the platform there and then pops you up. So I mean, it was a great start for Twisted Minds. They had a great plan. It's just, I mean, you can only hold somebody down for so long, and eventually able to kind of come back. I mean, we talked about it before. This is exactly why they put so much pressure onto Joki, because they knew what was going to happen if they didn't. I mean, could you imagine if Lu Yi had gotten farmed up quicker throughout the game? If they didn't put that much pressure on her, this game probably would have been a little one-sided.
And this is why we see Lu Yi kind of banned out, especially on the international scene, just worldwide. The Lu Yi it's been such a threat. Even when you see a team so far behind, just one diversion play can be the difference in being able to take that game back in your favor, especially the later you go. And like you said, this is game number 3, going the distance. 2 teams out of MENA, R8 Esports and Twisted Minds, ready to go the distance. One final shot as we are jumping into the draft. Let us know which way you guys think it's going to go. Do you see R8 pulling it through with the reverse sweep? Do you see Twisted Minds being able to close this out and move on forward to the lower bracket semifinals?
Yeah, it looks like we are going to have a substitution in for Twisted Minds. Troll's going to be bringing it up here to see if maybe he can kind of change this, especially now that they do not, but they haven't had any problems with second pick Twisted Minds. They were able to win the first one with second pick as well. We're going to see the Boxia ban. I'm actually very surprised to see how I want to say prioritized Boxia is here. I don't remember seeing too many bans and picks up yesterday, but he's always kind of I've always kind of thought of him as kind of like a reactionary pick when the team has heavy magic, heavy healing on their team, and you need that tanky front line that has that stock anti-heal and magic defense. But here, they've been using him very well. He has very fast clear speed. He's able to traverse the map very fast, and kind of matches up when it comes to like Martis, when it comes to like jungle clearing speed.
Yeah, and he could definitely be a problem if left unchecked. And like I said, we've been seeing EU and MENA kind of prioritize the Boxia a lot, which is a little bit different than what I'm used to seeing. But he's always been like a staple jungler, but just not as heavily focused as what we're seeing, at least in the Snapdragon Pro Series. So maybe may step into that place as the child for the jungle as we progress through the challenge season. As we are seeing a couple of things on the board that are a little bit normal to what we've been seeing so far. The Natan, the Mathilda, not out of the ordinary, trying to limit the marksman pool. Like we said, we've been seeing the Harith Prophet a lot. It usually doesn't get banned out, and most of the time is often first picked, which should go into the hands of R8. They are going to go ahead and take out that Angela, which was also another first pick, even prioritized above the Harith when it walks through the draft. So right now, some smart drafting from both sides. About to see which way it goes. But the Harith, like we said, still on the table for the taking for R8.
You know what else is out on the table right now? Masha. So maybe we leave both of them open. So if we give them Harith, we take up Masha, or if they take Masha, we pick up Harith. Very interesting here. I'm wondering what that last ban is going to be. It looks like Twisted Mind's kind of taking their time about it too, realizing what they've left open. Do you give them the Masha? Do you give them the Harith? Do you take out both? And they're going to take out Barat. So both Harith and Masha. I'm expecting Harith to be the first pick here for R8, and then they're going to go ahead and pick up that Fredrin first.
Well, Lu Yi's still on the table too. Now, does Twisted Minds take the Lu Yi away from Joki and use it against them? I mean, it's good. It counters the Fredrin. Fredrin's weakness is crowd control, and it would be a good start in the right direction. You did mention the Maro, who has that crazy Masha playstyle. Definitely could pick that up if they want to. I think Maro got subbed, though, so Maro is not here anymore, so we'll have to see how that kind of plays out. And I mean, Maro was really the bread and butter when it came to the Masha pickup. I wonder if Troll can do the same thing for the side of Twisted Minds. But nonetheless, Fredrin, I mean, we call this a safe pickup, right? We know that he's good in the jungle. He's kind of can sustain himself. He can frontline a lot of that damage. But is it worth allowing not only the Harith to go to Twisted Minds, but also what's been prioritized in the XP lane majority of these matches, the Yuzong?
Yeah, that's the interesting thing here is we do have the Lu Yi actually open again for R8 here on their side, or unless we're gonna ignore it. You're right, it is a great counter, or it's just a great mage to have on your side, regardless of what kind of tank is on the enemy side. Oh, we're gonna go ahead and prioritize this Moskov. This is just amazing to me. This is what I love to see when it comes to other regions, is kind of like the priorities that they put into here and how maybe useful it can be. Grok picked up on the side of R8. You're going to have some pretty fast clear speed. This is what we kind of lacked in the last game from R8 and what I was expecting with the Grok pick. He's got a very fast clear, and that would have allowed a lot of early rotations for R8 so that you get the mage, you clear out mid, now you start rotating to the other lanes very quickly, especially once you get that wild charge. You can have some great setup attempts into those side lanes. Unfortunately, R8 just had a very rough game and a rough start to their game in the last game. So they're not able to really capitalize on that clearing speed of the Grok. And a Kai pickup for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and the Kai's good because the heavy spin, be able to kind of bully inside of the neutral objectives, especially going up against the Fredrin. Still going to have to watch out for the Grok, though. I mean, he's anti-immunity to CC when he hugs that wall, so the heavy spin's not going to do anything. You can't pin the Grok on the wall. It's the last thing you want to try and do. But I think this is more of a comfort pick over there for the side of R8, because we've seen the Grok, we've seen Boro, the one that kind of pulled that out, and the Grok was really good. It got that Lord still, or the Lord reset. Remember, it got the Guardian's Barrier drop down, and he forced the reset when they didn't have their marksman in play to be able to burst it down and take that fight. So I think it's more of a comfortability play that leans in R8's favor, and it did help out technically from delaying Twisted Minds from taking that neutral objective. And here we are in a game number 3 because of these decisions. So I'm not going to knock it. I think it's a wise decision to go with what you're comfortable with. Sometimes comfort can overshine what is meta when the right player is using it. So we'll have to see. I know you're dreading these Moskov games, though. I mean, it's crazy seeing it prioritized so much, but he's back. So it's exciting time. Right now, I'm looking at the Yuzong. I'm wondering how this is going to kind of play into it. Mike Sama should be the one to kind of switch and pick that up. But Yuzong, with the composition he's going against, it's going to be very hard to rush into a Moskov, into a Fredrin, and into a Grok. So I think he's going to have to be a little bit more decisive on this, a little bit more poised on the Black Dragon plays, trying to find the openers. But he is going to be the initiator in majority of these fights. He's going to be that wall with the Black Dragon to stop R8 from trying to take these neutral objectives.
Yeah, that's the one thing, too, is you're definitely going to have to make sure that your Petrify is up if you want to catch a Moskov from that Black Dragon form, because he's going to be able to spear you back, which is going to be very hard to kind of close that distance there. I do like the Akai pick, because when Fredrin can kind of, while Fredrin can kind of sit in that Lord pit, the heavy spins is going to pin him against the wall while he's trying to retreat. So that's going to give you a huge opportunity, because you're basically untouchable while you're heavy spinning. And you'll be able to get the retreat. Just depends on how well your team is kind of setting that up, because you do potentially, you can get bursted down by a lot of I want to say a lot of damage, which we don't really have just yet on the side of R8. Lu Yi taken off the board. Very smart ban there for Twisted Minds, because I don't think they were going to be looking forward to having that in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, trying to limit Joki's capability. We saw how much of a presence it had toward that late game. Not the early game, but the late game is where it really was decisive. Especially with that Valentina still being on the table. That's why they didn't pick it up first in the first half of the draft, because Twisted Minds would have just hit the Valentina, and then they would have had the diversion play as well. But with Valentina on the board, that's going to provide a possible wild charge for the side of Twisted Minds. Maybe a Spirit Destruction to get a Lord Still when all else fails could work in their favor. But time will tell. There's a lot of crowd control for the side of Twisted Minds. When you have a Valentina, when you have a Kai on your side, it stops a team from being able to invade into your jungle. They're not going to be able to go in and try and take the blue buff, the purple buff, the orange buff. They're not going to be able to take that away from Twisted Minds with this composition. Twisted Minds could be in a position where they could try and invade onto the Fredrin if they really wanted to. It's still going to be a little bit of a challenge, especially with this Edith being picked up. There goes the Navaria. Double the amount of sniping capability and late game damage for R8.
Yeah, really interesting here now, too, because I'm wondering who is the target for Mike Sama on this Yuzong when he comes in there. Navaria is going to be able to kind of keep that distance very far. If you try to lock onto her, you're going to be kited halfway across the map and well away from the objectives that you're looking for. Speedy's got a little bit of he's got a dash plus the ability to kind of be pushed back as well. And is that a Hellcurt?
Yeah, oh man, I'm just as shocked as you are. We got to get a reaction clip about how surprising that was. The Hellcurt, is gonna go ahead and rotate around the map. Definitely gonna use those stingers, those deadly stingers, to be able to pierce in and get some damage dealt. The assassin meta is starting to pierce through the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5. This is the first assassin that we get to see in the entire Snapdragon Pro Series, so I'm definitely excited for that. I feel like it's a little bit of a gamble for the side of Twisted Minds when you're on a game number 3, especially up against a Fredrin, especially when we're in more of a prominent, tankier meta with crowd control that you have to worry against. But that is up for Twisted Minds to decide. As ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into the final game for the first series in the lower bracket quarterfinals, Snapdragon Pro Series Day 2 Open Finals, R8 Esports up against Twisted Minds.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, both these teams are fighting for their survival in these brackets. Last game to be played. One will move forward. One will be going home here tonight. And I have to agree, when it comes to an assassin, there's a reason assassins kind of fall back a little bit as we take a look at some of these emblems.
Yeah, emblems on the board. As you are going to see Lethal Ignition picked up over there by the Hellcurt. He's running. Oh, this is still going to be the Akai. In the jungle, this is going to be Hellcurt running in the, wait. Oh? Is Hellcurt the roam, but he's running Execute in the roam. So this is the first time I have ever seen this in MLBB history. My goodness, what a treat to see. Definitely Twisted Minds getting very creative. First time I've ever seen a roamer use Execute.
I mean, I dare to say, like, I've seen this, but like this is like kind of lower ranks when people don't want to play roam. So they'll just pick those assassins with Execute, and they get hollered at by their team the entire time. Like, bro, if only we had a roam. We'll see if maybe R8 Esports can punish them for the lack of that kind of front line. They're gonna still have the Akai, which should be a decent amount of a front line, but we'll see how much that kind of plays in when it comes to some of these team fights and not being able to farm the way you would like to on a Hellcurt, who kind of likes those items.
I guess it's just gonna work in their favor because Hoda is running the Akai, so technically they do have the set capability in the tank hero, just in the jungle position. But yeah, it's gonna be a little bit of a challenge, not something you see every day, as the turtle play now on the way.
Yeah, Bazo very cleanly able to get that first turtle. Troll tried his best. He kind of just was just a little bit of a watch party there. Not able to make anything happen just yet. And that's kind of the problem, is he has no items. He has no real survivability. So you're going to have to be very picky and choosy about when you come in and try to initiate.
Yeah, definitely going to have to pick your poison and pick it well. Troll the carry on this Hellcurt. He's definitely going to have the element of surprise. The Dark Knight Falls to be able to limit the vision from the side of R8 Esports is going to be his primary focus. But without having the set potential, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the Hoda to kind of keep the team at bay while trying to get this neutral objective. But if there's any jungler that can do that, it's Akai. He's the best one to be able to pull that off with the heavy spin. But you're going to see some damage in the mid lane. Right there, Boral taking a little bit of damage. But he's been great so far on this Grok with the Guardian Barrier placements.
Yeah, and I was about to say another thing about the Akai, being able to hold a Lord, hold an objective. He can pretty much hold it forever. Oh my God, you see that snipe coming out. Mike Sana actually going to have to defensively use this black dragon form to get himself out of harm's way. But what I was saying about the Akai is he can hold objectives forever because every ability he does gives him a little bit of shield, which means that every single hit that these objectives can do, he can pretty much bounce that off of him because it's not going to really be ticking down health the same way it would Fredrin, who maybe has a nice little pin there against the wall against Sana as they go ahead, push a little bit at the top lane.
He's going for the attack speed too. He just picked up the Swift Boots for the Hellcurt. This is fun to watch. But yeah, nonetheless, we'll have to see how it kind of plays out. First neutral objective is going to go to R8 Esports, and that's a good start for them. We know these turtles can be the deciding factor, especially in the MENA and EU region, on who kind of controls the game. But that wasn't the story for game number one. We didn't, even though the turtles were there, the turret pressure was definitely more overwhelming. But now with both sides fighting it out on the top lane.
Yeah, and I want to say Sano found that. Oh, did that hit? No, it didn't. So he doesn't have any health just checked down just yet. Troll in the bush right now, just waiting for an opportunity. We do have an Astral Echo out. Oh, Speedy walks into there, into the needles, but is able to. Oh, we do have a Dark Knight falls out. Troll down. Defender finds the kill there. Sano finds a kill onto Boro and Cuffin. One onto Defender. 2 down for the side of R8. 3 down for R8, and Twisted Mind's going to come away with a fresh turtle.
Yeah, able to take it down. 3 members falling for R8. Twisted Minds finding the objective. The first one to fall, though, first blood was the Hellcurt, but he did get off that execute before he fell, and then maybe with the Deadly Stingers, that was the plan all along. Just get them low enough to where we can win the team fights, and we'll take care of the rest from the side of Twisted Minds, and that's what we kind of seen happen there. And now Boro fending off this purple buff for dear life, not trying to allow them.
Not able to protect his team. And that was just a great wall. He's to anybody else, I think would have been stunned, and they wouldn't have been able to catch up. But great little needles there by Troll, able to find Speedy and find the kill. 1-4 in favor of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Hunter Strike being picked up by Mike Sama is going to have the mobility, is going to have the physical pin super early, especially with it not being as expensive as some other items, can work in his favor.
Yeah, and right now we do see a little bit of that passive being warded off by Defender. A little bit of health coming back to Mike Sama. No worse for wear just yet. We're going to see how well this Hellcurt kind of plays in. I mean, I don't want to say it had a huge effect. He was able to put the damage on the Speedy to set off that initiation. We do have Dark Knight Falls is out. Ooh, and everybody else, you see the panic on everybody's faces. They're looking around.
Yeah, I mean, at least he can limit the vision. I think that's another element that they can use in their advantage, which could distract R8 and kind of keep them not as synchronized. I mean, synergy is what kept them alive in game number 2. It's how they were able to turn this game around. They started hugging together. They were moving more as a unit. But when you have that Dark Knight Falls in effect, you have to just kind of keep more pressure and presence on the map.
Yeah, Big Heavy Spin is out, trying to make its way through R8 Esports. In between 3 members. Looks like he might be able to get away. We have the Astral Echo is out. In comes the Hellcurt, looking for the damage. It does look like Bazo gets taken down, so a little bit of value now coming out of this Hellcurt roam from a Troll right now. He has 2 kills under his belt. Speedy, is he able to get away? They do find a tower, so Twisted Minds getting a lot of value out of this.
You're going to see a lot of Hellcurt roams in the regions for MENA and EU after today's game. If they can pull this off, and so far it's starting to work in their favor. Now up 5-1 up against R8. Definitely, like you said, that element of surprise is what's kind of hurting them right there. Boro trying to deny the push for the purple. Able to get it though. Big Astro Echo comes out to slow down the side of Twisted Minds, but they're able to take the objective and able to take the purple buff from the side of R8, limiting their farm capability. Bazo having a hard time on this Fredrin so far. 0-2-0. Troll the carry. Highest kills in the game. Actually tied up with Sano, though. Both of them in a kill race right now. You did see Blade of Heptases picked up by Troll the carry, too. He's just ready to go in and just annihilate whoever he can find first in these team fights. Up by now 3,000 gold.
Yeah, apparently Hellcurt is pretty common in the sea right now. Indonesia as well. As I'm being told, it's kind of procs the same way like a Natalia on your team as a roam, or possibly like a Hilda. One of those like does an immense amount of damage, can traverse the map very quickly to kind of maybe find some of those people that are like hiding out. Maybe those onesies and twosies who are out there alone. Oh, Defender with a Primal Rage dives pretty deep into the tower looking for something onto Mike Sama, but not able to find it just yet. Oh, we do have a Hoda here against a Bazo. They're teaming up here, but Joki looking for an opportunity, does send out a sphere. Sano taking a heap of damage, looked like he was trapped by that wall. Heavy spin. Bazo in trouble, pinned against the wall right now. Is that going to be enough? Black Dragon is out looking for the flank. Dark Knight Falls is out. Look at the damage being done to R8 Esports. Boro and Speedy are down. R8 looking for an escape, but Mike Sana cutting off that escape there.
Troll the carry, 4 kills now. The Dark Knight Falls, you can tell as soon as he rocks that, R8's vision is limited and it's affecting their team fight capability, and that's how they're able to kind of turn that back in their favor.
Oh, man, and here, Defender in trouble, going to be taken down. Quick work as Twisted Minds turn their attention to the Lord that has already started on by Sano.
Yeah, now going to be able to take this objective in their hand. They're able to get the turtle now, possibly going to be able to get this Lord. Legion Sword picked up over there by Troll the Carry too, man. What's he going in for a Blade of Despair? I can't wait to see which way this goes. But Sano is going to pick up the Holy Crystal. He's going to have some high magic power as they push through this match. Now 9-1. Twisted Minds starting to turn this in their favor, starting to have the chance to be able to close this out with a possible early finish. The snowball is starting to roll. All right, Esports yet to take a single turret away from the side of Twisted Minds as we look at the gold graph right there. Man, some great gameplay overall. Twisted Minds on fire. I would even say MVP might actually go over to Troll the Carry with the Hellcurt pick.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, apparently this is pretty common there. Sano coming in with that Zaman Force. Boro pinned against the wall, eating up that damage from Sano on that Harith. And that's going to be another kill for the side of Twisted Minds. R8 unable to find the momentum. The amount of damage now starting to come out from the rest of the team. You don't even just have to worry about Troll, as the rest of the team starting to come online with about a 7K gold lead.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is why I love casting on the international scene. You get to learn something new that's different from our normal cup of tea.
Dark Knight Falls is out. Troll decides against it. Actually took a little bit of a hit there from the side of R8 Esports before he backed up. Oh, and Speedy finds the kill, cutting off his escape.
What a play, a sniper in the making, but you're still seeing the pressure from Twisted Minds trying to take this tier 2 turret in mid lane. Boro and Bazo left to defend, but push back into the base. Down goes the last tier 2 turret, stripped down to their inhibitors. In the base they go. You're going to see Twisted Minds now putting that pressure in the jungle, limiting their farm capability up by 7,000 gold, and still holding on to every single turret. A lot of insurance in their favor for this game.
Heavy spin is out. Defender in a little bit of trouble, pinned against the wall. Now the rest of R8 Esports joins the fray. Hoda very low. You can see the Black Dragon is out, but getting bursted down. Defender gets taken out by Mike Sama at the buff. Cuffin finds a kill onto Bazo. That is 4 members down for R8 Esports. Twisted Mind possibly looking to walk this into R8 Esports core. They're going to try to make quick work of this tower. 8 seconds left on the timers. They don't have enough minions just yet.
Yeah, it's that bittersweet moment right when they think they're going to close it out. They don't have the minions behind them, but here come the minions on the bot side. But members are now spawning in from R8 to defend.
Yeah, you can see, coming in, Boro gets destroyed by Cuffin as he charges in for that wild charge, gets taken down. Zaman Force laid on the ground. Damage is out there. You can see a big energy eruption from Bazo. It's not going to be able to help them. A heavy spin is out, and down goes the jungler for R8 Esports. That's 3 down. Zaman Force down on the ground again. Speedy doing his best to try to fend off the assault and clear out the lanes.
Yeah, they can't continue to push that. Not with Speedy back in play. I mean, he'll be able to push them back and possibly be able to burst them down, and don't want to overstay their welcome, especially with the massive lead that they have right now. A lot of times we see teams, when they have this massive advantage, they get too overly aggressive, too overconfident, and that's where the other team starts to lean on their mistakes. But a wise decision from Twisted Minds to push back out of the base from the side of R8 and focus on this objective. But R8 not going to let their foot off the gas, not going to let this objective go without a fight. They do have the retribution coming on the way from the base, but can it get there in time?
Yeah, Black Dragon is out. They make short work of Speedy. That's a huge amount of damage that is going to be.
Oh!
Great. Esports comes in. Jokey's going to have to cheat going outside the bounds of the map to try to get away from Mike Sama in that Black Dragon form. And the rest of R8 Esports forced to disengage back to the core.
A good play from Mike, too. Very confident. Knew where to go. Knew how to cut off R8's food supply into the Lord Pit, and that's going to allow the objective to go to Twisted Minds yet again. And this is what we say. This is what the value of a Yuzong brings. The poise. When you know when to go in, when you know when to initiate at the right moment, and that is what Mike Sama did for the side of Twisted Minds with this Luminous Lord pushing through the mid lane, with the minions being synced, with the inhibitors falling down for the side of R8 Esports. Twisted Minds is going to try and close this out on game number 3 to earn their spot in the lower bracket semifinals, but R8 still has a possible final stand to turn this around.
I mean, I don't know what you do at this point. You're about 8K gold right now. It's 4-20. You're waiting for a mistake. Maybe they get a little greedy, come in there. They're going to make short work of that top high ground tower. Now they're going to go ahead, look for the engagement. Dark Knight falls out. He's looking for Speedy. Is he going to be able to find that kill? He does find it. Troll with another kill on to the marksman. R8 Esports are in trouble. A big wild charge out there as Mike Sama able to take down 2 members of R8 Esports. And it looks from here that Twisted Minds will get the victory and will progress in the Snapdragon series.
What a game. R8 falling like dominoes, one after another, as Twisted Minds closes out the series 2-1. Some great synergy, the power of the Hellcurt able to dominate with the execute, showcasing the meta for the EU&MENA region. 24-6. High kill game for Twisted Minds, as well as some great execution at the 14-minute mark.
I need to apologize for not having faith in this Hellcurt. Apparently, it's a huge thing in the Philippines. Beloski plays it. Geek Fam has played it, and we see why now. Just this surprise that it came out with Twisted Minds to be able to kind of find these kills. And I think ending it with like a 7 or 8 kills for Troll there had a huge effect on R8 Esports right from the beginning.
Yeah, we asked who's going to be the MVP. I'm looking forward to seeing this, but I think we all know what it's going to be. So we'll kind of wait on that. Should be Troll the carry, but nonetheless, some great gameplay from the entire team of Twisted Minds. Even Mike Sama. There goes the Black Dragon. Just look at it. 4-man dive. Able to zone out Jokey. Able to get back out to safety and open up the Lord play for Twisted Minds. And there goes the heart of the battle in the base for R8 on their final stand against Twisted Minds. Knocked out of the Snapdragon Pro Series. Twisted Minds able to close out this series 2-1. A great game, a great opener for today's matches. Overall, those with the execution, Gold Miner, Sano, most gold per minute. Carnage over there to him as well with the most damage dealt. Hoda, able to be the man of steel, sustaining the most damage. And then the Selfless with 18 assists going to Hoda as well.
Yeah, I absolutely did an excellent job here. It was a very big surprise, and I wonder how long Twisted Minds have been holding, keeping that bullet in the chamber for a while before kind of bringing it out here at the last moment against R8. And a huge surprise, absolutely threw me off there. Oh, Cuffin actually takes it. A deathless game from Cuffin. So, I mean, a great job by him. And especially, I mean, he's been pretty resounding in a lot of these games. Even in the last game, Cuffin was just an absolute menace to Jokey as well, getting a lot of those rough waves and finding a lot of those kills on the R8 mage in game 2. And then here, I mean, I want to say more in the sidelines there. He didn't take a death here because there are a lot more flashier plays going out there, but making the standard there for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, definitely making the standard, and it has been set. Check out the highlights, check out the social media for all the amazing clips from that series. But before we jump into the next game of the day, we will be going on a short break, so don't go anywhere. Definitely grab some popcorn, check out the highlights, and we'll be right back with you for the next series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, guys, we are back for the second series of the day. I mean, guys, the Hellcurt really brought on an electrifying show today.
Absolutely, and I'm actually eager to try that. I was just talking about it off screen. I'm eager to try that in some of the ranked matches just to see how powerful it can be in that roam position. Because I mean, if that last match was any inclination of it, it's going to have a very firm role.
Yeah, and speaking of roles, we're going to see the next match, Liz.
Yeah, Weezy, take us through Team Falcons versus New Realm.
As we are going to see the next match on the way, Team Falcons up against New Realm, ready to fight it out, ready to go the distance in a best of 3. We're taking a look at the roster now on the screen, ready to go head to head. I can't wait to see these guys actually perform. We haven't actually got to see Team Falcons yet, as we are going to go over to New Realm as well.
Yeah, New Realm, as we're taking a look at the little bit of roster there. New Realm, an EU team as well. Team Falcon's going to be for MENA, so it's going to be another traverse when it comes to Europe taking on MENA to see if MENA can maybe get one up on Europe where others have failed.
Yeah, but first things first, we do congratulate Twisted going into the challengers. They have a long way ahead, so let's see which teams will make it throughout this series. And for all you guys watching at home, make sure to look at the ticker so you're familiar with the tournament, and also follow us on all of our social medias and join us on Discord.
Yeah, it's going to be some amazing matches here. Definitely hyped for this next one. Want to see, like we said, we weren't able to see one of these teams yesterday play, so it's going to be kind of a little bit of a surprise for both of us. I mean, it's already been a day full of surprises with that Hellcurt pickup, with with the Moskov coming in there. It is one of the prides when it comes to kind of casting for some of these other regions. When you see all the different characters, the different picks there too as well.
Take it away, Weezy.
Here we go, ticking time bomb. I was looking at it. Jumping into the draft. Here we go. Two amazing teams ready to go head to head. Team Falcons up against New Realm. We haven't got to see either side fight it out so far in the Snapdragon Pro Series, but we can kind of do a little bit of a history on what we've seen so far off stream from both sides. Team Falcons lost to Geek Esports in the upper bracket quarterfinals, which is why they are here now. And New Realm lost to Opportune Esports with a 2-0 sweep. So both of them looking to find victory here against each other. Can't wait to see which way it goes. Like we said, EU and MENA definitely bringing their own blend of meta to the table. We've got to see the Moskov sneak in there. Hellcurt on the C side, on the international side, definitely being a problem. So I'm looking forward to possibly seeing more of that as we have our notes out. Like Private said, maybe pulling that out here in the distant future for ranked. But as we are looking in the draft so far, Harith, this is the first time we actually see the Harith prioritized first in the ban for a team.
Yeah, which is really interesting because there's a lot still out there on the table in the name of the Lu Yi, the Rogers out there. Masha, potentially. I mean, it's interesting. We didn't see the Masha last game as well. I want to say Masha does have a very flawed early game. She takes a little bit of time to kind of get up there. And then you hit the sweet spot of how much damage she can does, and then you're in the late game where she can get bursted down, but she can potentially take somebody down with her. So it'll be very interesting to see where we go here. And the Hellcurt ban out there looks like New Realm. They're on that juice. They understand. They got the memo. I want to say probably about either the same time that we did, or maybe they got it before us.
Yeah, I mean, if they were watching Twisted Minds with that Hellcurt, I don't blame them there. But when you ban heroes like this, it opens up opportunity elsewhere for your opposers, and maybe that's something that Team Falcons can kind of lean on. They're going to take out the Natan, so they're going in for the double marksman. Angela was banned out, so Roger could be prioritized here. They could go in for the Fredrin. We've seen that picked up super early, first in the draft as well. Both of them some strong assets to the team. Arlott, which I am actually surprised about, has not been prioritized so far in the first half of the draft from any of the teams today.
That actually might be one of the first picks here up. I want to say that we've seen a couple of Arlott bans in the first series, a few. I don't think we saw any in that last game. But, I mean, he's such a menace on the XP lane. When you build up those tanky items on him, too, he can withstand a lot of damage. And then just the setting potential alone, his ability to kind of cover the distance. But it looks like we're going to go for the more squared away approach. That first pickup going to the Fredrin.
Yeah, I mean, that's jungle priority. They're definitely going to be a little bit more comfortable in the jungle with Fredrin on their side. That poster child, very sustainable, has the Praiser's Wrath for the damage output and also able to sustain himself and take a lot of damage. For Team Falcons, though, a couple options on the board that could give him a problem. You could see the Akai. We see that go time and time again against it. With the heavy spin, can kind of zone him out and not allow him to be such a bully inside of the jungle objectives. The Lu Yi, able to slip through the cracks in the draft, could be matched up by Valentina, so I'm not really sure if that's something that either side wants to showcase first. They're going to go for the Valentina instead, so a little safer than Sar with the Valentina, and may make New Realm think twice before picking up a mid laner such as a Lu Yi that you could see the side of Falcons profit on.
Well, I mean, I want to say Lu Yi's probably one of the lower ends of what you're looking to take an ability from as a Valentina. I mean, you do get the diversion, but Lu Yi, the cooldown in which you can get that is it just makes it so much more useful. And I feel like there's probably other ultimates that can be prioritized by the Valentina, who I want to say, like, picking it early like this kind of offsets those potential like Faramis pickups or maybe some of those setting potentials that you get. Oh, and speaking of setting potential, Arlott going to be picked up here. That does mean that you are potentially going to have a final slash for the Valentina here as well. So you have to be very careful about how you set up and how you initiate a lot of these fights. And as expected, I was expecting to see this. Actually expecting to see this maybe prioritized from Falcons, since they did ban out the Harith. But Roger going to be picked up by New Realm.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to go in for something like a carry. Is going to have to watch out for the crowd control aspect coming in from the side of New Realm. They're going to go in for the Minotaur. It's the first Minotaur we got to see in a little bit of a while. It's been kind of banned in day one. Hasn't really been as slotted as often as some of the other roamers we've been seeing today, such as the Grok. But still can work and still can be a threat. Has a Minnow and Fury for the knockup that New Realm will have to watch out for. They still need a marksman, though, and allowing Marksman Prow to go to New Realm is something that they can kind of lean on. There goes that Lu Yi ban out, though. Looks like they are still worried about it being picked up, worried about the diversion plays from the side of New Realm, and not to mention it synergizes really good with an Arlott, because he has that Demon Gaze to be able to dash in with those marks to be able to get some additional damage onto your team, and that's just like constant marks when they have the duality from a Lu Yi. So I think it's a wise decision from the side of Team Falcons, trying to limit some of the mid lane capability. Vexana and Navaria still on the table.
Yeah, another thing I think is going to be possibly prioritized here. If it's not, I'm hoping that New Realm picks it up. It'd be the Kaja. It'd be the immediate answer for the Minotaur out there. Be able to get that Divine Judgment, stop that Minoan Fury as well. Be able to burst it down. But that's not, I want to say, the burst on the side of New Realm is the little lacking for when it comes to a Divine Judgment out there. So possibly you're going to be looking for something in that mage role that will kind of supplement having a Divine Judgment on your team if it kind of withstands this next banning phase.
Speaking of bans, final ban on the way for the side of Team Falcon. Going to go ahead and take out that Vexana. So Navaria is still one of the mid lane trio menaces up for the picking for the side of New Realm if they do want to go that route. I think it would work out really well, especially fighting from afar when you have to worry about a hero like Yuzong who can close that distance with the Black Dragon. I mean, we've just seen it time and time again today with how much of a presence the Yuzong has for either side of the table. So maybe playing a far away mage who can kind of expand that distance and make it harder for a hero like Yuzong who can initiate should be a possible game plan. I think it'd be a wise decision. I mean, you can't ban all the mages, so that's the only one that's still kind of walking. A marksman, though, needs to be picked up from the side of Team Falcons. And right now, it's going up against that Roger. Has to worry about a little bit of crowd control. So I really want to see which way this goes. They're not the beefiest composition, so they might not necessarily need a carry. They still can go in for the carry, though, but I guess they are going to go in for that route. Just going to stick with what is currently on paper meta, which is going to guarantee them the late game damage.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting too. Some of the things Carrie does have a lot of that true damage she can get, and then being able to kind of spam out her auto attacks to get to that passive with the speedy light wheel is a huge deal. But she does lack a lot of range that other marksmen have, which means she's gonna have to get a little closer to the fight, which means you're gonna have to really rely on that CC from Minotaur, the Frighten coming out from the Valentina as well. So it's gonna be very picky, and also she doesn't really come online till that mid to late game. So the early game, she's going to have a little bit of a rough time, especially against a Roger who really favors that snowball and steamrolling positions there. Odette, and this is what I was looking for. Oh, but we aren't going to be going with the Contra. We're going to go with the Grok instead. So we're going to be looking at possibly a good wombo combos from the final slash, possibly the wild charge into the swan song. Man, Odette has kind of crept into the meta very subtly, but just has a lot of staying power right now with how much area that she covers and the amount of damage that she can be done.
Yeah, and a snap of a finger too, and I think that's the biggest part about it, is how fast you can be bursted down by the Swan Song in a massive amount of time and a massive area as well. So I think right now, for the side of Odette, they are going to have to watch out for the Yuzong. He has the Black Dragon. He can definitely drop down on her. They also have the Minotaur with the Minoan Fury, so two things that Odette will have to watch out for. They also have the Valentina, so technically they have the Swan Song as well, but on the other side of the table, they have things they have to watch out for if they decide to use it, such as the Grok with the Wild Charge. The final slash provided by the R-Lot could be a threat. Late game, definitely secured with damage over there from the side of Team Falcons. So I think a little bit smoother late game damage is going to come out from them having this carry on their side. And the side of New Realm with the Roger, I feel like it hits hard. It can definitely lead to some quick kills, but true late game, definitely going to shine more in the carry's favor, but he's going to have to get to that mark. He's going to have to get those core items, and that's where it's going to be a little bit of a challenge up against a marksman that gets online a lot earlier in the match, such as a Roger.
Yeah, so there's going to need to be a lot of pressure from New Realm to kind of sustain that. But they've got a decent amount of early game, especially with that Hylos pickup too. So you might actually be able to see a few invades here as well. It's going to be, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving right along into this. It's going to be the first game between Falcons and New Realm. New Realm representing Europe there, and Falcons waving the proud MENA flag.
And here we go into Land of Dawn. You're going to see that Hylos first time showcasing in the Snapdragon Pro Series in the jungle for the side of Team Falcon. Like you said, Hylos, one of those heroes, quickly can take his jungle and possibly go in for the invade, able to sustain himself as well. So I'm actually excited to see how this kind of plays into the composition for Team Falcons. Definitely going to be leaning on Lark on this carry toward the late game to work in their favor. But for the side of New Realm, you are going to have that Roger who could kind of pave that early game and not allow the late game to happen. 3 quantum charges for the side of Team Falcons right there, definitely playing for the mobility.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. That's a lot of quantum charge. There's going to be a lot of mobility for their side. A lot of moving around the map, trying to possibly get away from this Swan Song, which actually covers a large amount. Rap does look like he was going to... Oh, he actually steals that away. Comes in, walks in, grabs a Litho Wanderer, just moseys back out into his jungle.
Yeah, and you are going to go ahead and see both sides getting ready for the first neutral objective. The Yuzong up against the R-Lot. Both of them some great XP laners. R-Lot is going to have some huge initiations with that final slash. Is going to be able to profit, again, from the crowd control provided by Vansky, something he can lean on. But Yuzong, like we said, it's been a great initiator. Ding will be rocking that with the Petrify. Does have the quantum charge to be able to have the mobility. 4 flickers on the side of New Realm, though. They don't have the Purify, which means if they get hit with that Minoan Fury, there's nothing that they can do about it. So they're going to have to try and maintain that distance and try and kind of bait it out, possibly, and then rush in to initiate.
Well, ultimately, that's kind of what you're looking for, too. You want to get out of the Minoan Fury. You don't want to sit in there with a Purify, because you're still going to be taking on the damage. You're still going to be potentially having a lot of the enemy team trying to collapse down onto you. Ooh, actually, off screen, we do see that Rap takes a death to Ding up there. That's going to set up this turtle for the side of Team Falcons, as you don't have the retry for New Realm just yet. That's 3 members, or actually 4 there, as Z Super trying to do his best job, and a clean pickup there for Kenji for Team Falcons.
Yeah, high value target. A great start for the side of Team Falcons. 1 kill will go into the hands of Ding on this Yuzong, which is going to give him a slight advantage. Up, you can see Arlot in the XP lane. He's already a bully, being able to sustain himself. If you look in the XP lane, he's actually more overextended than the Arlot is right now. He's definitely more comfortable taking that fight, but Aldiski's definitely not afraid to give it to him, but definitely gonna have to be careful with him having a 1 kill advantage on his side. First turtle, though, is gonna give XP experience and gold to the side of Team Falcons for a slight advantage for these objective plays.
Yeah, and right now I want to say, like, they're not able to kind of find too much ganking on either team just yet. Both Roams doing a good job getting vision, poking their nose into some of these bushes to see if there's any type of opportunities. But both teams not really able to find one just yet. First item being picked up by Muzu.
Yeah, definitely getting ready to deal some damage. I wonder if Lark's going to go in for the sustainable build, because he goes in for the Quantum Charge, not the Brave Smite. So this is not going to be that sustainable carry that we usually see time and time again that can kind of withstand herself in a lot of the battle. And it's limited on mobility because she did go in for that Purify as well. So, I mean, it's going to be some high damage output, low mobility, and not a lot of sustainability this time around with Lark playing on this carry. So that is something we're going to have to keep our eyes on. A little risky, especially with the crowd control from New Realm, especially going up against a Roger, as you are seeing them with the possible setup play on the Lark. And they have the numbers if they do initiate, but Super is in that bush as well for the assists.
They decide against it too, smelling something in the water potentially there. They just decide to back off from it, and they're going to go ahead and reset on the map. So I want to say not an exciting game just yet. Both teams very respectful of each other and the damage and the power that they can provide here.
Yeah, and you are going to go ahead and see Kenji get ready for this turtle play a little bit faster in the jungle than Rap right now, but he's able to get that orange buff, so now ready to take the fight, ready to go the distance. First turtle went to Team Falcon. Look at the push, though. Able to catch him off guard.
Yeah. Rap goes into their face first, catches a mouthful of Minoan Fury. Black Dragon is out to interrupt. Another 2 Swan Songs out there get interrupted by both teams there. Altski is down for the side of New Realm, and Mizu able to find a kill onto Ding while Rap finds the turtle. Kenji, not long for this world auto attacks to be darned. He is still able to get away. Super able to help him out with a little bit of help there, but on the opposite side, Goodnight just narrowly squeezes through 2 members of New Realm to find an escape.
Yeah, Mizu able to pick up that kill, able to shut down Ding, and the turtle going to the side of New Realm to kind of even out this playing field.
Oh, Mizu comes in with the Lycan Pounce and surprises Lark, and is going to find himself a early kill as well, tying things up on the board. New Realm and Team Falcons 2 apiece.
Yeah, Lark's going to pick up that Corrosion Scythe as well. We'll be able to provide some slow, some damage output over to New Realm as he initiates these fights. But the gold leaderboard in favor for Mizu right now on this aggressive Roger. And we talked about how much of an impact Roger can have with the final slash.
Oh, yeah, he was trying to kind of set up for Rap to come in, maybe a little early. Ding smelled it in the water, hurried up to kind of get himself out of dodge. Oh, I don't think be careful. He had to have known that they were in there. What would you do? Glorious Pathway is out, but it is not enough to save Ding, and now Kenji's going to have to find himself an escape, powerless to help his teammate, while on the other side of the map, Lark's going to find himself a successful gank onto his opposing laner.
Yeah, Mizu will fall, his first death of the game. Did get 2 kills, but down goes his turret to match the turret lost on the top side. Both sides 1 for 1 in terms of the map objectives, and also tied on the turtles as well. So off to a good start. Mizu definitely need to be a little bit more careful, be a little bit more cautious of these ganks. Lark, like we said, the late game marksman, definitely can come alive if they continue their synergy.
Yeah, and right now you can see Vansky in trouble, gets frightened and bursted down by a Lark into that bush. Now leading by 1 kill is a Team Falcons, but this has been a very even game for both of these guys, basically matching step for step as Team Falcons going to start on this turtle.
Yeah, and see, the thing that's kind of worrisome about that for New Realm is it's matched up when they should have a little bit more of the favor. Black Dragon coming around, though.
Yeah, followed by a glorious pathway, and unfortunately for Rap and the rest of New Realm, not able to close the distance and find a retry onto that turtle. That's going to be the second one for Team Falcons, and I want to say a little bit more organized on their side when it comes to getting up, setting up at the turtle, and then zoning out the rest of the team to where they can't even contest.
Yeah, we didn't even see a trade-off from New Realm. In the bush, though, good night. Kind of spotted out of position. The Guardians. Barrel was at a wild charge. On top of that was a risking it all.
He went all in on that, a little lackadaisical. Now, Big Minoan Fury comes out, pops up 3 members of New Realm. In comes the Lycan Pounce, but Lark finds that kill. Mizu follows it up with a kill onto Super, taking down Team Falcons Roam, and Goodnight finds a kill as well. That is 2 down for the side of Team Falcons, 3 down for New Realm, and looks like they're going to go ahead, try to put some pressure onto this mid lane.
Yeah, it's still going to work in Team Falcons' favor, though. I mean, they took Roman Lark, but the push in the mid.
Yeah, Ding comes in. He sacrifices himself. That might be enough for them to be able to get onto this tower, but Mizu doing a great job of protecting it. Oh, man. Geo just kind of moseyed up into the mid lane, and Ding was just lying in wait in that bush. Comes in with a Petrify, but loses his life at the cost of taking down the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, still win over there for Team Falcons overall. Able to take majority of the members of New Realm down, only losing 2 members, the Roamer and the Marksman, in that entire engagement. I overall would say would work in their favor. Almost took down the turret in the mid lane as well, so definitely have to keep an eye on that for both sides, as it's kind of down to 50% HP. But right now, Goodnight off to a good game, 2-0-5 on the Valentina. We get to see him take a couple of the swan songs away from Geo to kind of initiate, but as fast as those swan songs come out, the faster they get canceled out with all the crowd control provided from both sides. We are now at the 9-minute mark. We are going to see the Lord start to play into this game. Right now, the last neutral objective did go to the side of Team Falcons, up 2-1 on the Turtles. May be able to take this in their favor, but I still feel like New Realm is in the ballpark to be able to provide a good contest. It's just going to boil down to the macro and micro.
Oh, big wild charge does land onto Kenji, but that's a tanky boy right there. Glorious Pathway is out as well. He's zooming back and forth in between the bush and then back out, and they decide against it. On the flank, you can see Dean coming in there. GG! Geo gets taken down, followed by Rap. That's 2 down for New Realm, and they're going to go ahead, turn their attention directly to this next Lord. And I'm not sure New Realm has what it takes to kind of go ahead and contest this with only 3 members up.
Yeah, numbers in Team Falcons' favor. Speaking of numbers, Goodnight over there on the Valentina, leading the way with the highest damage so far. 7 assists behind those 2 kills as well. Lord will be taking down Team Falcons, another objective under their belt, and now pushing in to the tier 1 turret for the mid lane. No way for New Realm to be able to contest this. Is going to go to them with ease, but Vansky is going to go ahead and drop that Guardian's Barrier just for the sake of it, just to kind of delay them. He's got to get a win somewhere.
I want to say New Realm, that's the second time I've seen them go into a bush where they know enemies are and just basically be like, nah, I'd win. And then absolutely kind of get obliterated. Vansky's like really putting a lot of stock into his tankiness, and he ends up kind of costing his team because it starts these initiations, he gets pinned down, and the rest of the team just starts to fall like dominoes after the roam gets taken down. You see the tower starting to fall down from top. Kenji doing a great job at the purple buff, and Vansky just being more of a nuisance there for the rest of the team.
Demon Hunter Sword picked up by Mizu. Swan Song baited out by Geo, which means he does not have that ultimate to take this fight. Down goes the Lord on the bot side, though. Tier 2 has fallen. Map advantage for the side of Team Falcons, now up by 6,000 gold. Lark starting to become a problem. 4, 2, and 3 on the late game carry. Able to take down the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. And like we said, that Demon Hunter Sword should be on the way. I think he actually may have just picked that up. We'll have to kind of check in. Maybe gets the golden staff to be able to deal some additional damage over there to the side of New Realm. Like I said, it's not your sustainable carry that we normally see with the Brave Smite, but this is a carry with the quantum charge to make up with the mobility, especially being paired up with that Purify to negate the crowd control aspect from the side of New Realm.
Yeah, we take a look at some of the items here. It does look like that Demon Hunter sword has already been picked up by the carry. I mean, so I want to say both marksmen kind of matching. It's just the usefulness more on the side of Team Falcons because they have a little bit more organized team fights, a little bit more synergy, which is allowing Lark to get to come in there while his team is CCing New Realm. He's able to kind of just really just go wild with that speedy light wheel and dish out a ton of damage from the back.
I'm pretty sure I just saw Ding pick up the Roam boots. I'm pretty sure he just picked up some Roam tough boots, if I'm not mistaken. But nonetheless, yeah, some itemization on the way for both sides. Team Falcons, though, like we said, up by almost 6,000 gold. Definitely has the advantage. Look at the bot side, though. Look at the bush place. They're just waiting for New Realm to try and overextend, to try and take that turret. I don't expect them to go that far out, though, especially with the objective not on the board. So I feel like they could just clear that lane and get ready for the Lord fight. But nonetheless, just being cautious, trying to have the element of surprise, and trying to maintain their advantage up against New Realm.
Well, yeah, and then at this point in the game, I don't really expect the enemy team to really kind of be traversing not as a team. So you actually kind of potentially put yourself in a little bit of trouble if you run into 5 members of New Realm, because you just have 2 right there. You got the Minoan Fury, and then the rest of the team is just going to basically collapse onto you. So they're really kind of like banking on the fact that New Realm's going to split up, maybe look for some type of split push here, and then like they'll be able to capitalize on it. It didn't really kind of it wasn't very fruitful for the side of Team Falcons there, but I mean, it's just an interesting perspective there as we start and begin this fight for the Lord. You can see there, oh, Vansky, look at all the damage he just took there, but that's a speedy light wheel that they're not going to have as the glorious pathway is out. Vansky's still out there in the middle, pushes out the Lord. It's not far enough to reset it. Black Dragon is out. He's looking for Vansky. A flicker out. He's not going to be able to find that, and in comes the rest of New Realm looking for an opportunity. Big pop-up lands onto the tide of Team Falcons, but Kenji still able to pick up the Lord. The rest of Team Falcons looking for a fight. Blood in the water right now. 3 down for the side of New Realm, and they are trying to chase it down. Vansky gets taken out. It is just Alski alone to tell the story, and he is not long for this world.
Yeah, what a story to tell. Too many numbers. Used the final slash last second. Definitely did everything he could there, but fell short with this whole team being wiped out. You are going to see Lord on the bot side. 9 seconds into Geo even spawns in. Looks like Team Falcons should be able to close this out.
Yeah, this actually might be very quickly. It's only 1-2 people there. They're going to make short work of this tower, and that's going to be first game going over to Team Falcons.
Yeah, a phenomenal first game as well. Able to turn that around. Able to use the Minoan Fury for the quad knockup. And then using Valentina with the IMU for the wild charge for some additional crowd control. Overwhelming their competitor and taking game number 1.
Yeah, I want to say, like, right from the beginning there was a lot of problems for the side of New there, because I mean, just Falcons were right from the beginning able to kind of take advantage of the tankiness that they had, the CC and the setup, and you can see there from the score, about 6-15, they never were able to actually kind of catch up, especially when it came to some of these team fights.
Yeah, and there's some of the team fights on the way that led to the victory for Team Falcons. The objective plays overall just were working in their favor, but this is where New Realm was looking a little promising. The aggression was there, but overall the battle was won by the side of Team Falcons, especially having carry, especially having Lark just racking up, like you said, not your sustainable carry that goes in with the Brave Smite, but goes in with the Quantum Charge instead. The power of the Swan Song was huge in these games as well. Both sides were able to get it, but good night with the IMU on that Valentina was crucial to kind of counter the Odette from Geo. There goes good night right there, picking up a kill. Even some good gameplay from the opposing side, though. Vansky had some good Guardians barriers, but the pressure from the Yuzong on Ding, just really good placement with him, right? Able to find those targets and lock them down, able to use the Black Dragon to force the objectives into Falcon's hands.
Yeah, I want to say for me the biggest problem was, I want to say, the kind of the synergy on the side of
New Realm.
New Realm, just because like there's a lot of opportunities that I saw where they saw the enemy go into a bush, and then they just decided to walk in there. Like, you know, it's in there. You never want to kind of leave that up to chance and be like, yeah, we can take this fight, if you don't know exactly what is in there. Vansky kind of got bursted down very early in a lot of those engagements, wasn't going to be able to be the setting potential that he wanted to be, and that set them apart right from the beginning.
You can just tell they were hungry. You know when your food's hot and you need to let it cool down, but you know it's hot and you're going to eat it anyway? That's what happened right there for the side of New Realm. But good night, able to get the MVP. Some great execution over there for the side of Team Falcons, giving them a chance to be able to close this series out up against New Realm with the advantage of match point. New Realm needing to kind of rethink their decisions, needing to think of a way to even out this series. We got to see our first series today go all the way to a game number 3, so hopefully we get to see this one go the distance as well. But the difference between this one and last series is we're now looking at MENA up against EU, both sides of the coin fighting it out for our second series.
Yeah, I'm going to see if maybe, and that was coming from the second pick there. So New Realm actually going to be on the back foot here when it comes to this draft, as they're going to be looking to try to counter what the priority picks are coming from the Falcons here. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they kind of have a plan out there. I want to say, like, it just when it came to those rotations, it just was a little bit more lax than I like to see from a team that, the decision making for some of these is you kind of want to have the advantage. You don't just want to walk into to areas that you're unknown and just kind of hope for the best. You never want those 50-50 lords or turtles. You want an advantage. You want those picks in the lane before you get the objectives. You want those bushes scouted out, and you want your entire team away. Never start an engagement when your team just kind of is not ready for it just yet. But we'll see New Realm kind of clean that up and bring us to possibly a game 3 in this best of 3.
And it's interesting, like day 1, we got to see Europe kind of reign through as the top region competitor in the Open Finals. But day 2, it's starting to look like MENA is flipping and controlling the lower bracket. I mean, if Team Falcons is able to get this victory, able to get the sweep up against New Realm, then we'll be seeing only one member left, one team from EU in the lower bracket, which is C and Q. So we'll have to see if they can pull that off. New Realm, though, definitely going to have to bring their A game, going to have to provide a little bit better of a fight up against Team Falcons for game number 2. Overall, though, I wouldn't say it was as one-sided, but it was definitely more in favor for Team Falcon pushing through there. Some great drafting, too. We saw that Valentina come out, had some really good placement, especially up against the Odette. I like the Black Dragon pickup. It's starting to actually grow on me with how well the Black Dragon's been performing today.
Yeah, well, I mean, Team Falcons, it's not completely unheard of. It's one of the ones I was kind of looking at through these teams that are involved here. They've got experience with EUR&MENA, with the Saudi League as well. So, I mean, there's a lot of experience behind Team Falcons, and they kind of showed it there in that last match with the I want to say, with how disciplined they were in that gameplay there. But we're going to see, like I said, we're going to see how well it kind of stacks up in this next game, if they're going to get that clean sweep, or if New Realm maybe shows us something a little different in this next game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Time will tell. But both of these sides ready to kind of take this fight into Land of Dawn. Now, this is it. This is the final stand for the side of New Realm. They have a lot to bring to the table for game number 2. You only get one more shot, one more opportunity, as we are now inside of the lower bracket. 7 seconds until we jump into the draft. Let us know which way you guys think this is going to go. Do you see New Realm taking us to a game number 3, representing and holding that flag out there for EU, or do you see MENA being the one to reign with supreme and jumping into the lower bracket semifinals for the side of Team Falcons?
Yeah, very interesting when it came to kind of the draft. I want to say some of the priority picks when it came to that draft, I was kind of liking New Realm for that. So is this the New Realm is going to be the first pick here again, or is that going to be? I'm wondering if that's maybe we're just not seeing it correctly. But I mean, we'll see how this ends up.
Yeah, it's scratching my head right there. Yeah, we'll have to see how it kind of plays out. Maybe it's just a swap for both sides. So we'll just kind of stick with the bans right now just until we get a little bit more confirmation. But Angela is going to be banned out first. Nothing out of the ordinary. Like I said, one of the main support heroes that you have to watch out for. We seen it yesterday with Jian was running the Martis, and the Angela was just attaching to him and able to keep him alive through the majority of these games. Angela definitely a threat. The Hellkurt, who started making an appearance today for day 2 of the Open Finals, but has had such a dominant impact on the C side, not on the NA side, so it's a little new to us to be able to see that. But definitely, I'm expecting to see it more in North America after the Snapdragon Pro Series. The Mathilda, nothing too out of the ordinary, like right there. It's just kind of with the Angela, just a lot of supports has been a problem in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, and I mean, we still got a lot of things on the board. One thing we've been seeing is a lot of the mage picks have kind of been left to that second draft, so we usually see that Lu Yi getting banned out there as well. Arlot's still on the table. He was prioritized in the early game. Didn't really have a huge effect in a lot of those fights. Like I said, it almost felt like New Realm wasn't, whenever they were going for objectives, if it wasn't that first objective, very clean by them. They were able to get to the objective and then chase down the Falcons, but it felt like every other objective after that, they were either just not, it didn't feel like the entire team was on the same plan of when to get there, when to engage, and unfortunately for them, they just kind of get picked off one by one before those objectives. We can see Natan next ban out for the side of New Realm.
Yeah, the Boxia still available. It's been picked primarily, mostly today in the jungle. The Barats yet to be banned out. Team Falcons may want to take that out. If not, I wonder if that's something that New Realm will pick up. We typically don't even see the Barats walk through. There it goes, banned out. Not going to waste any time. You know who else is here? The Moskov. We got to give credit to that. It's been dominating inside of the gold lane with the Harith and the Natan off the board. That's probably what I would pick up first, just because you know it's going to profit the most, at least from what we've seen in today's games and in yesterday's games as well. So that may be something that New Realm wants to pick up. Like you said, they have first pick right now, and it's match point, so they have to be careful on how they kind of jump on these deciding factors for what heroes they kind of solidify. But like we said, the Moskov's definitely strong. The Boxia in the jungle could be a viable option. I wonder if they even prio like the Boxia over Fredrin.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. It's been looking like Fredrin has been getting a lot of the star power here for those last few matches. It's been prio picked up when usually we kind of see, I want to say, those mages or those XP lanes kind of settled first. Boxia, yeah, going to be picked up here first. I'm expecting to be answered potentially with a Fredrin on the other side. Maybe it depends. Maybe a Martis, so that you can kind of keep up with the jungle clear that Boxia presents to the team as well. We're gonna see as we move on to these next pickups for the side of Falcons.
Should be a Moskov here. I would expect the Moskov to come out in super early, maybe even go in. It could go in for a roamer if they wanted, or they could play a little bit safe. But the Moskov for certain, I would kind of expect here. Now, Roger is still on the table. It's definitely a response back from New Realm if they do decide to go that route. I do agree with you. I think for their final pick on the first draft, maybe they pick up that Fredrin. The Valentina, I was wondering if they're going to pull that out. It's always a safe option to pull out the Valentina because it provides draft pressure. Ooh, they're going to pair that up with the Minotaur. Now, this is interesting. Technically, Diggy's on the table, but if they pull the Diggy out, you have the Valentina, so the Valentina gets the time journey as well.
Yeah, that's a very interesting pickup there. It's been, this has been one thing is what I've wondered why we don't see very many Valentina pickups is because of what she presents as far as draft pressure. Because now the enemy team has to think about what ultimates am I giving them, and like it really kind of reduces what you can do in each type of composition. We do have a little bit of setting potential in the form of the penalty zone now from Geo, but we're going to need to be able. I want to say we need some of that maybe peeling power, that front line, hopefully for the side of Rap. I mean, if I'm on the side of the Falcons, I'm possibly looking for a Yuzong or something early game to kind of maybe potentially dive into that back line. But it looks like they're going to go for the Fredrin. Like we said, a pretty safe pickup, a very standard jungler when it comes to beefiness and his ability to kind of hold the line during a lot of those objective fights.
Now, Yuzong should be banned out from the side of New Realm. They have the carry, lacks mobility, and you definitely want to stop the heroes that can get back there. And Yuzong's one of the greatest heroes to be able to close that distance. So I expect New Realm to ban that out. Lu Yi taken off the table. We got to see a little bit of that crowd control and just exactly what it can provide with the diversion plays from our first series today. And so definitely don't want to leave that unchecked. And like you kind of mentioned, even with the Valentina on the table, picking a Lu Yi's diversion is probably not the most proud ultimate that they're going to go for anyway with the cooldown rate. So the Terizla pickup, though, I feel like that's something that maybe the Valentina can profit on here. It's the only ultimate we're seeing so far, at least that the Valentina can use up against New Realm. So like we said, it provides a little bit of draft pressure. The Claude, this is the first time we get to see the Claude banned out. Moskov still on the table, and I don't mind the Moskov here because you have the Boxia and you have a Terizla, both heroes I want to kind of close that distance, and like you can throw that spear, you can push them back as soon as they try and rush up on you, and it's still available in the draft. I wonder if that's something that New Realm will kind of focus in on for their final ban.
Yeah, a big thing too is, I mean, you're going to have a lot of sustaining power from Falcons just off the boot, because you've got that heal coming from Minotaur. Then once he picks up Flask of the Oasis, he's going to have a heal plus shield. So I mean, I'm wondering what we're looking at for the side of damage on the side of New Realm, because we're going to need to have an answer for that, because as this is going to get later and later, it's going to get worse and worse for the side of New Realm, and they don't really have an early game pressure besides Boxia. But he doesn't have like that early game pressure the same way like a Martis has early game pressure, where once somebody gets low, he can just start chaining together those decimations. I mean, he's tanky and he can put on a lot of damage. He can burst down objectives very quickly. But and then on the opposite side, Falcons, they're going to go ahead and pick up, speaking of burst damage, the Clint.
They could go Kadita here. I'm wondering if they do that just to kind of overwhelm the crowd control aspect onto the side of Team Falcons. Definitely could be a possibility. Yeah, the Clint is interesting. The Benedetta ban I was kind of wondering about that, because we haven't seen a Benedetta at all. I was wondering if maybe just going in for another marksman ban would have been more of the move right there, but maybe it's because they don't want to run the Tariza up against the Benedetta. Maybe it's been a problem for them in the past, and that's why they banned it out. It's the only rational way I can kind of decide this. But yeah, the Clint now in play, like I said, is one of those marksmen. The hardest marksman I would say to go one-on-one against is the Clint, just because he has so much range. He has the grenade bombardment, can kind of keep you in your tracks. And like you said, carry one of those marksmen who has to play a little bit closer than others. It could be a possibility of a threat. But speaking of threats, the double support meta back in effect. But this time, it's going to be a Florian alongside the Faramis.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I feel like it's kind of evening the odds now against it. I don't feel like it gives them a leg up, because you have the Valentina on the side of Falcons, but now you've got a decent amount of staying power that you need. So it's going to come down to, it's actually just going to come down to tactics. Who's going to be the last one to use that Nether Realm? When is that the Bloom going to come out from Florin? And then the healing power coming from the Minotaur, and then of course the IMU from Valentina. That's going to possibly, I'm assuming it's going to be taking that Nether Realm.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a risky gamble when you have a Valentina on the opposite side. Last pick on the board, though, for the side of Team Falcons, XP laner Ding. We got to see him run the Yuzong. This time around, we get to see him run on this Lapu. Both of them able to get the job done. Both of them able to initiate, able to disengage as well. Has a little bit of sustainability on their side as well for these engagements. And this is going to be a Lapu up against the Tariza. Both of them up close and personal initiators for these games.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. I want to say, especially if you pop that Nether Realm, Clint's going to be able to burst them down very quickly, at least one or two people. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that kind of works out there. Falcons, I mean, it's looking good as far as the draft is concerned. I want to say that if it comes to people who got the draft they wanted, I want to say Falcons looking good here.
Yeah, and both sides getting ready to fight it out in the Land of Dawn for their final seat in the semifinals. To be able to take this fight. Whoever wins this one is going to be going up against C&Q, the last team standing from Europe in the lower brackets. And then it's all MENA that's down on the bottom side. Two teams already ready for the challenge season, Opportunity Esports and Birthright. But without further ado, here we are in the Land of Dawn, New Realm, up against Team Falcons. Team Falcons sitting at match point.
Yeah, and New Realm need a victory here. Are they going to be catching a quick ticket back home here from the Snapdragon series? And already, I want to say Rappa is going to be able to clear very quickly here to see if he can take advantage of that and possibly like bite his way into enemy jungle.
And we asked about that, right? Does the Boxia get prioritized before the Fredrin? And it did. It was the first pick in the draft from the side of New Realm, so we got to get a little bit of a showcasing on exactly why. I mean, it does have very high mobility. Super over there giving some great vision, though, on this Minotaur, who is going to be huge on these engagements. They have the Minoan Fury to kind of lean on. You are seeing 3 flickers and the Purify from the side of New Realm to be able to get away from it, and also to be able to just stop it entirely over there for Geo. Geo, we're going to be keeping an eye on him and Goodnight, both of them having the Nether Realm to use at their disposal.
Yeah, and already you can see the rest of Falcons starting to force their way into enemy territory as a trio. This is that synergy I was talking about from them just right away. You can already see them grouping up, trying to give that support to their jungler. And oh, Geo actually in trouble here. The stun does miss. Is he going to be able to get away? He is, and is going to have to catch himself a quick ride back home.
Got out of there with the hair on his chin. Very lucky. Almost a quick first blood over there for the side of Team Falcons. Now, as we are looking at the gold lane matchup, the Clint versus the carry, both of them definitely can hit like a truck in the late game. The Clint should be a little bit more aggressive in the early phase. You already see him toward the mid part of the map, holding on to that bush. Once the carry to overextend, you are going to have to watch Mizu play very safe over there. He definitely doesn't want to get caught in that range that the Clint has to provide. First objective on the table, though, is going to be pulled over there by Kenji for this turtle. Going to try and seize the opportunity, but now a possible counterplay.
Yeah, you can see they're already, Rap already getting refused from the turtle. He tries to come in there, is going to have to get himself, and a big pop-up lands onto him. Kenji cleanly able to Lord, but no one Fury comes, catches two members. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath, and two rest in peace for New Realm as they take two deaths.
The Minoan Fury knocking them up, and the Appraiser's Wrath shutting them down. What a play from the side of Team Falcons. Also able to take the first turtle of the game. Now up by 1,600 gold in just a matter of seconds. That's how big these objective plays can be for one side. And with this advantage, should have a little bit of an easier time taking some of these turrets. But speaking of the taking, the battle on the bot side.
Just to be a nuisance, to make sure that Altski can't get back to his lane, stuns him before he can get back to his top tower there, which is going to allow Ding the ability to rotate very quickly to the mid lane and possibly help with overwhelming it.
Yeah, Lark going to pick up that Blade of Heptases, ready to try and initiate and have the instant burst damage up against Mizu. If he decides to overextend, he does step out, though. Look, 50% HP already. Super going to rotate to the top side, keep him alive. They do have Florian, though, Vansky, over there to kind of protect Mizu, to kind of get him back on track, heal him up a little bit. On top of that, when things do go south, as long as Gio can get there in time, it's going to help him. And that's when that double support meta is going to come into effect. The battle sustainability versus pure crowd control and damage.
Oh, yeah, right now already starting to engage, but the flank here coming up with the Minoan Fury from the side. Kenji going to find the energy eruption. Wrap in trouble right now, down to about 10%. Three members, the Appraiser's Wrath makes short work of the enemy jungler. Now Kenji going in with an energy eruption. Gio in trouble. Netherrealm is out. Are they going to be able to? Oh, Gio gets taken out by Good Night.
How many turret hits can Goodnight take? Did you just see that? He's just in the turret, just taking a nap right there. Barely even phased him. Able to take a majority of the members down for the side of New Realms. Now a 5-0 lead. And the turret may fall here. No. Oh, wait a second. They're going in for it still. Okay, Lark is going to be able to take that for the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, and right now Gio in trouble. You can see that they do get caught up. Who was it? That was Aldski there, gets kind of caught up at mid. And right now Team Falcons, it has been all domination this match right now. 0-5. Next turtle you can see there. Look, you see the juggling here. A big Minoan Fury starts off that fight from the replay here. You can see Super going to be able to get out of there. And now another Appraiser's Wrath there. That was a fight earlier that happened at the turtle. I mean, right now, Falcons just doing a great job with these engagements.
Yeah, like I said, the power of crowd control is definitely overwhelming the power of sustainability, especially for the early phase, as they got to get those heals on par to keep the team alive. And they also got to make sure they're in position to heal whoever's taking that damage. They got there a little late, and that's where you saw Mizu fall and Rap beside him. Rap, who's now 2 deaths in, definitely far behind in the jungle against Kenji.
Oh, Kenji alone against 4 members. Are they going to be able to find a tower out of this? You get the kill, but you're definitely not going to be able to get the tower. As you see Dean coming up in here, looking for an opportunity. Comes in with the bravest fighter, and that's the slashes out there as well. So he's going to clean up this lane, and New Realm just walking away, not able to even find an objective in the form of a tower.
And I mean, that's a good start for New Realm. It's not enough, though, to tip the scales in their favor. 4,000 gold lead for the side of Falcons. You're going to see Kenji 3-1-2. Did find his first death from the gank on the top side. So definitely, like I said, a good start for New Realm. But now the tier 1 in the mid lane being pushed in by Falcon.
Yeah, very quickly now that is all 3 tier 1s moving like clockwork is Team Falcons. They've set their mind on an objective, they take it, they move on to the next one, and right now New Realm is like, I mean, I feel like they're gassed right now trying to run and respond to Team Falcons.
Yeah, and Mizu picking up a death. He did get his assist. It's going to delay him a little bit on hitting those power spikes. He does run the quantum charge, so like we said, this is more of that mobile carry. Does have the flicker alongside it to increase that mobility. But speaking of mobility, Husky's grabbed up with the taunt.
Yeah, I mean, Kenji already, once you're ahead, especially on a Fredrin, I mean, it's going to take the entire team to try to bring you down. Speaking of which, 3 members of Team Falcons going to find themselves a tier 2 tower at the bottom.
Yeah, you're going to see the end of this battle picked up by Lark as well to be able to sustain himself a lot longer in these fights. Next turtle on the board. Team Falcons not going to waste any time. This is the 3rd one on the table so far in the 7-minute game. None of them been able to go to New Realm. Not able to find a single trade as well. Only 1 kill on the board. Not even a dent inside of the turrets for Team Falcons, and this is starting to become a problem for them. And this is what happens when you run the double support. You have to not allow these objectives to go on the other side with ease, or it's going to kind of bite you on the end. And right now you're seeing that happen with Team Falcons. Lightning Truncheon for the echo damage over there from Goodnight has been picked up on at this Valentina as well.
Yeah, and I mean, the target focus here, too. Ooh, they almost found themselves a little bit of a stun onto Lark. They decide against it. Nice stun there by the side of Vansky. But, I mean, they're just unable to even set up a wall against Team Falcons right now, they're just pointing at an objective, moving over there, taking it, and New Realm just are powerless to stop them.
Yeah, they're having a heyday right now with New Realm, with how good they're performing so far, forcing them into the base, not even able to stand in the tier 2. That looks like it's going to fall with these. Not even something that New Realm's equipped to fight out. They're down by almost 7,000 gold and climbing. 3 turtles in Team Falcon's favor. We're going to be seeing the Lord kind of spawn in next as the turtles are off the board. The most damage is going to be leading to the Faramis, though.
Yeah, I mean, but we talked about this before. Oh, Minoan and Fury is out there deciding they want this engagement. Nether Realms are out right now looking for an opportunity. Kenji, with a huge tanking ability, is going to be taken down by Mizu. Ding in the fray against 3 members. Altsky gets taken down in the back line, and it does look like it's going to be, I mean, that fight kind of went in favor of New Realm.
But yeah, for sure. They took down Kenji. They took down Super, a roam, and a jungler. Lost their XP laner in the process. But it's starting to showcase when it comes to the team fights, they're not out of the fight just yet. And they can definitely turn it around in their favor. As you do see that replay, the invasion on the purple buff. I mean, they were down 1 member. You didn't even get to see Lapu Ding. He was kind of out of position. He joined the fight very late. It may have been a different story if he got there a little bit earlier with the Bravest Fighter and the Raging Slash. As you see, as soon as he gets there, the fight's already over. And he's basically 1v4ing. He's very far overextended for the engagement.
Ooh, speaking of engagements, we have another one. Mizu find the kill onto the tank, as we do have the Raging Slash from Ding. Flicker back into the line, but he's alone against 3 members. Nether Realm is out for the side of New Realm. ASCII in trouble. Lark's going to find himself a kill there. Geo gets a smashed down with that Appraiser's Wrath as Kenji, hand in pocket, turns his sights to the Lord.
And see, this is what happens when Ding is in the fight as soon as it starts. And I think it was a little bit of false hope for New Realm. After they fought that first battle in the purple buff, they were like, okay, we can take this. We can test the waters. We're equipped for this battle. No, Ding was not there. The second time around, Ding was there in the heart of the battle, and he sustained majority of that damage. A lot of the focus, a lot of those skills were actually bursted and focused toward him. And he was able to live through it. He walked out with about 1 HP, and that's when you see in the counterplay over there from Team Falcons kind of prioritize and win that overall trade. And now still in full control of this game. You got the Lord on the bot side marching through, down to their inhibitor turrets for the side of New Realm, and also down by 7,000 gold, climbing to that 8,000 mark.
Yeah, Lord is pushing at the bottom, and New Realm, man, it's like, do you make a play here? You have to maybe try to catch somebody off alone, but it can't be Super, it can't be Ding. You don't want to waste your abilities on somebody who's going to be able to tank through it, and then the rest of Team Falcons are going to be able to return it in kind. Lord smashing down at bottom, the rest of New Realm doing the best they can to try to fend off this attack. That's going to be a tower down for the side of New Realm. 1 high ground as minions minions start forcing their way through mid. Oh, Good Night actually took a decent amount of damage.
Ooh.
In comes the Minoan Fury with the flicker. We have the Nether Realm out for both teams now, looking for an opportunity. Can they find it? Appraiser's Wrath finds a kill onto Geo. The rest of New Realm forced to disengage, down to 50% health. Minions at the core. You can see Lark finds another kill onto Geo. That passive meant he came back from death right away, only to face the damage from Lark once again. 50% left onto the core. Lark finds a kill onto Altsky. The rest of Team Falcons trying to push their way into the core. Damage coming down. That is going to be a clean sweep for Team Falcons.
Cool, calm, and collective. Team Falcons able to push through New Realm, able to shut them down and move on to the semifinals for the lower bracket of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yeah, a great game there played by the Falcons. I mean, it was just super crisp, and this is what we talk about when it comes to rotations together, synergy, and especially when it happens when you're kind of not on the same wavelength, and when you go against a team that's not on the same wavelength. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here, Weezy.
That's right. Looking at the highlights, what made the clean sweep over there from Falcons up against New Realm. The synergy, too much to handle. The double support not working in the favor for New Realm. The Valentina pickup from Goodnight, taking the Nether Realm away from them in a lot of these engagements, definitely made the difference. Ding! On the Lapu Lapu. This is where he was rushed in. He came there a little too late, and that's where the false hope came in for New Realm. Thought they could take this fight, but this is where Ding is actually in the fight. Look at how much focus was in on him. Look at how much damage he takes right here. Very low, gets out with about 1% HP, and this is where the counterplay comes in from Falcon to be able to shut him down. This is where Lark comes alive on the Clint to be able to pick up the kill. The Appraiser's Wrath. We saw that Minoan Fury knockup. We saw the Appraiser's Wrath shut down time and time again within this entire series. Team Falcons coming on live on top for the side of MENA as well to be able to control the lower bracket and one shot closer to being able to get as qualified in the challenge season.
Yeah, just an absolutely great game. A clinic, I want to say, put on by Falcons there of what to do, how to play macro and micro combined. We did, like you said, Ding a little late to one of those fights, but absolutely showing why he was needed in those fights as the whole of New Realm trying to take him down in that last Lord fight, wasting all of their abilities and allowing Falcons to come in with the flank to be able to burst them down after they've expended most of their ultimates trying to take Ding down, who still was able to get away. He's able to flicker himself back out to safety. You can take a look here at some of the stats here. I mean, the damage taken for the side of New Realm, almost 100, well, I mean, about 30K over what Falcons did as well.
And good night over there from Falcon on the Valentina play, able to get the MVP yet again with the flicker combination, with the quantum charge, with the mobility working in his favor, with the anti-heal against the double support meta. Nothing was able to shut down the wizard over there for Team Falcons.
Yeah, MVP for both games. I mean, you could tell Valentina is a comfort pick for him, and especially the way he uses it to be able to kind of to use the ultimates better than a New Realm was able to use it when it came to a lot of the. I mean, I want to say it was the Minoan Fury in the first time, and then the second time it was the Cult Altar coming from them as well. It just it did a great job being not high kill game for him either. He was just there, being that support, being that oppressive mark for the side. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it. We're going to be moving on to our last game just after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, guys. CNQ versus Falcon, last game of the day, last coveted spot in this double elimination bracket, and most importantly, we have a special guest joining us back in the desk. Yue, how you doing?
Oh yeah, I'm glad to be here. You guys slid me in onto the last match. I've been watching all the different heroes that you guys are, coming up with, and I'm just excited to be here to close it out today.
Yes, absolutely. And Private, leading us to the series.
I'm excited here, especially now that it's going to, it pretty much seems like it's going to be a MENA pickup here. So I'm excited to see how CNQ and Falcons, especially with what we saw from Falcons, how fluid, how I want to say synergized they were as a team together, to see how that kind of matches up against CNQ here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're on a roll. They have the momentum going into this game, so definitely excited to see what they have to offer versus CNQ. And for all of you guys watching at home, make sure to write down your predictions of this series. CNQ versus Falcons. CNQ did pretty well yesterday's games. So what do you guys think? Which one will come on top? Private's favorite words from me.
Well, I mean, I'm up for both of these teams. I've been so surprised. It's been such a pleasure to see what other regions have as far as their meta, some of the pickups that aren't usually seen from when I play, or even when we cast in other regions as well. So I'm just excited to see what new possibilities we're going to have here in this last match of the night.
And, for me, I just want a game 3. I don't want this show to end so early. I want overtime. I want people to be coming in and watching it. I want a game 3. So that is who I will be voting for.
Yeah, and for all you guys watching, you saw we had our socials pop up. So make sure you follow us on all of our platforms, as well as join us on our Discord.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into it. I'm so excited for this next matchup. I mean, it's been a pleasure, especially for Europe, to see how much they've caught on, even catching on to things that I was sleeping on, like that Hellcurt pickup. Yeah, Hellcurt out there apparently is common knowledge, just not to me. But just to see how well they're able to pick it up, use it correctly too. I mean, he had an astonishing role in that second series, in that last game, and it was just amazing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's a lot of different heroes that are prioritized from different regions, but, especially in EU and MENA, like the Yu Zhong pops up quite often. There's a bunch of these mage picks that you guys like to push out, like the Odette that we've seen quite often. And, I really enjoy a lot of these different types of pick. It brings in a different element to the series.
And it's like they're catching up to the meta pretty fast. A lot of these heroes are already seen a lot, picked up quite a lot in the C server. So now with EU picking that up, does that mean NA is falling behind in just a little bit?
Possibly. I mean, it's we've seen in Mobile Legends, just especially when it comes to regions, just other ones just are popping up. We saw Deuce Vault during the last World Series, the last M Series popped up there. Well, not too far from Europe here. So Europe kind of taking their notes here. They've been pretty dominant as well. MENA is in a pretty established region, so they've had a lot of time, a lot of MPLs, a lot going for them when it comes to like history, knowledge about this game. I'm happy to see how well Europe has done in this as well when it comes to facing such an established region so far.
Yeah, no, I've been really enjoying the drafts that a lot of these teams are coming up with, the different picks, the orders, the priorities. We kind of looked at the Harith coming through, the Boxia being prioritized quite well. Same thing with the Yu Zhong. So all these picks are quite well here, Liz.
Yeah, and here we have Centauri Quan versus Team Falcons, last series of the day. Let's take a look. You have some of the highlights from yesterday.
Yeah, you can see this one was against a Birthright. I mean, a great games played, but I mean, for CNQ, they just had a little bit of problems when it came to kind of capitalizing after. It took it to a game 3. We're able to kind of capitalize on some of those games, but in the end, getting dropped to the lower bracket. We can take a look here at the roster. Tizu, Hush, Meng, Nergui, and Mulu.
And for Team Falcons on the other side, we have Ding, Kenji, Goodnight, Lark, and Super. We saw these guys pretty much play in the last series, so definitely they're all warmed up here, right?
And I
all
was just about
warmed
to say
up and
that,
yeah.
You
Go ahead,
your
Private.
batch of the names there when it came to to take them off. Go take it away, Liz.
Yeah, I mean the players, they definitely have their creativity in their names. I think that's I guess a part of what it takes to be a pro player, being creative. And we saw that Falcons definitely had their momentum up from the decisive victory from last series. There was very crisp finish, and are they able to transform and take that into this series? But CNQ yesterday, they also won against Twisted Fate, which did proceed to the next stage. So both teams, I would say, are going to battle it out neck to neck.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to see. I'm definitely excited. For right now, the big question on my mind is, are we going to have a plan of attack for Goodnight on Falcons, who proved 2 MVPs in the last series, and especially when it comes to that comfort pick of Valentina. Is CNQ, if CNQ is going to be victorious, I feel like that is going to need to be addressed by them.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely going to be a lot, but go ahead, Liz.
Well, you know the drill. Take it your way.
Well. Last game of today. Again, you know, I want a game 3. That's the overall question. I've already been quite excited with all the different drafts that they've been kind of tossing at us, the different picks, the different prioritizations. But, you know, Game 3 is most important for me. Falcon versus CNQ. I know you were watching the last game. You know, tell me, what does CNQ need to do to go against this Falcon team to stop their momentum here?
Well, I mean, they're going to have to match rotations. A big problem that we saw from the last game is that it felt like the team wasn't together on a lot of their engagements. The first game also felt a little off when it came to knowing where the enemy was, and then still going into the bush and being like, I think we can take this, instead of actually having a plan of attack, getting those setups for themselves as well. And then, like I stated before, Goodnight on the Valentina. Maybe we take that off the board. Maybe we do something where Valentina isn't going to be as effective for them.
Yeah, I mean, the Valentina definitely has that impact pretty much anywhere you go. It's very solid, and there's not many people, especially in the professional scenes, that can really use that Valentina onto that next level, right? The IMU takes quite a bit of mechanics, and you have to choose between 5 ultimates, and 1 or 2 of them can be the correct choice. You choose the wrong ones, or you use it at the wrong time, it just may not work out. But first phase bans already on the table. The Harith and the Barats, these are 2 priority picks that, especially in this region, they go at it on the first pick. They don't even think about it. They lock those in. But the other ones that are on the board, the Matilda and the Angela, those are all quite solid as well.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we've seen kind of prioritizes, like very loosely. We've seen the Boxia be prioritized in a lot of these. Sometimes the Fredrin, Hellkurt taken off the board by CNQ, not wanting to deal with that here right away. I'm wondering if that would, is it dangerous enough to be a first pick for a lot of these teams just yet?
You know, it's very hard when these out of the ordinary picks come into play and it works. It's more for me kind of like a mental thing, right? If these players have practice and built upon some, you know, confidence that, hey, I can use this character and it's just hard to defend against, or we didn't really think about when enemies use Hellkurt, how are we going to draft against it? It's just easier to ban it out. But banning out the Hellkurt does leave other things open. The Fredrin, the Akai, the Boxia, and the Masha. The mages are all available, so there's still a lot of heroes. Even the Arlot here gets slotted in against the Fredrin.
Ooh, and this is a big problem I want to say for Fredrin is because he wants to be up front, he wants to be in your face, but now you have two heroes that can really punish you for that, especially Vexana, who just has an absurd amount of damage. She can put on that tough amount of CC, especially if you time it well. If you time it right when the retry is supposed to happen, I mean, it's going to be very hard for Fredrin to really kind of maneuver out of that. So they're going to need to probably look for something a little bit early, maybe a little CC on the side of Falcons to maybe kind of offset what we're seeing from CNQ here for the early game.
Yeah, so things like the Roger, I think is quite good. The Valentina, but no, Falcom actually opted to go for two opposite picks. The Yu Zhong, which you know, in day one, I was like, hey, a lot of these teams are prioritizing or even banning it out in the first phase. What is the deal with it? But, you know, after going back and watching some of these games, the Yu Zhong impact is huge. The team fight ability to dive onto the opponents, forcing purifies, and, you know, getting those like zone out. And Kenji, I mean, the XP player coming out from Falcom did such a great job in the last series. I'm expecting great results from this Yu Zhong as well.
Ooh, and there's a very strong counter to the Fredrin again. CC, you're not only are you going to be dealing with the Eternal Guardian, the Frightened that comes out from the Vexana, but you're also going to have the Heavy Spin to be dealing with as well. I want to say a good start here. I was just about to say I'm expecting the Valentina to kind of back up the Valentina ban to kind of back up this first banning, the second half of this banning phase for CNQ.
Yeah, I think it's smart. Some other things I would look to ban out would be a lot of the magic damage for Falcom, right? They're heavy on physical right now, so things like the Natan is going to be great for them. What
we've been seeing here is a lot of Odettes as well. They kind of, while she doesn't have the same effect as some of these other mages, I mean, you've got just a wide berth of area that she can affect with that Swan Song. Add that to the fact that you have a Minoan Fury, you have a Black Dragon out there potentially to be able to protect or to get that CC down in preps while she's got the Swan Song out there. I mean, it's not a half bad pick up here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the Swan Song's not bad. Things like the Fair Miss has been let open, but I'm excited to see how QNC kind of deals with it. Falcom took out the Grok, which does so well against the Minotaur. I'm wondering if they're looking to go for a Diggy, you know, and flex that Arlot into the XP position, grab up a nice marksman, have two magic, two physical. It's quite good, right? So, but no, they take away the magic damage that I think Falcom was quite interested in.
Yeah, they're going to pick up the Natan here. I like the pickup here, too, especially because you've got a lot of peel potential. Natan still needs to get relatively close to some of these fights. You got a lot of peel in the form of the CC that Vexana provides. You got the Heavy Spin. You've got the Final Slash from the side of when it comes to Arlot as well. You're really kind of like this draft. It's doing a good job of limiting the options for Falcons here.
Now, Falcons, they could probably go with the Roger. I think that's quite good. The Nana comes out along with the Irithel. We haven't seen the Nana quite often, but the Irithel actually has done quite well in a lot of these matches.
Yeah, Irithel, especially because you can kind of meld well with Demon Hunter Sword, put on a lot of those stacks to really kind of chunk down those heavier front lines of some of the teams here. Nana, haven't seen too often, but man, she packs a punch. It's not as often. She just, once a Melina comes down, you're able to form out that ultimate. There's just a ton of damage that she can do to team, especially in these team fights that are kind of hunked around in a very stable position.
QNC with the last pick. Things that come into my mind, the Terizla can go onto the XP if they want the Arlot into the Roam. They could also go with the Diggy, right? The Time Journey does so well against the Black Dragon, the Fredrin stuns, along with the Minoan's Fury. So QNC has a lot of options. They go for a Suppression. Kaja, traditionally a great pickup, especially when you have the burst early. Now, Vexana Kaja, a little bit unconventional. Things like the Lunox Kaja could be a little bit better in terms of the burst. But Kaja into the Natan, if they do get a decent pick off, it is going to be able to feed the Natan quite early here.
Not just that, but you don't have a lot of CC to stop stop Kaja from coming in from the Divine Judgment here. He's going to be able to come in, depending on who's around, like not like another series we saw where you had the Terizla, you had the Ruby to contend with, you had just a heap of CCs, so that as soon as Kaja flickered in, he was going to get CC down. Here, there's not so much of that, so it's going to be a good offset, especially if you have a Vexana or a Natan in range.
Yeah, I'm just worried the Divine Judgment, especially early on, it's gonna be quite hard to find the burst damage from QNC to be able to kind of get that early damage, right? The Divine Judgment comes on level 4, and Natan doesn't come online until like 4 items. But guys, this is gonna be game 1, the last series of today between Team Falcon and Centauri, a best of 3 series. Excited to see what's going to be happening. The emblems come up.
Yeah, this is going to be the typical MENA versus Europe here. CNQ here representing Europe, looking to kind of mainstay just like their brethren in the top bracket. But clean slates here right now, 0-0 apiece, looking to make a stand here in the first game.
Yeah, so quite standard in terms of the rotations, right? A lot of the teams recently, they like to have the roamer kind of babysit the mid lane, like rotate together in kind of like this like trio ball, right? Where the jungler kind of goes, they kind of go, but at the same time, it's more of like a 1-1-2-1 where the jungler kind of goes off by himself, the mage and the roam sticks together. Looks like the side of CNQ is looking towards the bot side. Maybe the Yuzong is having a much easier time versus the Natan is just having a great time on the top side here.
Yeah, and right now looking for any type of engagements right now. They're just being very safe when it comes to kind of these rotations just yet. Not able to find any opportunities. And I mean, a little bit of at the bottom, Kenji, I mean, he's waiting a decent amount of time for looking for an opportunity here, but it doesn't look like Enzo is kind of biting the bullet. Oh, as I say that, they go ahead, get the pop-up. Oh, the caster curse there. I was going to say, it doesn't look like he's biting the bullet, and as soon as that happens, he comes in, catches a pop-up, and a first kill. First blood for Team Falcons.
So I've been kind of watching a lot of these teams do the very first rotation, and typically when the jungler is onto the XP before then.
Yeah, we can see that right now. Henry with a good heavy spin, and the turtle gets reset. Henry very low and not able to be helped by Meng, who tries to issue out some damage. That's not going to be enough. Kenji now in a good position to take this next turtle. Not sure if the rest of CNQ really want to go. He's very low, and Enzo going to be able to find the kill. That's 2 retries down. Ding is down as well, finding a kill, and Meng able to find the turtle.
CNQ comes out on top. Airy goes down early, and then, you know, they're able to get the Fredrin on the backside. Enzo gets a double kill, and then the Vexana gets the Lord. It's a huge win for the side of Centauri, putting them back up in terms of gold. It was quite even, and honestly, Kenji had a great gank on the bot side, but now it's completely neutralized through the first team fight in the first objective.
Yeah, Big Turtle on their side with 1 kill up. You can take a look at the replay here as Airy got taken out. That meant both retributions were down for these teams with Kenji down there as well. So props onto Meng, able to kind of focus onto that turtle, especially with the burst damage you get from the Valentina there. Putting them up a little here. It's not like out of the woods just yet. Still early game, about 4 minutes in, 2-3, 1 up for CNQ.
Yeah, but it's definitely kind of what CNQ wants, right? They have the Akai, which means the heavy spin is supposed to kind of get them the opportunity to have advantages on the objective. On the other hand, Fredrin, typically quite great when it's coming in and out, but topside here, looks like CZ going in.
Yeah, we do have the entropy is out when Fury lands onto them. Lark very low, is going to have to find himself an escape. Super a little bit of a sideline here as well. No worse for wear there. I mean, that's a big on both teams. Ooh, actually Kenji comes in here. He does catch an energy eruption as well. Super gonna find a little bit of a pop-up. Kenji actually in trouble. He's kind of getting surrounded by people. Energy eruption now pinned against the wall as they try to tick him down, and they still are not going to be able to find the kill as the Appraiser's Wrath goes wide.
Yeah, both teams trading a lot of ultimates and a lot of spells, right? It seems like Centauri has a lot more flickers and Purify available, so they should be able to get quite a good team fight. Enzo here, looking for the
Yeah, Super in a little bit of trouble there. Catches himself a final slash and then some damage in the form of Meng there. And now you're just not stopping here. Dean comes in, big pop-up land. Samo is taken down. They're going to go ahead, tie that up to 3-3 apiece and start on this next turtle.
Yeah, that's why the Yuzong gets so prioritized heavily in the first phase of drop. The Black Dragon comes through right here, completely zoning Airy out. Seems like Falcon has control over the mid game. Even look at Meng getting bursted so far away.
Yeah, I mean, a great job of kind of zoning out the rest of the teams. Now starting to even out. The gold lead is only at about 400 gold here, so that's not really anything substantial. And still, I mean, they're just both teams doing a good job just knowing the rotations, hiding in the bushes, and lying in wait to kind of try to catch a surprise on either team.
All right. So 6 minutes, right? We're kind of heading from that early game into the mid game. It seems like both teams played quite well. Some mistakes here and there. The rotations are quite standard, but it's even for both of these teams. But when it gets down to the mid and the late game, right? CNQ, the advantage that they have, if they're able to hold on to their ultimates and convert them into kills, especially with, let's say, the Divine Judgment or the Heavy Spin, it's going to win team fights for them. But ooh, Minone.
Yeah, speaking of which, we do have a Minone Fury that almost went off. It did like the ult from Kaja is able to stop it there. Heavy spin, good night. In trouble! Auto attack finishes the job. Lark is now in trouble. They're trying to juggle the aggro from this tower, but they're still taking a heap of damage. Diving in there, Lark gets taken down. That is 4 down for the Simon Team Falcons. This might be the last one. Ding in trouble, looking for an escape. Still finds a kill onto Kulak.
Yeah, both of these XP laners doing so much work for both of their teams. Enzo with a small whiff right there. Seems like they're going to look for a siege, but I think Falcon has enough members to back the members of CNQ. But yes, let's take a little bit of breather, right? Enzo here with the Arlot going crazy once again on the bot side, getting some last kills here and there. 4, 1, and 3 on the MVP, but he's getting caught here.
Yeah, I don't know, a little bit of a whiff there. Final slash went out there to stay off that gold minion. Didn't know what he did, but the gold minion is sorry. But now it's going to go ahead and set up the next turtle fight for the side of Falcons, as you saw that they're going to have to, Enzo's going to have to go back to base. He might actually make it back in time, as CNQ doing a good job juggling this. Oh, out comes the damage. Kenji taking a heap of it, gets popped up. Might not be long. Appraiser's Wrath comes down. The flicker is out to save Meng. Lark finds the turtle, and Ding finds a kill. They're not done yet. Airy in a little bit of trouble here. Falcons giving chase as they just got that turtle, but now, I mean, that was 1 down for the side of CNQ, but Kulak able to find a tower in the midst of that fray.
Yeah, so good trades coming in from both of these teams, right? Falcon, it seems like they have a significant team fight advantage, even when they're going against something like the Heavy Spin or the Vexana Ultimate, which landed so great. The Minone's Fury paired with the Black Dragon form is just a little bit too much to handle. The item builds here, you can already see the Hunter's Strike, the Athena's built up, and a small burst coming out from the Nana.
Yeah, Meng already taken down. Good night is not long for this world. Ironic name there, as he's going to go ahead and catch some sleep there. Airy's going to have to use that heavy spin. I mean, I want to say defensively to go ahead and find himself an escape here. 7-8, CNQ with a slight lead.
Yeah, I mean, it really feels like if Centauri is able to line up some of their ultimates and go for a pick, right? The Minone's Fury, very team fight oriented. Even with something like the Nana Molina Blitz, it's, you know, you want the enemies to kind of group up. Versus the Kaja here, you're looking for pickoffs off cooldown. You have the Flicker, you have the Divine Judgment, paired up with the Conceal. That should be a guarantee 1 pickoff. And we saw earlier, he had a great cancellation on the Minone's Fury. But now, ooh, CNQ, good night. Doesn't know.
Yeah, we're going to see both teams actually surprising each other. Goodnight's going to have to back off there. Airy safely dashes back to his team. No worse for wear. It's interesting because both these teams kind of feel very evenly matched in how they're approaching each time. Both of them are like kind of walking in the bushes that the other ones is kind of waiting in at the same time. So it's very interesting to see how these fights kind of alleviate themselves. And now you can see CNQ kind of going in here. They might take the bait on the Kenji. Look at that. A big set there for the side of Team Falcons. Black Dragon is out. Super Z finds a kill onto Kulak. That's a marksman down. And Goodnight is down for the side of Team Falcons. On the other side, Ding is able to find himself a kill as well. That is 4 down for CNQ. Now trying to change Airy, but I mean, that's a big tanky boy in the form of a Panda. It is, however, going to leave open this Lord for Team Falcons.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the team fight, all of the members of Falcom are full HP. Members of Centauri, they just got caught up by the Minoan's Fury. It was like a 2-3 man knockup paired up with the CC that came through. The Molina Blitz came out and had the burst. Yes, she did fall, but for what? For 4 members from the side of CNQ. I feel like now they really have to slow things down and try to maybe give more time for Kulak to come to scaling, because he's a great Natan player. We've seen him perform quite a bit, but right now they're just getting bursted left and right.
Yeah, and Goodnight actually able to find another kill onto Meng. That's just the value you get out of those Molinas and the Molina Blitz coming out from the Nana. She's just so oppressive if she can catch you, especially in some I want to say lackadaisical rotations. If she catches you, it's pretty much over once you get caught with that first Molina on the floor.
Yeah, and it's something a little bit unconventional. Yes, Nana did get that rework a few patches ago to kind of put her back into the relevancy, but we don't really see the Nana come out as often, so sometimes it's just a little bit hard for us to go against it. But here, Falcom with a...
Oh man, you can see here, they're actually trying to get a fight out of this. CNQ in a little bit of trouble. Airy forcing his way into the back line, really wants a Goodnight, is able to find it. Heavy spin, gonna bounce Ding back into enemy hands, and that's gonna be a wrap. Kulak finishing, or putting the finishing blows there onto Ding, and that is 2 down for the side of Team Falcons, as CNQ gonna be able to turn around that defense.
Yeah, the Panda was smacking the Raccoon around, able to grab up the Nana, and then paired up with the Yuzong. He got a perfect push on that. That's a double kill. Pretty much turned things around for the side of Centauri. The Lord, 80 seconds, 12 minutes in. We're pretty much seeing items being finished across the board. You can see the dominance on the Kaja gold leaderboard. It seems like for the side of Falcom, their carries, their XP and their gold are still up ahead. But, you know, Private, the later the game goes, the less meaning the gold leads are.
Yeah, and the less meaning it has there. You can see the decent amount of damage coming out there as Airy's going to be able to find himself and escape. I want to say CNQ still having a little problem when it comes to the initiation of some of these fights. They just need to be more prepared for when Super Z comes in for that Minoan Fury. You talked about it earlier. Samo was able to find that Divine Judgment to actually interrupt the ultimate. It's just that ever since then, they just have not been able to find it, as the combination with the Black Dragon has been too much for them.
Yeah, so the side of CNQ, especially since it doesn't feel like they have the map, even though the goal lead is quite close, they're lacking in terms of a 5 versus 5 team fight. But what they do have is a Kaja. Kaja can easily go for some pickoffs. This is something I don't want to see the side of CNQ do, though. They're sending the Kaja up onto the gold lane with complete vision, giving Falcom pretty much every single bush on the bot side that they're looking for. Some other things that they could have done, just have Kulak just, you know, clear the top side, Kaja hide, and they could go for the split push, get the dragon for a pick. But seems like the Lord dance is about to start for both of these teams. The Cha-Cha comes through. I think this is going to be a long one.
Yeah, it's very interesting that you bring that up too. Just the information that you give to your teammates sometimes is enough. Seeing that the Kaja is up at top lets you know that there's no real
green light,
risk
right?
At the bottom. Yeah, it's green light to go ahead and go in there. As we see here, Enzo in a little bit of trouble, has to use his flicker defensively very early there. Kulak gets caught out in the flank. Black Dragon is out. Airy has to use his heavy spin to get away from the rest of Team Falcons. That is a lot. That is 2 ultimates down for the side of CNQ before this Lord fight even starts.
Yeah, CNQ kind of, just like you said earlier, they're getting caught up all over the place. They're not having a good enough group up, like a Ube strat. But Falcom, they're getting the pickoffs left and right. Right there, it was between the Molina Blitz and the Black Dragon. They were able to get a very high priority target. Kulak falls, and it completely gives Falcon a free Lord. But now Centauri up for some defense. They have the Arlot, they have the Vexana, and they have the Natan. It does provide some, base defense, but what I am looking for is if Samo can find a pickoff before it happens, or be able to counter engage, and maybe Falcon's going to step out and accidentally, overextend here.
Yeah, that's the one thing I'm looking for when it comes to this defense, because you've been seeing how successful they've been with that Minoan Fury flicker right now. And it's going to come down if when that happens, is Samo going to be in a position to be able to kind of maybe punish them for it, because they can turn this this push here right now. They shouldn't be able to get too much out of it. I'm assuming we're going to get some high grounds out of it, but we already going to start this on here. You can see Enzo taking a heap of damage. They're going to use that final slash, and Lark able to burst him down with the heavy crossbow. Airy in trouble here. Big pop-up lands. Black Dragon is out into the back line with the petrify and the pop-up. Kulak gets taken out. 3 down for CNQ. Lord pushing from the bottom. This might be a wrap. 50%. That's going to be game 1 to Team Falcons.
A 15-minute smash, honestly, by Team Falcons. They had pretty much everything going in their way. Even though on the very first objective, the side of Team Falcom kind of, didn't find the fight that they were looking for. Enzo came out from the backside, got the slash and double kill. But after that, it felt like Falcom just had the game in their plans. It was just quite smooth sailing, 16-11. A pretty dominating first game, Private.
Yeah, and I want to say that it kind of felt like, even though the score might not reflect it, it was very dominating for Team Falcons. They just were getting more out of the kills that they were doing. More towers, more, group fights when it came to it. Here's another one, too. Big pop-up lands that Minoan Fury, and then followed up by the Black Dragon there. It was just a great show of synergy and rotation by Team Falcons here.
Yeah, it pretty much was just that Falcom was winning every single skirmish after the first one. They could come for some trades here and there. Right here, yes, CNQ with a moment of hope grabs up 2 picks, but those 2 picks weren't converted into anything, and here we go, right? Natan gets picked off, the Kai is pretty much stuck by himself, the Enzo gets picked even before the team fight, and the flicker Minoan's Fury.
Yeah, and that was basically the story of the entire game, the aggression that Team Falcons have, and the organization. Yeah, there were some, when it came to like pickoffs and pickoffs after pickoffs, it was staying pretty even, but when it came to like organized team fights, Falcons really shined through there. You can see here, gold per minute going over to Ding, damage dealt by Goodnight here, damage taken by Hush, and total assists by Super.
Yeah, although we kind of saw Goodnight kind of get picked off from time to time, still highest damage dealt, highest kill participation on the side of Falcom. But at the same time, Lark and Ding, the 2 side laners of that team, farmed extremely well in that last game. These are strong, dominating performers, and also Kenji did quite well in the jungle too. So pretty much everyone on Falcom just played kind of above and beyond. The MVP goes into the XP, quite well deserved. The first phase Yuzong pick 7, 2, and 4.
Yeah, you were talking about the Yuzong picks here, and he absolutely shined in that. Especially, I mean, I want to say it's just as much ability there for the Roam to kind of set that up, but I mean, he knew exactly where he needed to be as well. Ding to kind of get in there with the Black Dragon form, able to fish through, find the mage, and then actually able to find himself an escape as well. So a great job there. This is shades of what we saw from the second series, where I felt like, man, Team Falcons organization when it came to these fights just really being the shining factor against their opponents.
Yeah, during the match, I kind of want to talk about the very first rotation that the team has. So what I'm talking about is 1 minute and 40 seconds. When the jungler is able to get both of those buffs, he lands on either the top side or the bot side, right? The mid and the roam, they clear their lanes and they either land on the top side or on the bot side. But a lot of the times, they have the jungler rotating into the XP and they have the mage rotating into the XP. They form this 3-man unit, and we saw Kenji pretty much hiding in that little pit on the bot side for a very long time. A lot of the good teams, they have the jungler clear and help the mage and the XP get that first level 4. So when they rotate into the turtle, everyone's set. Versus like, you know, Private, when I'm in solo queue, I'm just sitting there trying to get my level 4 and the turtle's like halfway started. I'm like, guys, wait up. I'm not even there. But it really shows like the difference. And Falcom has been the one that's kind of abusing that strategy and getting away with it completely.
Yeah, it's and we're gonna see how well that kind of goes into if it formulates into an answer for the side of CNQ here. They are down 1 point. This is game point for them here. Falcons have been very dominant here, and the bans I want to say look a little familiar. Arlott going to actually be taken off the board for Team Falcons. Didn't have a huge effect on the last game, just because of how organized I want to say Team Falcons were in a lot of those engagements.
Well, 1-0, Falcom up. Falcom, I kind of want to see something special come out. Something fun, something exciting, right? And, you know, for CNQ, I want this to go a game 3. I know they have what it takes. They played great in some of these small engagement, but the Angela pick comes out. It was taken off the board pretty much numerous of times, but now the Angela gets first picked. The response?
Yeah, we're gonna see if there is a response there. Angela just melds so well with a lot of heroes. The Yuzong prioritized by CNQ here. You are already talking about how well it can kind of play into it, especially when there's that great setup like a Minoan Fury. However, here you're gonna have potentially a little bit of a safeguard here. If you get kind of backed up by that Black Dragon, you'll have in the form of a Heart Guard potentially to be able to kind of save some of those players from those early dives.
Yeah, so Yuzong Roger could come into my mind. They could also go for the Natan, which was picked up on the last game. Didn't have the success that they're looking for, but still one of the best marksman gold lane in slot. If they could also go for something like the jungler, right? The Fredrin and the Boxia, they get to kind of decide which one they want. Over here for the side of Falcom, decided to pick up the Boxia themselves. And this is something interesting, right, Private? We casted NACT. Boxia kind of didn't show up this season, right? Mobazane, favorite on the cheese wheel, didn't really come through, but the Fredrin actually getting let go all the way until now. It's not even shown up yet.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing for me. I touched on it a little earlier. Boxy has always kind of served me as a reactionary pick. There are certain things that you want to see on the enemy team, whether it's more magic damage, a lot of healing on that team, where Boxy really kind of shines out there. He does provide, I mean, on his own, as like a first pick potential. He has very fast clearing speed. He can traverse the map very quickly. He can kind of get a lot of those minions potentially from the enemy side of the jungle to kind of start starving them out. It's just like I said, if you don't face some of with heroes like that, you want to check all the boxes that make them great. But here, I mean, what we've seen from Snapdragon is they're able to use them very successfully. So, and it's just one of those interesting things when it comes to the different regions. Terizla going to be picked up by the side of Falcons. Great initiating power there from them, and tanking ability, especially with the latest rework, or not latest rework, but the latest buff to a lot of the tanky players in the lanes. Terizla on the reception end of that as well.
Yeah, and having the Terizla being picked here allows the Angela to flex even more into that roam position if they wanted. Angela mid has been great, doing wonders over C, but the Angela roam doesn't provide the front line, but the Kenji pretty much on that hero, I can't even think of it anymore, but the Terizla comes out with the frontline set, able to kind of do some of that, but the second phase ban is out on the table. 2 marksmen gets taken out by the side of CNQ, 2 physical marksmen. So yes, you know, with the heavy magic damage, I understand where CNQ is going. And the standard Grok and Edith gets banned out. You know, CNQ the Grok has been quite good. You saw the Grok pretty much just disrupting objectives over and over. I can see why it's being banned out here against Samo.
A really interesting thing here with the IMU, you're going to have a Hearts Guard for the side of CNQ as well. We don't really have any anything to stop. Oh, actually, we took Minotaur off the we took him off the board. So we're gonna go back to the Nana pickup here for the side of Team Falcons. It proved, I mean, it proved enough, especially when you go against somebody like a Fredrin or who has to kind of stand still. I mean, I want to say when you're talking about Valentina, when you're talking about Natan, they've got a little bit of more mobility to potentially get them out of harm's way. But we've seen it before. I mean, all you need is that Molina to land onto somebody, and you don't even have a second to think. You're already going to get bursted down. So, I mean, she might actually still be able to count and catch some of these other members coming from CNQ as we're looking for that last pick. Falcons pick up the Irothel as their marksman.
Yeah, nothing exciting from Falcom here. You know, can't say I'm not disappointed. But you know, they played well with the Nana and the Rithel. Last game, the burst coming out, pretty much killing Enzo before the fight even happens. Like, they played well with it, but this time around, they have a Bratz, you know, and not a Bratz, they have a Boxia, and they also have a Terizla and Angela. So we're gonna kind of have to see how they go through with it. Samo picks up this Tigreal. I think it's actually quite a great pickup. They CNQ lacked a little bit in terms of the frontline set. You know, they don't want the Fredrin to be tanking everything, and the Tigreal pretty much allows them to kind of switch the focus, right? Are they going to target the Tigreal? Are they targeting the Fredrin? Or is the Yuzong going to come in from the back? And this is just one more element that's going to force the side of Falcom to have to reconsider their spells. Is it going to be the Purify? Is it going to be the Flicker? It might just be quite hard to decide between both of them.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I haven't seen Tigreal too often, but I know he does, especially since they changed the way a lot of his ultimate works, where you can now flicker with it. It's always, I think Tigreal's just been a part of the board for so long, and it's worked one way. I still get surprised when a Tigreal, when he uses a flicker implosion on me. I'm like, oh my God, that's right. He can still do that, which is absolutely insane. We're going to see if they're being able to plan this out, and if it comes to fruition for CNQ, who are looking to keep their hopes alive in this bracket. Team Falcons up 1, looking to close this out early.
Yeah, and you know, I want a game 3. I keep saying it right here. Falcom, I want overtime. Let's go on to game 3. But I'm worried. The Molina played so well on the last game, and then you had the Rithel, which is a pick that is not as conventional, played perfectly into that mid and late game, right? Falcom is a team, you know, definitely has some experience coming through, and they're able to kind of show their show their experience here. And you know, even with the first rotation, we're gonna see right here, both of the buffs are gonna be killed. You're gonna see Goodnight potentially rotating onto that XP lane before the turtle comes up, and the Boxy is gonna be helping that clear. But the 4-man unit of CNQ go on to the top side might be kind of tough to defend against.
Yeah, well, it depends on if they can kind of get there without being noticed. I mean, there's many things that you can do, especially if you're Lark and you know that they're coming. You're going to back away from this tower to make sure that you're not going to get caught. At the bottom, they do have 2, and Enzo very wary of the placement, doing a good job of keeping the minions back toward his tower, so that if somebody is going to sneak up on him, he's going to be able to kind of see them. And it kind of puts Ding in a little bit of a, I want to say, it puts him more at risk because he's putting himself out there, forced forward by a lot.
Yeah, ding, ding, ding. Even if he puts himself in a tough position, well, it looks like he's walking back towards the base. 3 recalls come up, potentially some sort of problem coming through. But again, if we look at some of these comps coming out from both of these teams, Falcom actually comes out quite good. Even with the Boxia pickup, and he actually has Impure Rage instead of Brave Smite this time around. So
I'm wondering if we have a disconnect on the side of Team Falcons. Angela Super hasn't moved. Oh, there he goes. Signs of life. He's alive, but Kenji hasn't moved from the base just yet. He's been there for about 30 seconds now. Maybe taking a little bit of a a little bit of training, taking a small nap there. He's moving around now. He's it looks like they're doing it right. So, I mean, they're going all right. About 900 up there, but that was a turtle that was not contested, and CNQ gonna walk away with that.
Yeah, I do think it's going to be a small technical pause, a potential reset. I think both teams played. There wasn't a kill going back and forth here and there. Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a reset. I don't know, but let's talk about their comps here, right? The Boxia versus the Fredrin, quite traditional. The Angela versus the Tigreal, it's like a set versus a long range. She has the mobility, Angela. She has the early game advantage from level 1, level 2. One of the hardest, hitters, sustainers, slows early on, but Tigreal may be able to find some advantage towards that mid and late game with Implosion.
Yeah, and that's the thing I'm kind of looking for, especially if you can get the Implosion. There's a lot of damage that you can spill onto them, especially if Natan has his items and is able to kind of start really unleashing there. I do like the fact of the Heart Guard potential, but I mean, that's kind of being matched up now. Unless Ming... I mean, I'm not even sure what else you kind of go for here. You have the potential of a Molina Blitz from a Good Night, but those are the only two ultimates I'm really looking for Meng to steal here, which would be the Heart Guard and the Molina Blitz, just because of the how big of an impact they can potentially have on some of these team fights.
Yeah, and talk about Good Night earlier. We were able to kind of see the Nana in action. She was pretty much getting these like off-camera burst, and it's very hard to defend against it, especially if you don't have the mobility or purify behind it. But Valentina does have quantum charge along with a flicker, so the ability to kind of have the mobility and have 2 dashes may just serve enough for Good Night to kind of not have those off-camera kills, because it just happened so quickly. The cameraman can't even catch up.
I was just about to say there's a reason that they were off cam. It's because of how quickly it happens. Before you could even react, it's like, okay, Melina just left out, just hit me. As soon as you try to purify, even if you do purify out of it, there's already a Molina Blitz coming down on you right after that. And it's so quick, it's so smooth that it's a reason that Nana has started to slowly crawl her way up in the meta. I want to say it's not that she's not great. It's just that there are a few better picks in mid when it comes to certain things that you're trying to execute. When it comes to kind of burst damage or CC sometimes out there. But, I mean, she still has a place, and we saw from the last game just how well she kind of plays into even whether it comes to catching people out singularly or to have that Molina Blitz ultimate during team fights.
Yeah, I really think we have to take note of how Falcom does in this match. They are able to pick Nana and Arythel, win game 1 quite convincingly. The kill score doesn't really tell the full story. They dominated the whole entire map the whole entire time. But this time around on game 2, they're not showing any cards, Private. They're playing that boring, hey, we won with this comp, you didn't ban it out. We're just gonna play it again, and we're just not gonna show you any cards. But here's the thing though, they're allowed to do that because they're up 1-0. Right? If they were down, they kind of have to go back to the game plan, find something out. But this time they're up, and it's very hard to watch, because if you are a viewer or if you're the opponent and you see Falcon, you're like, okay, they played Nana Arythel twice. What are we gonna do about that? We can't ban it out. It's hard. It's hard to go against that.
Yeah, and do we waste a ban on a Nana and Irisel? What will they do? That's going to be that's some of the biggest thing. Yeah. And it's going to be very interesting here. I'm very excited to see Tigreal's a new one up there too. He's going to potentially have himself effect. There's not a lot of CC that can stop him on the side. I mean, it depends on who he's getting. If you're an Irisel, first of all, you're looking for 2-3 players to kind of catch with your implosion. And if you're catching them, I want to say I'm thinking Nana is part of that pack as well, because you don't want Yeah, she has to be part of the package when you're trying for an implosion. If she's not, you're just going to be looking at your implosion being wasted because she's going to immediately. I want to say it's immediately going to be turned around on you with the Molina transforming you and then the Molina Blitz coming down on you. So it's going to be very interesting to see how we kind of how.
Navigate some of the team fights that the Tigreal kind of has to figure out, because quite honestly, just like you're saying, the set versus the sustain of the Angela, right?
Yep.
It's going to be the healers versus pretty much somebody that has to be active. So the Angela could be reactive. When the implosion comes in, look for the target to heart guard and try to play the reactive game against something like a Tigreal where it's coming in as a frontline set. And just like you're saying, the package has to be correct. Arythel has the Purify. If they're able to pop the Purify early, the Tigreal implosion's pretty much going to guarantee that kill. But if the Purify isn't, right, and the Tigreal is forced to come in with the flicker, it may put him in such a bad position, and maybe the package is not going to be complete. If I was Falcom, I'm going to be smart. Nana, you go left. Arythel, you go right. None of us are getting caught here, right?
I'm about to say, everybody stay away from me so that we don't set up something for the Tigreal. Ladies and gentlemen, it does seem that we are going to have to redraft this. Apparently there was a technical problem in that last draft, but that's just kind of the value you get when the issues like that happens. You want to make sure that everything is fair and square for both teams, especially on important games like this where it's match point for one and another one kind of looking at the survival of themselves in this bracket. But yeah, we'll get to that as soon as possible.
So, redraft, huh? We talked about it, private. Arythel, Nana, out of the picture. We don't want to see none of that no more. I'm just kidding, okay? Falcom played a great game one. The Arythel and the Nana definitely dominated. And again, they were able to kind of show it once again in the game two that they're confident in picking those two heroes up. They don't mind having the last pick Mage and the Marksman. They don't mind when the enemy teams are looking to ban out some of those picks because they're comfortable with what they have to go against. Even like the Natan, right? They have the Arythel. They're like, I'm confident to go against Natan with it. And then the Nana, you could put the Valentina up in front. We're going to off cam, get that burst, and get the thing set up in place for Falcom.
Well, the Valentina was a decent, I want to say that was more or less to kind of try to take it away from Team Falcons because we know how great Good Night has been on it. The only risk sometimes comes along with... you on one side you have something that you're taking away from somebody who is just so good with it. There's no way he doesn't know what counters it. There's no way he doesn't know exactly how that hero works. And then are you as good on that hero as they potentially were, or are you maybe setting yourself behind a bit because you're using a hero that maybe might not be your bread and butter? It's all these little things that kind of sometimes come into a factor for that.
Yeah, I could see where the Nana does well against the Valentina. I think it's just the outrange, especially early on. The Nana can kind of just farm from far range. And when the Valentina is one of those mages that don't have a very high burst and don't have a very high range either. So range kind of beats Valentina when it comes down to lane clearing. Valentina's also not great, right? But what Valentina does have, but before we get into the Valentina, it does seem like we will be going on a short break. Guys, we're gonna be right back. Do not be going anywhere. QNC versus Falcon, game number 2.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. While it's fun theorizing about certain picks that we have on there, we are going to be restarting the draft here right away. Like we said, like to try to keep things even and fair for both teams. Apparently, a little bit of a technical error for one of the teams there. I mean, you saw it there on the screen. People disconnecting left and right, and right during a turtle fight as well. So I guess it was continuing on from the draft. So it's going to be a completely brand new draft, ladies and gentlemen, for our viewing pleasure.
Yeah, and with a brand new draft comes with a brand new flair. You know, once again, I feel like the side of Falcon may kind of just save that marksman and the mage pick onto last. There's a lot of picks that both of these teams, you know, do like to prio. The Harith gets taken out here. The Boxic, you know, gets prioed early. The Angela and the Matilda is kind of either in that ban or pick situation. Right, the Arlott showed a little bit of greatness, but was taken out. Also the Louis, so still a lot that we kind of have to see. I would like to see, you know, maybe like a Chip come into play, or maybe the Masha or the Hellkurt, right? There's still a lot that can be done to spice the game up, but Falcom already with a convincing first win. It's up to CNQ to go back to that drawing board and figure things out.
I know how much it upsets you to see some of the same picks, but I understand it. I get it. I know you do when it comes to like something that's been tried and true and tested, and you just want to like mix it up. Oh, let's get a Chip in there. Let's get a Masha. We did see Masha bans in the first series. Possibly, I'm wondering if we're gonna see the Angela ban. I'm not sure at what. For me, it's interesting because I'm wondering at what part of the banning phase did things run amok? Because I noticed that as soon as the drafting was done, Angela picked up like that. So maybe there was some part during it where the Angela wasn't supposed to walk, or some other part of here. We do see the Arlott getting taken up, and Angela banned for the side of CNQ as well.
And you know what's interesting is that Falcons actually opt to ban out this Harith as a first pick, and we've seen how strong a Harith first pick is for any team. Right, they're picking that up pretty much without even thinking when it's available. But this time, Falcom is like, we don't really want the Harith to be picked up by our side, so you guys aren't gonna have it either. But this opens up a complete different strategy. A lot of the teams, they try to allow the Harith first so they could pick up two other priority heroes, right? It could be something like the Angela or the Faramis or even a Louis, and the Louis actually looking like it's potentially going to be walk. It's the very last ban, but I don't want to talk too soon here.
I know. I mean, we've seen that potentially. Are we going to prioritize the Fred and the Boxy again? It could go. It's these teams never cease to surprise me when it comes to here. A little bit of thinking right now for the side of CNQ, deciding what specifically are we going to give up? What do we want to take off the board? Because what are we going to see potentially? Harith off the board kind of potentially means that you're setting up. You have that Roger that can kind of start shining through. I want to say Roger hasn't had the greatest in the last series. Didn't have the greatest games there. He does need to get fed. You do want to be ahead for him as well. And it does look that last ban going to be going to Liu Yi for the side of CNQ. Now, we're just waiting to see what the answer is and what that first pick going to be coming from the side of the Falcons.
Yeah, so Falcons can go for something like the jungler, the Boxy, or the Fredrin. They could decide that for themselves. And in this case, if there is no Angela, it feels like maybe they might lean towards the Fredrin. The Yuzong, which has been used quite well from both of these teams, can also be an option. And you mentioned the, oh, never mind. Yeah, this is great. I like this, right? The Valentina gets picked up. This is something that you talked about earlier, where you said, good night, dangerous. We don't want him on the Valentina. Gets let through in the first phase.
Yeah, and I mean, prioritize. Why even just leave it up to chance? I mean, it's not a terrible first pick either, because now you're starting to delegate. The enemy team now has to make the decision: what type of ultimates do we want to get? Do we want to give it to? Here, right now, immediately, you're going to have a Black Dragon as an option for the side of Team Falcons here. Not just that, but I want to say, like we've said, Good Knight has gotten MVP every single time he's played Valentina today. So, I mean, why not pick up that priority for what has been the game changer, or at least the leading charge for a lot of our victories here?
CNQ response with the Boxia and the Yuzong, but a quick pick up by the side of Falcon. It seems like they already knew what was happening. The Fredrin gets tossed onto the board along with the Minotaur. That's two knockups that are quite hard to deal with. And, you know, quite honestly, the Minotaur that was played in the game one allowed the team fights to go quite smooth and sailing for Falcon. It's almost a 2-man to 3-man knockup chain every single time. And now paired up with the Fredrin, they're going to have the ability to kind of just chain those knockups, pretty much get CNQ stuck in a bad position and find a way to clear. But CNQ here still with a last option, maybe carry with Purify to deal with the front line that Falcon has set.
I want to say what we saw from that first game is potentially what we can see here as well, because you can have Good Knight steal that Black Dragon from CNQ, and then you have exactly what was really being a thorn in CNQ's side in the first game, where you have the Minoan Fury, Black Dragon diving in deep to get the kills onto the squishier members there as well. So maybe that's why it was so quick. I mean, they immediately, they're like, oh, they left it open, boom, we're gonna pick it up. So it's already showing that they have like a lot of confidence in this pick, and it's kind of going well. Grok picked up on the side of CNQ here as well. Going to see how well that kind of plays into this composition.
I like it, right? The side of Falcon, game 1 and that game 1.5 or game 2.1, or I don't know how we call it. The Grok gets taken off on the second phase every single time, and for good reason, right? We've seen the Grok pretty much make impacts all across the board from the early, mid, and to the late game, denying objectives left and right and getting those nice clears early on. So picking up the Grok in the first phase, I think it's quite well to deal with a lot of the CC that Falcon has. Now, I do think something interesting could happen. CNQ could ban out the Rithel. Like, hey man, I know you like that pick, take it away from them. But they do choose the Terizla, and I also do think that's great. Terizla has done quite well, especially in the recent metas, but it does leave a lot more open XP laners. CC, something we haven't seen quite for a while, can show up and completely dominate here. And the Roger that you talked about is taken off the board by CNQ.
Yeah, that is very interesting. CC still a very strong laner in the XP. Her ability to kind of kite people back as well, and she just has an exorbitant amount of damage that she can kind of put on. It's very interesting that we haven't seen her here. Maybe they, when it comes to some of these compositions, her single target focus maybe not the greatest for what they're looking for here. We have all our bans are out there. Vexana taken off to the side of Falcons as well. So a lot of magic damage burst kind of taken off for them, which is what we're kind of looking for. Still looking for that mage, still looking for that marksman for the side of CNQ. We're going to look, see where we're going to go with first here, especially since you said, the Roger taken off the board. There are some options still there in that gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, for the side of CNQ, I like the Novaria. Novaria does get picked up here. Something like a Fairmist could also be an option of their choice. Now, Falcom with the next two picks, looking for the marksman along with the XP laner. The carry, which hasn't been picked up as often, is now being slotted in. And quite honestly, for me, I think it's a pick that's denied away from CNQ. The frontline heavy focus that Falcom has is going to be very hard to deal with, especially when an enemy has something like a carry. So this time around, Falcon's able to take that away. With the Natan being banned out, it doesn't leave that much options for the side of CNQ to kind of mess around here.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. Ooh, Thamus. We haven't seen a Thamus in a while. He's got a decent early game, especially when it comes to going against those tankier characters. It does seem to fall off a little bit through the mid and late game.
Well, you know, he's definitely one of those heroes that do extremely well in the laning phase. Going up against the Yuzong or anyone in that case in the XP lane, something like a Lapu Lapu or even a Paquito, the Thamus is actually quite good to deal with any of that. But the Exia gets picked up here. I saw your head kind of shaking because the side of Falcom has dive potential, right? Some gap closing abilities coming out from the Fredrin, from the Thamos, and then you also got the potential to get the Black Dragon or the Wild Charge from the Valentina. So those are things that the Exia has to kind of be wary about. Yeah, but hey, man, this is game 2 for CNQ match point. This is what they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, Ixia, it depends on how well the fight is going for you and the positioning you can put. If you can maybe put a wall, especially like, I want to say the Turtle and Lord Pit in between you and the enemy, you have a little bit more of a chance of kind of being able to get that full barrage up. I know you're laughing because I'm thinking, I'm like, it's not going to matter to a Black Dragon. So, I mean, we'll see. It's a very interesting draft here for the side of CNQ and Team Falcons. We'll see how it kind of pays off here. Game point for Team Falcons here. CNQ looking at the survival, looking at their survival here in the brackets with this next game.
Yeah, well, you know me, I want overtime. I want game 3, CNQ. Let's do this, guys. If you guys are out there in the chat, make sure, hey, you know, type in the chat 1 for Falcom, 2 for CNQ. Show your support for both of these teams as we head into the match point match. Hey, Falcom and CNQ, they're still playing kind of like that 1-1-2-1 style. The Mage and the Roamer kind of sticking around with each other. And then the Jungler kind of just having that freestyle. But Ari popping a flicker early here.
Yeah, already. They're looking to try to vie for position. Oh, I like it. It does. The Lethal Wanderer does go over to Team Falcons, but I do like the initiation shown, or the initiative shown by Meng to kind of get that Astral Sphere out there, just a little bit to try to help out there.
Yeah, and I mean, Centauri already kind of with a slight lead. Earlier when we saw in game 1, both of these teams held out quite well against each other. So I feel like we're kind of going to see, you know, not much of a snowball coming out from both teams, not much of a kills coming out. It's just going to be quite standard because both of these teams kind of held up against each other in that first like 8-minute mark quite well. But again, Falcom has a little bit more of a momentum, and especially with the way that they were dominating in game 1, I feel like this may put TNQ on kind of a back foot. They may not look to engage as heavy, and they might just, you know, second guess themselves in a lot of situations.
Ooh, Ding in a little bit of trouble. They're going to go ahead and latch onto him quickly, and the Vengeance is not going to be enough to save him. That's going to set up this next Lord fight. The Turtle fight, actually. Black Dragon is out. The rest of Team Falcons looking to disengage here. Good Knight's going to spray on some damage. Ooh, Astral Sphere does go wide, but it looks like that first Turtle going to go very securely over to TNQ. But they're not done. They come in there. Black Dragon with the stomp, looking for a pop-up. Kenji with the Appraiser's Wrath, gonna be able to take down 2 for CNQ, and just like that, Team Falcons turn around and invade, a potential invade from their purple buff.
Yeah, this definitely reminds me of game 1. You know, it's kind of like this back and forth, right? They get some sort of advantage on the off lane. It turns into an advantage in the Turtle. That's an objective for an objective. And then they kind of go a little bit too deep, accidentally make a mistake, and the reverse comes into play. Now Falcom is actually up ahead in terms of the kills. The goal lead is still quite even across the board, but it's more about kind of like the momentum, right? And Team Falcom, they're actually, both of these teams are able to kind of stop the momentum from kind of snowballing from each one. Right? If Falcon comes up, Centauri is like, hey, sit back down. It's only 4 minutes in. And the same goes reverse, but a flicker.
Yeah, the full barrage came out there, and Super Z was actually waiting for it. Kenji comes in, looking for the kill onto Kulak, who's going to very safely get back to his tower. Big pop-up lands onto EUR&MENA, and Super Z's going to be taken down as well. Good night. It does fray. There goes the wall out there. Appraiser's Wrath drops 2 very low, and Lark there to clean up the pieces. 2 down. A third one looking. Samo might be. Yeah, Samo is down as well. That is 6-2 for Team Falcons, and what an early fight for them.
Yeah, a big turnaround for Team Falcon. It felt like they were kind of caught in a bad situation, but they were hitting onto Kenji, and Kenji was able to get the bonk off. It was like a 3-4 man, completely recovered all his health. A forward 4-0 early for the side of Team Falcon. You can look at this beautiful replay. They pick off the Minone, and then now they're trying to go for good night, gets a good dash, and bonk. There goes the fight.
Yeah, it drops them all very low, and even Good Night able to get back and forth with such a low amount of health. Eri actually in trouble here, is going to have to be able to roll his way to safety.
Yeah, but it seems like Centauri was able to grab up the objective once again. It's a 2-turtle lead for CNQ, but the gold lead still belongs to the team of Falcon. Now, I want to kind of mention this Exia as the full barrage comes through.
Oh, yeah, actually not able to take anybody down, but I mean, that's already the threat that you're seeing there, the damage that can come out there, but go ahead.
Yeah, Exia is actually a very interesting marksman in this situation because the amount of frontline that the team Falcon has, the side of CNQ needs. Oh, before that though.
Yeah, Eri gets taken down by Kenji. That's going to bring this to a 7-3 game right now. Actually, Ding, actually in a little bit of trouble, is going to have to dive himself over the ledge there. Almost got caught by Enzo there, and now you have 2 starting to fight their way up at top. And Enzo going to be able to get away under the tower off screen.
Yeah, it seems like Falcon is kind of going with this blitz strategy of just wrecking havoc across the map where CNQ. They have to defend bot side, and the engagement comes out on top. A 4-man siege forming onto the top side against CNQ, and they just have to be prepared against these fights.
Yeah, and right now, big fights coming in there. They're trying to put out a little bit of suppressive fire. Astral Echo is out. Full barrage catches Kenji slow with we do have a wall out there as well. Super Z, Black Dragon is out as well. Super Z, not long for the world, going to be taken out here, and the rest of Team Falcons decide to disengage from there. But all the while, Team Falcons look at the bottom lane. Lark able to push his second tower. Big pop-up at mid, does catch a Ding, and Asamo in a little bit of trouble. Eri as well. They're very low, especially against that Cauterant Inferno of Ding's Thamus.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, the side of Team Falcon was just winning in every small skirmishes that they're, you know, getting put up against. Yes, the Minotaur gets taken off, but that's a tank. We'll trade the bot side tower. And now, for the first time, Falcon looks like they're going to be in shape for this very third neutral.
Yeah, Eri actually gets popped up, not able to close the distance there. Full barrage is out, laying down the damage. Good night, going to get out from the side, and they do successfully save their team, but they lose a turtle here, and I want to say the gold starting to mount on the side of Team Falcons.
Yeah, and I just want to say, this Exia pick, especially going up against the amount of tanks that they have, Exia typically goes for something like a Corrosion, Golden Staff, and DHS. It's not going too much for the crit. So having the ability to do the percentage damage with the DHS is going to be able to shred the front line of Falcon. But how much damage can she do? Is she going to be able to get into the scaling position? Falcon taking the top, both top towers gone. And Centauri kind of in a desperate position, looking to gank onto the bot side, but they have to disengage now.
Yeah, I want to say Lark has been doing such a great job of just, I mean, even behind the team. Ooh, actually, Eri in a little bit of trouble. Speedy Lightwheel chunking him down. That's one down. Another one in the name of Samo. And here comes the full barrage. Backs up Good Night. Backs up Super. Black Dragon going to go ahead. Oh, I thought that was a random auto attack out there in the that might have been able to take down Enzo, but it's not going to be enough. And right now, Team Falcon, just a very dominant performance as they are now pushing through the mid tower.
Yeah, and Good Night, just like what you were saying earlier, is up in terms of the damage dealt for his team. And then the gold lead from Lark, 2K above the next member, Enzo. Right? So Team Falcon winning in terms of the damage dealt, winning in terms of the gold lead, and the 2K that the whole entire Team Falcon has in terms of their lead is on the most prioritized unit, the carry. So it's just bad news on top of bad news for the side of CNQ. But you know, a little moment, they were able to shut down Lark in that last team fight. That was huge because when he popped the Purify, he was just completely free hitting the Grok, and anything that came into the way he was completely free hitting. But the Novaria first skill paired with the Black Dragon was able to get Lark down there, able to find a moment. But Airy here,
Yeah, Airy gonna go ahead and bait it out. Ding on the backside. A flicker to the back is not gonna be enough to save. Kulak, who is in trouble. He's still able to get away there. That is 3 down for Team Falcons. And what a bait by the side of CNQ there to be able to kind of get away. And especially from a marksman we thought was gonna have a lot of trouble here. Kulak's just doing a great job of being slippery. Kenji in a lot of trouble here, trying to get away from 2 members here. He does have his back to the tower, so I mean, he's got something to fall back on, but this is all just to kind of zone him out while the rest of the team picks up this Lord.
do we see the light at the end of the tunnel? CNQ, moment of greatness here. All right, I was actually worried for the Exia. He popped that missile barrage coming through, and Ding was just sitting on top of him with the vengeance. But the outplay with the flicker back, and then also the engagement from Sama was able to peel anyone that was on that Exia off, resulting in a 3-kill advantage for CNQ paired up with the Lord. This might be a turn of an event. They're able to stop the snowball coming through. Now they have to, the side of Falcon have to kind of rethink how they want to look for these team fights, because the brute force is just not doing it right now.
I want to say it was just such a high tier play. So many levels to that. Boxia went in, baited them all out. As soon as they landed on the Boxia, full barrage went out as well. And then Thamus bit the bait as well to try to lock onto the Ixia. Ooh, here comes an Appraiser's Wrath, but Kenji, no worse for wear. Black Dragon is out from the flank, but he's going to go all the way to top. Maybe looking for carry. Might not be able to find it just yet.
And, you know, it's still quite even coming out for both of these teams. A small advantage for Team Falcon, but Centauri does have the map in their favor, right? The 2 eye bushes near the river pretty much tells the full story. Kenji going for a small peek, but CNQ, you know, politely leaves the bush. Falcon, they still have some advantages. They don't want to look for a team fight that, you know, the side of CNQ can potentially reverse. And the last team fight pretty much said that whole entire story. If Falcon loses another team fight, the snowball goes for side of CNQ. And they just really have to be careful now. They have to choose their fight a little bit more wisely, find the setups that they're looking for. The boxes have to be checked, right? Does Kulak have his flicker? Yes, okay, maybe let's try to pop the flicker beforehand, right? Does Lark have his Purify? So both of these teams really have to slow down and get the correct team fight, because quite honestly, both of these teams have the potential to take this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, and then we see that the ultimate, the IMU ultimate is on the Grok, so they're going to have that wild charge potentially for this as well. I just want to say it's just been such a masterful job by CNQ to be able to protect the Ixia pick here, because I mean, we both looked at each other when we saw the Ixia pick. It's just like, I mean, the very stationary nature of the hero, especially with that full barrage, it's going to make her a huge target. But they've been using it to their advantage, basically baiting out that full barrage so that the enemy will try to jump onto it, and then the flicker has just been the chef's kiss at the end of those fights to kind of draw them out, waste those dashing abilities, and then absolutely be able to barrage them down.
Yeah, and I mean, 13 minutes now, it definitely feels like both of these teams are looking to slow down, try to gather up for the very first Luminous Lord, right? And Falcom kind of has to just be a little bit more careful. Maybe they have to get CNQ towards the middle side of the map. Falcom members were dying where Kulak is pretty much standing. That's far deep in their river. And take a look at Goodnight's position. He's on the backside looking to collapse here. And Kulak seizes him.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. He's on the flank there. Kulak sees him, so he's very wary right now about when they're going to kind of come in here. 50% left on this Lord Kenji and the front line of this. They do lock on. Ding going to back himself off here. The rest of Falcons looking for some type of way inside of this.
No way.
CNQ doing a good job. Astral Echo is out. Gets vision on 3 members. Good night. They lock on the good night. They're going to push him away. 10% left. Kenji going to be able to pick up this Lord. Now they're going to maybe look for an opportunity to potentially get a kill. The rest of CNQ disengage, but that's going to maybe speak about some of these next Lord fights if you're not going to be able to get into a position and be giving them up like that.
No way, Airy. He saw Good Night kind of dancing around at mid and opted to kind of go for the charge there, resulting in not being able to get back onto the Lord dance and a complete retribution, no contestation from Genji. And we're talking about the 14-minute Lord. This is Illuminous marching down, and now Falcon's going to have the ability to siege onto the bot side.
Yeah, and the charge comes out from the Lord Black Dragon to zone out the rest of Team Falcons. Minions now starting to come through the mid lane as Team Falcons going to go ahead, force their way through. Only high grounds left for the side of CNQ. Pressure at all of the lanes. Looks like bottom might be able to fall. Big wild charge comes out there. Lark finds a kill onto the tower. Kenji finds a kill onto Kaluk. Samo is down as well. Eri might be next, looking for an escape. A big pop-up lands onto the rest of Team Falcons. They find the high ground. They find 2 kills, but that might be a wrap. They're going to go ahead and reset on the map.
Sheesh. Dude, they popped Kulak on the backside. I was looking at the Grok. I'm like, okay, he's gonna go for some wild charge. Or it wasn't even the Grok. It was Good Night on the wild charge. He was able to hit onto the backside, the flicker Minon's Fury. He guaranteed he could not move. He just could not move. And they're going for the base again.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead back in. Astral Echo is out. I mean, doing a decent job of trying to protect it. You can see the Astral Echo is going to go ahead and widen out those hitboxes for Team Falcons. They're going to have to turn away again, but that is another high ground down for CNQ. Just 1 left up at the top, and CNQ are on the back foot. This might be it for them. 12-8 game, a 6K gold lead mounting for Team Falcons at the 16-minute.
Yeah, and honestly, I do have to give credits to Team Falcon. The setup was a wild charge from the IMU of Good Night. There's a reason why we're not giving the Valentina to Good Night no more, because that was insane, right? He's able to predict and get the right angle, get the stun off, and then Falcon members just piled on like it's football, and then everyone just went for Kulak, and then now he had the flicker available. He couldn't even get away here. Centauri completely got dominated in that team fight, and Falcon just played their cards so correctly. Now the Lord, 10 seconds available. I don't see where Team Falcon's going to be losing this objective here either.
Yeah, the biggest problem for Team Falcons right now would probably be the ability of CNQ to defend, especially when you have that full barrage that can kind of go off there and the clearing speed of it. They're going to go ahead, try to contest this anyway. It looks like it's down to about 25%. Eri looking for something super Z and a great placement to zone them out. So not much going to be able to happen there as Falcons very comfortably going to pick up that next Lord.
Yeah, Good Night again, able to steal away the wild charge. The impact of that spell on Good Night is just so immense here. And well, here, good thing the Lord is marching down onto the mid side, right? It would be a little bit tougher if it was marching down on the opposite end, because it gives Team Falcon pretty much the banana split that they're looking for, but they're able to clear the mid side. The Lord is marching down quite fast. CNQ has a little bit more time to find the clear.
Yeah, and you can see them going ahead. A full barrage is out to try to take down this Lord Black Dragon is out as well. Dean actually very low up at the top, still has the immortality. Is it going to be enough? You do see immortalities proc. Lark finds a kill onto Eri. CNQ desperately fighting for their survival at the base, down to half health. Can they clear out these minions? You see Falcons actually very low here, trying to make an impact. Can they stop it? Fighting for their survival in this bracket. It's not going going to be enough. Team Falcons with a clean sweep progress in the Snapdragon series.
Absolutely well played by
Team Falcons there. Yeah.
By Team Falcon. No, I'm speechless here because I'm just watching Goodnight in all of these team fights, and he has this target lock. He's like, all right, I see the Exia. He's not moving around too much. I'm gonna flicker a wild charge and I'm gonna sit on him the whole entire fight. He got the pick off by himself, and then you have Lark pretty much doing the best in his own position. He was just hitting onto whoever's on the front side unit, and he was just killing over and over. CNQ still had a great early game, had moments to shine, and they had hope, but Falcom just feels like the better team in this series.
Yeah, I mean, and there was a little hope for CNQ in the early game where it took Team Falcons a little bit of time to kind of identify how to get into there. You saw there the Appraiser's Wrath kind of coming down there. I mean, great use of that from Kenji there as well. He did just a huge job of being able to kind of knock those down, bring down like 2-4 kills with that alone. But the biggest change was the ability to annihilate Kulak before a lot of these fights were starting as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these fights are quite exciting. You see Goodnight here just able to get the wild charge over and over, but honestly, all members of Falcom played quite well. CNQ, they also played quite well. It was just that they're missing a few of the targets that they were looking for. You know, Nagiri, it feels like his hero pool kind of got shrunk a little bit too much. When the Natan didn't really work out, it felt like he, you know, had to look for another option that just wasn't as viable. Samu also played quite well, but here we go. The gold miner goes to Lark, you know, of course, with the 2K lead. Highest damage dealt to the tower. Carnage goes to Mang. Hush comes out with the highest damage taken, and Goodnight with the selfless plaque.
I'm wondering here. I know Goodnight took one death there, or was it one or two there? But yeah, I was about to say, I think the MVP might have just slipped from his fingers there, as Kenji had himself a great game here, 5-0-7 there, as we can take a look at those stats.
Yeah, and I mean, Kenji played great with the Fredger. What, Liz, how do you think about that game?
Man, I mean, Falcon just continued their momentum from the previous series and just snowballed their way towards the next stage. And what else can I say? It's a 20-minute series, the last game, and some technical difficulty here and there, but ultimately Falcon proved that they are the stronger team in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, amazing games played by both teams. All the teams here played amazingly here. So I was super happy for this event. Team Falcons, though, I mean, I've been saying it since their first series here. They just kind of came together more organized. They just appeared more organized, more synergized with a lot of their engagements. And then the ability to kind of identify where those weaknesses were during the match. Like, oh, man, this Ixia is lighting us up. We need to have an answer for that as well. And then on the other side too, when it's like, all right, let's go ahead and prioritize the Valentina pickup too as well, because I mean, the Goodnight has just been a phenomenal on that hero as well.
Yeah, and you know, the side of Falcom, they were able to turn a lot of situations where you could kind of view it as a snowball that is starting to brew for the other team, and they're able to be like, hey, we're gonna stop, we're gonna slow down, we're gonna reset. It looks like they're able to win this fight. If they win a second or a third one, they're going to be coming at us. But if we play it correctly, we're able to stop it. And they're able to just dissect and get to that point. It honestly looked like Falcom is completely ready for whoever's coming up against them.
And they're definitely ready for the next stage. And with that, today, two teams will move on to the next series. Private, take us through the brackets.
Well, I mean, we've seen the journey of a lot of these teams, especially when it comes when it came to the two European teams that were able to make it through, when it was Operatim and Birthright in the upper bracket. But the story here is working their way through the lower bracket. Falcons, against all odds, able to kind of pull their way through, and a very organized effort and worth what they came here for, to kind of pull themselves and continue on here in the Snapdragon series.
Yeah, and I really think everyone has to definitely take a look at Falcom. The way that they played, it honestly felt quite above and beyond. Even the first series that they lost, it was a 1-2. So this is definitely a team that they have to watch out for.
Yeah, a team that's going to get even more practice with the next 2 weeks that they have in preparing the series. And while you guys are watching, it was a spectacular day on the show. So make sure you follow us on all our socials. It's linked on the below. And most importantly, join us on Discord.
Yeah, it's been an amazing event, amazing teams, amazing plays. The different meta, the different heroes that we saw prioritized out there. It's just been something for the record books, and I'm so excited to have been a part of it.
Yeah, I mean, the different meta. I think United States, we may have to kind of come back and do a little bit more homework, because it seems like we're kind of caught off by some of these picks. But nonetheless, great performance from all the teams that came through. You know, some may have a bittersweet ending, but at the same time, I think most of y'all did quite great for your country.
Yeah, and representing his country, maybe not his country, but his team, we have a special interview with one of the players, and we'll have both our caster each ask one question with this player. Hello.
Ooh.
Welcome.
We already started the interview?
Yeah, we're starting the interview. First of all, can you introduce yourself?
I was fixing the headset. Oh, hello.
You look great. Yeah, Super from Team Falcons. Congratulations on your victory.
I'm Kenji, but thank you.
Okay. Hello, Kenji. Congratulations on the MVP then.
Thank you.
So this is Private Dancer. I mean, great game, phenomenal play. You guys really kind of showed through with a lot of your synergy there. Was there any teams here that really surprised you in the last 2 days of matchups?
Yeah, there's like our team that we know already, that we played against in NBL. It was GK. They already had a really great strategy against us and beat us 2-1. We was really surprised, and we even fought after it.
Oh.
Okay, Genji, this is UA. You know, I've not really heard of your organization, Falcom, before, but this is my first team watching you guys, and I was able to kind of see there is like little things that you guys have kind of an edge over people. I was wondering if you guys had like a coach behind, you know, watching every single one of your move, or is it just like you guys, you know, just nerding out watching MPL?
Okay, so to answer your first question, actually Falcon is a big org, and they already, if you know about AB Brain, they already like in a contract with AB Brain right now, so for the upcoming World Cup. So it's already a big org, and of course we have a coach and we have an analyzer, and they are really helping us really much, especially after yesterday what happened from the lose. They really changed our style, mostly discipline, because we lack of discipline.
I'm a fan, man. I'm a fan.
Yes. Once again, the coach definitely showed in your performance. Congratulations once again. Amazing performance, and we wish you the best in your upcoming series.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Kenji, for joining us. That was great. How do you guys feel about interviewing on the show? And also the fact that he said every org has a coach. That's something that NA should take note of.
It's like, that's NA kind of like, it's very interesting. I mean, I love doing the interviews with these guys and finding out maybe some little key moments behind the scenes to find out what they were thinking there. I love to see, especially him talking about like, yeah, to the point that they lost, they got hit with a plan that was actually successful against them, kind of caused a little strife between them at the end of that game. But between all of that, able to kind of pull it together, and that's kind of the value you get with the coaches and analysis there, to be able to kind of bring that together and formulate a plan through all of that, I want to say, ruckus of the chaos from the first day that dropped into the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, interviewing, this is the first time for me, kind of put onto the spot, but it was nice to be able to see, you know, Falcon come up with the interview. Honestly, they're a great team, and with the performance that they had against C&Q, like this is definitely a team that they have to watch. Any team has to watch out for in the bottom bracket.
For sure, and his confidence just seeped through the screen. Best of luck to all the teams. And for our casters, amazing performance casting today. Any last thoughts you have?
Man, I've been talking about it for a while that if Europe ever had something going, I would love to be a part of it, because I want to say it's always been a huge thing for like more and more regions to join Mobile Legends and to kind of show the little changes that they have in the draft or what they can bring to it. And I am so happy to be part of this. It wasn't just Europe, it was MENA here as well. Shout out to Yasu, who's been a good friend of mine too as well. But it's been an amazing event, amazing teams here, and I can't wait to see more coming.
Yeah, and you know, for me, I've kind of watched ESL growing up, and I know Snapdragon's Pro Series. I've watched it plenty of times. So, you know, it's a pleasure for me to finally become, you know, onto the stage where I was kind of just watching from home. So, you know, it's a blessing for me. I'm absolutely thankful for the opportunity, and I hope to see you guys soon.
Blessing for me as well, and the blessing will continue as next week we will be back casting at the desk for the Turkey region SPS Season 5 Mobile Legends. So don't go anywhere, guys. Catch us on stream next week once again. See you.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Bye.